Hey, good morning, tea sippers. Come on in. Let's get caught up on Candace. Come on in. Ooh. Ooh. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh my goodness. Let's get this popping to see what Candace was talking about. We missed it yesterday. Y'all please come in, hitting the like button. Just tap it. It's for free. Let's check it out. With this, they went up against,
laptops and watch the alternative halftime performance.
or she just jumped right on in, didn't she? It's about the halftime performance and how Turning Point USA with demonic ties had the nerve to say the Super Bowl was demonic. Let's listen.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. As you know, the Super Bowl was last night. And look, this is what the kids are terming goy slop. What that means is that you were supposed to pick a side. Pick a side. Whose side are you on? Were you team Bad Bunny? If so, you're supposed to come out and away hating the racist right. Maybe you were Team Turning Point USA. Did you oblige and turn off your television sets, open your laptops, and watch the alternative halftime performance, which the word on the street is if you did not enjoy it, if you did not enjoy every moment of it, then it's because you don't love Jesus. Of course. Of course, every single time. That's the new Turning Point talking point. So welcome back to Candace.
Manipulator.
Check the records on this one. I am not, nor have I ever been, a conservative stereotype when it comes to the Super Bowl halftime performance. I feel like it's a bit of a fad now. On the right, you watch the Super Bowl for the sole purpose of complaining about the halftime performance and why it didn't live up to what you think that it should be. I notoriously defended Rihanna back in 2023 when she was literally just wearing red. And conservatives made it seem like she was trying to channel the devil. She was actually pregnant and wasn't even moving around that much.
Now, these folks are killing me all into this devil worship and stuff. Eating people, drinking blood. They having whole dinners. They putting folk on the grill and stuff. And it look like pulled pork. This is crazy. And Rihanna, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. But I don't know your history, baby. But you need to find Jesus. You need to come to Jesus moment while you still have time. Ain't that song? Come up to Jesus, make up your mind. He will make your life brand new. Yeah, that one. Lord, he knows what's best for you. Yeah. You need the Lord. And you need to, I hear people talking about mamas and all this and train up a child in the way that it should go. In the Lord, not the devil. Some of these folks are raising their kids up in satanic cults. That's not the way it should go. So when people say, oh, it's the mama, I know. If the mama ain't training up a child in the way that it should go, right? Yeah, I'm going to let you figure out the rest. If you're not training up the child according to God and his word, then God don't want the child to go wrong. You follow me? Let's go. Rihanna. But you came from Jay-Z. And he wrapped all up into that eating blood and, sucking Diddy and all that crazy. Clive died. Probably Trump and dumped them too. All of it. Highway, you want to stay here? Don't ask me nothing. Put it on the super chat or super sticker, and then I'll answer.
I'm also a Shakira stan, so I thought her and J-Lo had a fun halftime performance. I'm not really one of these people who are naturally averse to culture. I also like and listen to Spanish music, as you guys know. Mark Anthony, that's why I had to come out for my boy. When they were saying stuff about him and what he did at a wedding after 11 p.m., no, he should not be responsible for that as a Latino man. I like the old school stuff, Aventura, the old Mark Anthony music. Hasta ayer. I grew up listening to all of it. So when Bad Bunny was announced for the Super Bowl, I was like, okay, let's see what he does. I do not know one Bad Bunny song. I'm going to be honest. I've been very clear with you guys. I am not cool or hip anymore, just like I don't know any of Sabrina Carpenter's music. I'm not trying to stay up with the culture, but I know enough to know that he's very popular, okay? Now, the pros of his performance, I'm going to say something good about it. I actually thought the set design was really cool. It was one of the cooler ones that I've seen in a very long time. I love that it looked like a little pueblo, a little Spanish town, that the mercado, the bodega. And to be clear, I think it felt obviously very authentic to him and how he grew up, but not just to him and how he grew up, but also in America. If you guys don't know that, this is how a lot, that looks familiar to me and the way that I grew up. Like, the corner bodega. It's a real thing. And I thought very obviously that that's what he was trying to convey, is his own experience, because that's what artists do. And by the way, like I said, all around the United States, these communities exist. The performers and the dancers did a very great job. You could tell that they rehearsed a lot. They were not just winging it. And I actually quite enjoyed the little electrical line thing that they were doing. I thought it was clever and it was fun. Now, the downside is that it was not in English. It was not in English. And therefore, the audience could not emotionally connect.
Right.
If you were not a Spanish speaker, you could not emotionally connect to that performance. It was really all in Spanish, save for Lady Gaga's portion when she was sort of doing the bad salsa, which was very American. She wasn't exactly hips don't lie in. And I was like, okay, now, is that Bad Bunny's fault? Obviously not, because he was booked. And he is very clear. English is his second language. If you watch his interviews, he kind of speaks Spanglish. He's learning more English now. His music is exclusively in Spanish. So the expectation, who are you actually upset with for booking this performance? I agree that it would be nice to have an English-speaking halftime. That makes sense, because the majority, everyone actually in America should speak English.
Fact.
But he didn't book himself, okay? Actually, I looked into it. The person that controls who gets to perform at the halftime is Jay-Z.
I thought it was Jay-Z.
For some reason, Jay-Z, in partnership with the NFL. Jay-Z doesn't speak Spanish, but Jay-Z booked him. And for a very long time, it's been clear that Jay-Z's got some sort of a relationship with the feds. I tend to believe a lot of the stuff that Kanye said. And so, like I said, this feels a bit like, let's get both sides warring with one another. Now, in terms of whether or not this was a successful performance, well, we'll just look at the raw numbers here. Nielsen estimates that 128 million people watched the Super Bowl game last night, forgetting the halftime performance. That number increased to 135 million viewers during the halftime performance. So people got up and were like, I don't want to watch I'm not watching the whole Super Bowl match, but I'm going to go ahead and tune in to the halftime performance, because people are always outraged the next morning, and I want to know what they're speaking about. So 7 million more people began tuning in to watch the halftime performance, according to the early reports. So Bad Bunny, objectively, whether you like him or not, he had a successful Super Bowl halftime performance in terms of the metrics. This means that the, I would say, unnecessary Super Bowl political lines that were drawn by Turning Point USA was not successful in terms of drawing people away from the NFL's viewership. Now, in case you missed it, when Bad Bunny was announced, there was immediately
they are not that big,
because he has worn a dress.
It kills
Something
me
that
that
I'm very
they're that
against,
big.
because to me, it is obvious why they find these men and they put them in dresses. This gets into theology regarding which he's probably not aware of. If I'm being honest, if I sat down with Bad Bunny and I spoke to him about where this comes from and why they are putting him in a dress to emasculate him, he's not recognizing this as somebody else's faith. It is. I find it to be wrong. It is, in essence, Kabbalistic and satanic. We've discussed that. But this is the reason that people were immediately outraged. So everyone was saying, oh, it's very obvious what he's going to do. He's going to make the show unnecessarily gay. And because of that, Turning Point USA announced that they would produce an alternative, quote-unquote, all-American Super Bowl halftime show.
Well, a lot of them in Turning Point USA is gay.
They had
What Erika
people
talking
all
about?
across the political sphere. On the Republican side, were tweeting about, hey, turn your TV off. No, nobody turned their TV off. We can say no one did that, actually. The numbers jumped. Okay, but this was their reason that they went into this. Now, Bad Bunny did not, in fact, wear a dress at the Super Bowl. He didn't. Which, like I said, I'm very against that. I don't think we should be intentionally emasculating men. So that leaves us with Turning Point USA's performance. Now, we should be clear, it was a pre-record. Okay, so Bad Bunny was performing live, Turning Point USA pre-recorded, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And so they had time to edit and to present this. Now, I'm going to park aside the artists who actually performed. Kid Rock, Lee Bryce. I actually want to be clear, I love Lee Bryce's music. I went to a Lee Bryce concert here in town, so this is not meant to be a commentary on them. but rather at the audacity of what Turning Point US artists who actually performed. Kid Rock, she'd be intentionally emasculating men. So that leaves us with Turning Point USA's performance. Now, we should be clear, it was a pre-record. Okay, so Bad Bunny was performing live, Turning Point USA pre-recorded, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and so they had time to edit and to present this. Now, I'm going to park aside the artists who actually performed. Kid Rock,
Shout out to
Lee
Kid
Bryce.
Rock.
I actually want to be clear, I love Lee Bryce's music. I went to a Lee Bryce concert here in town, so this is not meant to be a commentary on them, but rather at the audacity of what Turning Point USA did as an organization. Turning Point USA is effectively now running Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, okay? No Democrat voted for Kamala Harris, voted for Biden, and then they just said, here, now you get Kamala, and we're running her against Donald Trump. But Democrats had to accept that because the DNC machine just had so much money, and they're like, we're just going to make her a thing. That's it. And they ignored the true metrics and just said, this is it. And then they acted aghast and shocked when Kamala Harris did not win. Turning Point USA now has so much money that they believe that similarly they can afford to outright purchase reality. They want you to believe, this is unbelievable, I'm going to walk you through how absurd this is, that when they aired this halftime performance, 6 million concurrent viewers tuned in. Just so you understand what that means. 6 million people at the same time were watching this around the world. That's what concurrent viewership means. So they decided to tune in to this Super Bowl halftime performance. And I want you to listen to that straight from Andrew Colvette's mouth. Let's bring that clip in, Don, if you can.
Cesar Millan, how to add years to your dog's life.
Yeah, come on in, hit the like button for me.
Raw eggs blended.
Andrew, I watched your show. It was great. How did you do? Do you have a sense of how many people watched?
Yeah, it was kind of blew our minds actually a little bit, Brian. And we saw at one point across all the different social channels, we saw over 10 million concurrent views. So that was adding up all of Rumble and all of our partners.
What was that look, Candace?
So, and
you believe him or you don't believe him?
So, and now the numbers,
what?
and we saw at one point across all the different social channels, we saw over 10 million concurrent views. So that was adding up all of Rumble and all of...
She said you
and,
lie, and the truth ain't
across
in
all
you.
the different social channels.
How did you do? Do you have a sense of how many people watched?
Yeah, it was kind of blew our minds actually a little bit, Brian. And we saw at one point across all the different social channels, we saw over 10 million concurrent views. So that was adding up all of Rumble and all of our partners just on the social side. So, and now the numbers keep trickling in. I mean, right now as I'm sitting here, YouTube's numbers keep updating. And so we're trying to put it all together. What I can safely say is that we are now over 20 million viewers across just social. So we haven't even gotten our partner broadcasters, their analytics. As you know, sometimes the ratings take a little while, but that's 20 million viewers. And we don't know how many people were gathered together, 3, 4, 10 in a room watching together. So we're going to try and put a final number on that when we can. What we can safely say is over 20 million Americans tuned in to the All-American Halftime Show tonight.
That's what he can safely say. Now, for people who have been on YouTube, YouTubers, so to speak, like myself, for more than 10 years, I was just in awe that they were going to try to sell this, that they were going to do what he did with his face and just lie and pretend that 6 million, I think even at one point just 10 million, but he says 6 million concurrent viewers they had on YouTube alone, okay? If you know YouTube at all, that's just not true on its face. It's actually, I laughed when I saw, I was like, this is actually crazy. I can't believe they're actually going to try to pull this off. And I'm going to walk you through this so you don't even have to have my background on YouTube to understand why this number is impossible. First and foremost, you can just do this test. What do we have? Right now, we have 95,000 people that are watching this show. As soon as this show concludes, I want you to see how many views YouTube is going to instantly give it right away. It's probably going to be something like 200,000 to 300,000 views right away as it continues to tabulate. This is a screenshot of their viewership after 6 million people tuned in concurrently at the exact same time. So that was 6 million people watching, like we have 95,000 people watching right now on YouTube. As soon as they finished, look at the 5,839 views with 175 comments. That is an impossible metric. But 667,000 likes. This is made up. But again,
Oh,
like I
yeah,
said,
they
maybe you're not
bought
familiar with
them.
how YouTube works, so allow me to present it
That
to you
is
another way.
a
So you
clear
can really
indication
drill into your head
of
how
how you know people have bought the bots. 667,000. Hey, thank you. Naturally Narlins. Hey, good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah. 600K. Only 5,000 views. Yeah, no. So they probably had the likes before they even had the views. That's most of the time when you see people who buy them like that, before they even really start, they got 600. Yeah, and then the 5,839, hell, half of them don't. We already know half the people don't like hitting the like button. They just do not like to do that. Why, I don't know. It's trifling and it's hateful. But this right here, yeah. So they're forcing it to stay in the algorithm. That they pay for it to be in the algorithm. Okay, let's be clear. It's force fed. Let's go.
this organization has become, and 95,000 people watching right now on YouTube. As soon as they finished, look at the 5,839 views with 175 comments. That is an impossible metric. But 667,000 likes. This is made up. But again, like I said, maybe you're not familiar with how YouTube works, so allow me to present it to you another way, so you can really drill into your head how despicable this organization has become, and there's just no association with the truth.
We've been a Web Plus member for years now. If you're a business owner, you've got to pay attention to the details, and that comes down to price as well. You can't just skip over the small stuff.
Oh, I just had some avocado toast. Oh my goodness, that was and on one slice, and the other slice I had egg salad. Oh, that was good. That was good. Let's go.
So I'm going to present to you now the official list of the top YouTube streams based off of concurrent viewership. We're going to go through this list so that you fully appreciate what you are being asked to believe. Happening right now, this is the highest live concurrent viewership has become, and there's just no association with the truth. So I'm going to present to you now the official list of the top YouTube streams based off of concurrent viewership. We're going to go through this list so that you fully appreciate what you are being asked to believe. Everything is a rich man's trick. That's what's happening right now.
A rich man's
this is the
trick.
Highest live concurrent viewers on YouTube. These were the events. Number one was in India. That is a nation of 1.5 billion people. They had a moon mission, and 8 million people in India tuned into it. That is believable, okay? Turning Point wants you to believe that they're number 2 now, okay? The next 2 through 20 are all proper football, meaning soccer in America, events. You can see it's the World Cup, which is the biggest sport in the world. And when people streamed it, it looks like the 2022 World Cup comes into the second spot, Brazil versus Croatia. When it was streamed on YouTube, 6.1 million people tuned in. Again, this is the biggest sport in the world, soccer. They're trying to tell us that football, which only has a hold in America, this is a sport literally for America, and then Turning Point USA comes and they divide the fans by saying, we're doing just a conservative halftime sport, so they even halved their potential to appeal to half of the football, people that are watching football. And then on top of that, the people who are divided because they just don't like what Turning Point USA has become since Charlie was assassinated, and that their loose association, their loose relationship with the truth since Charlie was assassinated. They want to believe that in spite of all of that, they are now, they're number 2. They broke the record. So bye-bye, football around the world. It's now Turning Point USA. 6 million people turned in live to watch their Kid Rock and Lee Bryce, and there was a couple of other artists that were involved, pre-recorded performance, okay? Now, my understanding in looking at this is that
they're deceitful.
They're gonna force Erika on us. Like I said, this is the Kamala thing. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it. We just got our hands up. We are literally victims here. They have the money, they have the power, and we're gonna shut up and we're gonna take it. And we're gonna have to accept this audacious polling. It's gonna be Andrew Colbert up on Fox News. Like, it's amazing. She is more popular than Cristiano Ronaldo. It's just, the internet loves it. YouTube loves her, and we're amazed that we pulled this thing off. That's the vibe. Okay?
Erika, who?
We no longer live in a meritocracy.
Erika, who?
USA are effectively the righteous gemstones now. If you don't like Erika, then it's because you don't like Jesus.
Oh,
you don't like
wow.
what Turning Point's become. It's because you do not like Jesus. This is our new purchased reality. And I want to really drive this point home to you. I can't even think of how many times I could underscore how absurd what they presented here is. And as a YouTuber, this offends me. People who actually put in hard work, try to produce a show, you should be offended by this, okay? I would guess that the most authentically watched event for Turning Point USA's YouTube page happened right after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Remember, Erika first addressed the nation, and she did this in Charlie's studio. Everyone was rooting for her in this moment.
Everybody was, but she was off that first go around.
If you go online right now, her address as a widow to the nation has 4.1 million views on Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. It also has 36,000 comments, okay? So 4 million views, 36,000 comments. If you know YouTube, that's right. They didn't fake that. That's real. I want you to compare that to the Turning Point halftime show, which, just like Biden's votes in 2020 when we slept, a bunch of more views came in on YouTube. Just they were like, people were like, I love it even more in the middle of the night. That now has over 20 million views. And yet, only 46,000 comments. It's impossible. It's literally made up. Like I said, you know that the Erika address is an authentic representation of views because of the views to comments ratio. I'll give you an example. My last episode, The Letter to Erika on YouTube, that got 3.1 million views. It has 28,000 comments. So almost too close for a 20 million view video. Now, why does this actually matter? Why am I spending time speaking to you about this? Because it is such a perfect analogy for what this organization has become.
A lot.
Wealthy, corrupt, and dishonest. Just to our faces. It is, to me, so reminiscent of everything Tucker said when he got onto stage at SAS, when the Jewish donors got angry, when he questioned exactly where this money is coming from, how these people are becoming billionaires. People that are not impressive, that are not smart, are suddenly, we just learned that they're billionaires. Money is being thrown at them, and there are people who are smarter than them, who work harder than them, and he is essentially saying, we no longer live in a meritocracy. This is just a fiction, a total fiction. And I also want to stress here that what upsets me about it is exactly everything that Charlie Kirk hated. When we were hitting the ground, we were talking about the need for free markets. This is not an example of the free markets. This is an example of crony capitalism. It's crony capitalism. You're going to take it. This is what we're bigger than Cristiano Ronaldo. We don't know why. It's just, you had like Alex Clark shamelessly tweeting, everyone said we were over, but look at this. 100 million views. It's just fiction. So fiction that even Tyler Boyer, who happens to be a sexual deviant and also a committed homosexual part-time, is tweeting this out from Bad Bunny's performance. He actually tweeted this. Why is Turning Point USA, he wrote, why Turning Point USA ended up with one of the largest YouTube concurrent live streams in history tonight. And he shows something that he probably likes, if I'm guessing, this moment of two men dancing on each other. And of all people to tweet this, it's Tyler Boyer. It is Tyler Boyer. Everything is fake.
Everything is
gay.
fake.
What she was going to say as the comments, because you do not like Jesus. This is our new.
Why would you even put Jesus into that? You have PDFers on the last event you have, convicted, still active, some of them, and you want to say, if you watch the halftime, you don't like Jesus. What would Jesus do? Did Jesus watch the halftime? Which one did Jesus watch from heaven? I mean, one is like, ta-da.
Purchased reality. And I want to really drive this point home to you.
And one is red. Ta-da.
Okay?
What did Jesus do?
In a meritocracy.
I mean,
And
it's,
Turning Point USA.
it blows my mind how these Zionist people always seem to want to be in competition with God. They want to add Christian to their Zionists. I mean, so you want to add God to it. You want to add the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit to it. Now, and it blows my mind when people try to question about Christianity. I mean, you may not believe in it, but the devil sure do. Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny how that go? Folk want to always find, well, how you know it ain't true? How you know this? How you know? Well, baby, if I'm going to have to choose one or the other, reckon I'm going to choose eternal life than dying in a pit of fire. You know, and most folk don't even know that there's levels to hell. We need to talk about that in a live. I need to go live one night about hell. For the folk who want to play with God. Bible says, God is not a man that he should be mocked. You can play with God if you want to. There are eternal consequences to that. But it's fascinating to me that people want to play with if it's real or if it's not. But the devil knows. And the devil is in competition with God. So much so that these pro-Israel people are trying to do everything to steer you away from God. But in the meantime, recreate it in an opposite way of God. Why do they care if it ain't real? Because they know it's real. And they want you to sell your soul to the devil. That's why the devil is always in competition with God. We better wake up, people. The devil playing all up in our face every day. And y'all so caught up in the wrong stuff that y'all miss it. Or you say, it don't have nothing to do with me. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. You lack knowledge. Let's go.
Just gemstones now. If you don't like Erika, then it's because you don't like Jesus. If you don't like what Turning Point's become, it's because you do not like Jesus. This is our new purchased reality. And I want to really drive this point home to you. I can't even think of how many times I could underscore how absurd what they presented here is. And as a YouTuber, this offends me. People who actually put in hard work, try to produce a show, you should be offended by this. Okay.
Attention to all seniors between
absolutely
the ages of
offended
50 and 85. My mom made
absolutely offended.
I would guess that the most authentically watched event for Turning Point USA's YouTube page happened right after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Remember, Erika first addressed the nation And she did this in Charlie's studio. Everyone was rooting for her in this moment, waiting to see what she was going to say as the widow. If you go online right now, her address as a widow to the nation has 4.1 million views on Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. It also has 36,000 comments, okay? So 4 million views, 36,000 comments. If you know YouTube, that's right. They didn't fake that. That's real. I want you to compare that to the Turning Point halftime show, which just like Biden's votes in 2020, when we slept, a bunch of more views came in on YouTube. They were like, people were like, I love it even more in the middle of the night. That now has over 20 million views. And yet, only 46,000 comments. It's impossible. It's literally made up. Like I said, you know that the Erika address is an authentic representation of views because of the views to comments ratio. I'll give you an example. My last episode, The Letter to Erika on YouTube, that got 3.1 million views. It has 28,000 comments. So almost too close for a 20 million view video. Now, why does this actually matter? Why am I spending time speaking to you about this? Because it is such a perfect analogy for what this organization has become. The Erika address is an authentic representation of, or like, I love it even more.
So this is when, this knocks down when people say numbers don't lie. Her numbers are real. But that 600 and something thousand likes, that wasn't real. So that number lied. That number lied. That number lied. So numbers do lie sometimes when you buy bots. Now, before all of this artificial intelligence and all of that type stuff, trying to remove humans and real human interactions, and it becomes altered and man-made stuff, then it's set up where you can just manipulate all type of things. I can manipulate, but I want it out the mud. I want to see the growth. I don't want to buy none of that stuff, because to me, as far as I'm concerned, that's cheating. And it's stealing. And I'm at a point in my life right now that everything I do wrong is between me and God. It ain't against the government. It ain't against this. It ain't against that. It's between me and God. And I don't want to go to the end of the line. And I don't want to be caught slipping, and he comes when I'm right in the middle of lying, cheating, and manipulating. And he shake his head at me and say, I told you, you never know when I'm coming. And I caught you being deceptive. Oh, that would hurt my heart if Christ comes back and I'm right in the middle of doing something devious. So now I rather wait until it's my season. Wait until it's your season and get it the right way. That's just my advice to you. Let's go.
Right? That now has over 20 million views. And yet, only 46,000 comments. It's impossible. It's literally made up. Like I said, you know that the Erika address is an authentic representation of views because of the views to comments ratio. I'll give you an example. My last episode, The Letter to Erika on YouTube, that got 3.1 million views. It has 28,000
Craig Benjamin, God is all seeing. He sees all. So I have to disagree with you. He said he's all seeing, all knowing. He sees it all, right? So I beg to differ. Get your mind right.
comments. So almost too close for a 20 million view video. Now, why does this actually matter? Why am I spending time speaking to you about this? because it is such for what this organization has become. Wealthy, corrupt, and dishonest. It's to our faces. It is, to me, so reminiscent of everything Tucker said when he got onto stage at SAS, when the Jewish donors got angry, when he questioned exactly where this money is coming from, how these people are becoming billionaires. People that are not impressive, that are not smart, are suddenly, we just learned that they're billionaires. Money is being thrown at them, and there are people who are smarter than them, who work harder than them, and he is essentially saying, we no longer live in a meritocracy. This is just a fiction, a total fiction. And I also want to stress here that what upsets me about it is it's exactly everything that Charlie Kirk hated. When we were hitting the ground, we were talking about the need for free markets. This is not an example of the free markets. This is an example of crony capitalism. It's crony capitalism. They're just, you're going to take it. This is what we're bigger than Cristiano Ronaldo. We don't know why. It's just, you had like Alex Clark shamelessly tweeting, everyone said we were over, but look at this. 100 million views. It's just fiction. So fiction that even Tyler Boyer, who happens to be a sexual deviant and also a committed homosexual part-time,
I committed.
is tweeting this out from Bad Bunny's performance. He actually tweeted this. Why is turning...
She say he's a committed. Oh my goodness. A committed. Let's go, Candace. She is funny to me.
It's just fiction. So fiction that even Tyler Boyer, who happens to be a sexual deviant and also a committed homosexual part-time, is tweeting this out from Bad Bunny's performance. He actually tweeted this. Why is Turning Point USA, he wrote, why Turning Point USA ended up with one of the largest YouTube concurrent
is that
live
a
streams in
guy on
history.
guy?
And he shows something that he probably likes, if I'm guessing.
Hold on.
This moment of
So,
Bad Bunny's performance. He actually tweeted this. Why?
Is that guy on guy? And if you don't like what they doing, Tyler Boyer, who stole from Charlie Kirk, was moving money, hired all those people, set him up, been knowing Erika since Liberty University with the Falwells. They go back. We go a long way back, me and you, boy. Yeah, that one. Go a long way back. Yeah, so you telling me that the God would be... Y'all, stop it. And this boy on boy front dangling twerking. So they dangling twerking. Instead of ass twerking, they dangling, twerking.
Alex Clark shamelessly tweeting, everyone said we were over, but look at this. 100 million views. It's just fiction.
Lies.
So fiction that even Tyler Boyer, who happens to be a sexual deviant and also a committed homosexual part-time, is tweeting this out from Bad Bunny's performance. He actually tweeted this. Why is Turning Point USA...
Dangling twerking.
Why Turning Point USA ended up with one of the largest YouTube concurrent live streams in history tonight. And he shows something that he probably likes, if I'm guessing, this moment of two men dancing on each other. And of all people to tweet this, it's Tyler Boyer. It is Tyler Boyer.
He coming out the closet.
Everything is fake. A lot of it is gay. These, again, are the righteous gemstones. And we are looking at, to me, fake Christianity. It's like Christianity.
It's absolutely.
Fake. Which brings us back to Fort Huachuca, by the way. Something different. You will recall that Mitch Snow, the man who had to deal with the full brunt of Andrew and Erika's PR machine. They were digging up his past, claiming that he was a habitual liar. Mitch was certain. He was certain, and I want to be clear, he also hasn't moved his story since, not 1 inch. He was certain that he saw Erika Kirk on the evening of the 8th at Fort Huachuca leaving a hotel with a Cabot Phillips lookalike. He has not adapted that story, despite the undue harassment that he received, in particular after seeing Erika on the evening of the 8th. He claims
so she was there with Cabot?
Not 1 inch. He was certain that he saw Erika Kirk digging up his past, claiming that he was a habitual liar. Mitch was certain. He was certain, and I want to be clear, he also hasn't moved his story since, not 1 inch. He was certain that he saw Erika Kirk on the evening of the 8th at Fort Huachuca leaving a hotel with a Cabot Phillips lookalike. He has not adapted that story, despite the undue harassment that he received. In particular, after seeing Erika on the evening of the 8th, he claims that he stumbled upon what appeared to him to be the conclusion of a military briefing right before a mission taking place in a borrowed building site for the Joint Task Force, the Southern Border Unit, and he was a border unit, and he was surprised. He saw a guy wearing the JTF thing. I think he said it was JTF 10, the 10th Mountain Brigade. He's like, oh, where are you guys? I thought this was like disbanded. I used to be on this same task force, Southern Border, and they're like, no, actually, we're in this building. And you should know that that Joint Task Force initially was formed in Tucson, Arizona. Well, there was a rather explosive...
Told you a lot goes on in Arizona.
And I'm going to say this is a lead. I'm going to
Where,
cage this. It's a possibility that this does
Nancy
not pan out.
Guthrie
But
missing from
I'm putting this out here because I'd like a confirmation
military,
one way or the other.
CIA,
Last
intelligence.
week, we introduced you guys to Tracy Martin. Remember, Tracy Martin is Erika's best friend for over 15 years. How close are Erika and Tracy? They've done everything together. Tracy says from Romanian Angels. Erika modeled for her clothing brands. All of it. These two and their families are close. She's also close to Lori, and she's close to Erika's stepfather's family, if pictures are telling us the right story. And I told you guys last week that I was having trouble learning anything about Tracy's husband, a man named Thomas Martin. It was unusual to me. He's got quite a build. He looks kind of military-esque to me, but they are also involved in fitness. They ran gyms. But we received this interesting tip, and I'm going to again stress that it is just a tip at this moment, but it's potentially explosive. For 15 years. How close are Erika and Tracy? They've done everything together. Tracy says from Romanian Angels. Erika modeled for her clothing brands. All of it. These two not pan out. But I'm putting this out here because I'd like a confirmation one way or the other. Last week, we introduced you guys to Tracy Martin. Remember, Tracy Martin is Erika's best friend for over 15 years. How close are Erika and Tracy? They've done everything together. Tracy says from Romanian Angels. Erika modeled for her clothing brands. All of it. These two and their families are close. She's also close to Lori, and she's close to Erika's stepfather's family, if pictures are telling us the right story. And I told you guys last week that I was having trouble learning anything about Tracy's husband, a man named Thomas Martin. It was unusual to me. He's got quite a build. He looks kind of military-esque to me, but they are also involved in fitness. They ran gyms. But we received this interesting tip, and I'm going to again stress that it is just a tip at this moment, but it's potentially explosive. There is a director of U.S.
Sorry.
All of it. These two and their families are close. She's also close to Lori, and she's close to Erika's stepfather's family, if pictures are telling us the right story. And I told you guys last week that I was having trouble learning anything about Tracy's husband, a man named Thomas Martin. It was unusual to me. He's got quite a build. He looks kind of military-esque to me, but they are also involved in fitness. They ran gyms. But we received this interesting tip, and I'm going to again stress that it is just a tip at this moment, but it's potentially explosive.
Didn't somebody
There
have
is
something with
a director of U.S. Border Patrol, also
In
chief of
Arizona?
staff of the Southern Command in Tucson, named Thomas Martin. He's been based in Tucson, Arizona since at least the 80s, when he was just an agent down at the border, and he has steadily climbed up the ladder. But this particular Thomas Martin
Will
has
he
gone through
moving
great
on
lengths to
up?
completely wipe his public presence. I'm going to show you what's left of the LinkedIn link. You can actually click it. You can see it says Thomas Martin, Director, U.S. Border Patrol, experience, location, Greater Tucson area. Okay, we click that. That just is disappeared. Okay. Same. Looking at Zoom info, we were again able to find this sort of relic. We found that he was Deputy Chief Patrol Agent at the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security, for which we know Erika, Kirk's mother, also is involved, extensive contracts with the Department of Homeland Security. says that he's been in Customs and Border Protection for 9 years. I'm assuming that's going to continue with the Department of Homeland Security. But again, we don't know because this has been wiped. Okay? And so I started crawling through some newspapers, trying to find this person's face. Interestingly enough, we know, like I said, he's been stationed in Tucson, Arizona. That Thomas Martin on Border Patrol at least since 1985. We know this because he was actually mentioned in a lawsuit as a young agent, a lawsuit, and the content of this lawsuit is impressive. This is an old newspaper article, again, from October 21st, 1985. It appeared in the Times-Union, and it says the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story
Sanctuary.
of this guy who picked up a hitchhiker, and there a movement was born, and to begin smuggling humans across the border and hiding them into churches. I kid
Oh,
you
wow.
do not. It tells us that these pastors, as well as priests, were working together. Southside Presbyterian Church, 2 Roman Catholic priests, a nun, and 6 church lay workers were all going on trial in Tucson for concealing illegal aliens. And this nice mention that we get of Thomas Martin, we learn that Agent Thomas Martin of the Border Patrol was writing to his superiors. Essentially, the argument that he's making is we shouldn't. From October 21st, 1985, it appeared in the Times-Union, and it says the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story of this guy who picked up a hitchhiker, and there a movement was born, and to begin smuggling humans across the border,
Erika.
and hiding them into
Erika.
churches. I kid you not. Kid you not. It tells us that these
Erika.
pastors, as well as priests, were working.
Erika, Kirk. So everything, every time you turn around, if it ain't you, it's your big daddy. If it ain't your big daddy, it's your mama. If it ain't your mama, it's your now it's your best friend. Erika, Kirk. Y'all hit the like button. I'm too I done. Mm, 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 mm. Hold on. That's why Trump is into all of this illegal immigrants and moving them out. They got it all set up. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to update this. Hey, Joseph. This is cray. This is cray. Got Border Patrol. Oh, wow. I was about to do something else. I don't remember what I was about to do. God, oh, hold on. Man, this is cray. This is for cray. Let me let it play while I correct this. So her best friend, husband, Erika Kirk, best friend, husband, worked for Border Patrol, got busted for smuggling through the church.
Halftime performance and why it didn't live up to what you
Oh
think
no, come on.
grade.
This cookie dough parfait is my new
Ooh, that
favorite
look good, but
high-protein
ooh,
snack, all
Lord.
thanks to Hungry Root. Being healthy and
He's like, oh, where are you guys? I thought this was like disbanded. I used to be on this same. Kid you not. It tells us Kirk's mother also is involved. Great lengths to completely wipe his public presence. I'm going to show you what's left of the LinkedIn link. You can actually click it. You can see it says Thomas Martin, Director, U.S. Border Patrol.
Thomas Martin.
Experience, location, Greater Tucson area. Okay, we click that. That just is disappeared. Okay. Same, looking at Zoom info, we were again able to find this sort of relic. We found that he was Deputy Chief Patrol Agent at the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security, for which we know Erika, Kirk's mother, also is involved, extensive contracts with the Department of Homeland Security. Says that he's been in Customs and Border Protection for 9 years. I'm assuming that's going to continue with the Department of Homeland Security. But again, we don't know because this has been wiped. Okay? And so I started crawling through some newspapers, trying to find this person's face. Interestingly enough, we know, like I said, he's been stationed in Tucson, Arizona. That Thomas Martin on Border Patrol at least since 1985. We know this because he was actually mentioned in a lawsuit as a young agent, a lawsuit, and the content of this lawsuit is impressive. This is an old newspaper article, again, from October 21st, 1985. It appeared in the Times-Union, and it says
Crazy.
the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story of this guy who picked up a hitchhiker, and there a movement was born, and to begin smuggling humans across the border and hiding them into churches. I kid you
Hiding them
not.
into
Kid you not.
churches.
It tells us that these pastors, as well as priests, were working together. Southside Presbyterian Church, 2 Roman Catholic priests,
Presbyterian.
a nun, and 6 church lay workers were all going on trial in Tucson for concealing illegal aliens. And this nice mention that we get of Thomas Martin, we learn that Agent Thomas Martin of the Border Patrol was writing to his superiors essentially the argument that he's making is we shouldn't invade these churches because then it's going to become.
Yeah, how do we process this? They are just playing all up and in our faces. They are just moving kids, moving drugs. They got, man, this just remind me so much of just like even when I was covering Memphis and the Dolphin, how CMG Gotti and Yo Gotti and his higher up, Jay-Z, them, hell, Diddy was all up in there to some degree when they was having them all men parties. And how they had people, a judge, he had the police department, what was that unalived Tyree Nichols, that little old squad of dirty cops. They had people all over the place. They had it sold up. This is what it's reminding me of. There's a blueprint out there somewhere that these politicians, these thugs, because again, the way Trump chooses to reach the black people, to manipulate the black people, pull the black people in, is always through black rappers. Other than that, he had those two black ladies that was talking ghetto and soulful and political and, thought they was cute with it, but had that little swank wank with it. But other than that, for the mass majority, Trump have always used rappers. That's how I knew that once I got to the higher up, I knew that Trump was going to be in there with that Illuminati. That I knew. I need to ask my god brother, do he remember some years ago? I think I wrote that mess down somewhere. Do he remember maybe during COVID? I think when I was digging in on Trump and I realized how deep, how deceptive, and because I was trying to connect Trump to Atlanta, to the rappers, to the Illuminatis, and it kind of got too deep. But it went to Denver, the underground, his grandmother's mother, last name was Christ. All of that was just so bizarre to me. His grandfather died from the first pandemic, and he tried to act like he didn't know anything about a pandemic, and that's how his grandpapa that he mimics with these brothels, hotel brothels. He mimics his grandpapa during the gold rush era. But anyway, I knew Trump was going to be in it at the top. I knew that. I knew that. I said this maybe 4 years ago. And I stopped because it started getting too deep and it was going out into the deserts and some rock formation. I mean, I did extensive research on it. Why? I don't know. But I did. I knew that he was going to be at the top. And just to come full circle and how he's playing with God, manipulating the people by way of God, it's kind of mind-blowing to me. And then his grandmother's his great-grandmother maiden name was Christ. I'm like, where is that name? What? Christ. That was her last name? How? I went through all of that emotion. He the biggest devil. Huh? What? Where is that name derived from? But I was saying all that to say it is fascinating to see all of these devils, these wolves in sheep clothing, these false prophets. The devil is coming into the church. It's still demonic, but it's standing in the pulpit. Now, I'm not acting like I didn't know that there was some evil wolves in sheep clothing that preach the word. Yes, I know some. I didn't know that they were changing the word, mimicking it. I didn't know how deep it went. But I know we got to wake up. That's why the Bible says, study thyself to show yourself approved. And if you have if you have not ever watched the old Left Behind, the old one, not the new. It's always best for me to go back before they start changing stuff, making it easy reading and easy this and easy that, because as far as I'm concerned right now, I'm feeling like that's when the manipulation kicked in to third, fourth gear to deceive you. But that old Left Behind, and the girl name was Patty. And she was left behind. Her husband was caught up in the rapture. Some other people, cars were running into trees because nobody was there. They were gone. She was left behind. And she was shocked because she remembered it being talked about in the word at church. But she ran to the church. Y'all, please hit the like button. Double tap the face of your screen. Get the likes up. She ran to the church. And woe and behold, her pastor was still there. He was going through the Bible. It's here, it's all here. It's here. And so she tried to charge up the rabbi, the pastor, whatever he was, bishop, I don't know. She tried to charge him up. You lied. You lied to us. You didn't this and you didn't that. And he told that girl, Patty, it's all here. She said, but you didn't preach the truth. You didn't tell us the truth. Study to show thyself approved is the first thing that pops up in my head. And when you know it's wrong, you challenge the truth. You try the spirit by the spirit. And the right spirit will show up. And if the wrong one shows up, you know you need to leave. Right? So he said to her, I'll never forget it. People came through the church that was preaching the gospel, and you heard them not. So in other words, he said, even though I was deceptive, I missed the mark, I didn't preach the truth, you had someone that came through here that preached the truth, and you denied the truth. I said, Lord. So I'm saying to y'all, good people, it's very clear that they are being going through the church to deceive you. So study yourself. Because you won't be able to put it on the preacher or the pastor. That won't work. So when I be trying to throw y'all nuggets and say, that's between them and God. That's between you and God. I don't want to play them games because it's between me and God. I'm not exempt. You can't put your bad deeds. You can't justify it on somebody else's watch. Well, they told me, or my mama said, but God, you said, honor thy mother and thy father. Yeah, but I didn't say deny the gospel. If your mama and daddy the devil, I'm never telling you to honor the devil. God never tells us to honor the devil. So if your mama and daddy is wrong and they are not teaching you the truth, then what? Your relationship is between you and God. So sometimes we got to come out of those excuses to continue to do wrong. Because it's not going to work. It's not going to even work at church. We get so caught up on what the pastors say that we are forgetting what God says. And if you don't know what God says, then that means that you're not studying yourself. You're lazy. You don't have your own personal relationship with God. You have a personal relationship with your pastor, who may or may not be preaching the true gospel. See, I'm going to be honest. I don't agree with everything Pastor Haynes in Dallas does. He's just way too cool for me. But a lot of people like that coolness. I'm a little old school when it comes. I do not want my pastor being so dang cool. But if he preaching the word, he preaching the word. Now, a lot of people didn't take too kind. A lot of politically astute, let me say that, politically astute didn't appreciate his tone nor his texture when Charlie Kirk was unalived and they put him too high up on a pedestal. And his ways, some of his ways in the past, some of his verbiage in the past have been so far away from Christ it wasn't funny. So they didn't like him being truthful, standing on God's business. But I loved it. I loved it. I'm not finna mock God for Charlie who? I think I gained more respect for Pastor Haynes when he stood solid. He told him, hey, I don't know if they told you about me, you know, and how you doing? Glad you here, but I'm finna go in. And you may not like it. So when I heard him going there in my head, I'm like you may want to tell him, go on, stick the little old church finger up and go on and exit, baby, because it's finna get real. And I know y'all don't like the truth. But the truth gonna set you free if you continue to sit here and listen to this message. Because Charlie Kirk was not God. But y'all acted as if he was. Now, I don't know Charlie Kirk, but I am wise enough to believe, because I don't know, that once God started shining the light, and he started to receive a renewing of the mind, the blinders came off, and he started realizing the deception, and realized that he played with the devil. He entertained the devil in the donations that blinded him. That once he started seeing the light and denying the money, the donations that was there to blind him, the pretty face that was sent to blind him, to get him off his pivotal, to get him off, because they had a plan for him. I believe that he jumped ship. See, I don't have a problem with you, if you have time to jump ship and you have your come to Jesus moment, and you get the renewing of the mind, and you repent and you start denying the devil, all of that other stuff is washed away. I believe that's what happened with Charlie Kirk. And because he rebuked the devil, and because he had catered to the donations, and because they felt like he had sold his soul and now he want to renege, and he said, no, that ain't what I signed up for. And they said, well, yeah, if you didn't read the contract. You didn't read the contract. Either they took him out or he got out and he in hiding. Let me say that again. Either they took him out or he got out and he in hiding. Either they took him out, including his wife, this Border Patrol guy we looking at, Trump and them, a Liberty University folk, the McCoys, the decoys, her mama. See, all of them people who are Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, I'm gonna sue you. Either they took him out or Cash Patel is undercover and working against Trump. Antifa, huh? I wasn't supposed to say that. Where's Valhalla? Where's Valhalla? But I'm going to leave that alone for now. But I need for us Christians, believers in Jesus Christ, to pay attention. Because these motherfuckers here are smuggling through every place that is supposed to be protection. CPS, boys club, Christian camps, the church, Bible study, vacation Bible school. I mean, just all up and through there. Can't trust nothing. And it appears that it's hitting several different denominations. So we can't rely on the preacher to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ correctly, unaltered. So we got to get it for ourselves so that we won't be patty and left behind with the preacher saying it was all here. How did I miss it? It was all here the whole time. How did I miss it? And the folk who followed his every word, following up in the church saying, what am I supposed to do? I don't know, but don't take that mark. I don't know what to tell you. I missed it too. But don't take that mark. However they disguise it. Don't take it. You thought it was rough before. It's finna get rough now. If you couldn't handle faith and believing in Christ before, I don't know what to tell you. You gonna need it now. Because the minute you take that mark, it's a done deal. Your fate is sealed. But let me go on. Let me finish this out. It's just blowing my mind. You know, sometimes I have to stop and have a little church. Because these people here ain't playing with you. The devil ain't playing with you. He for keeps. And he in competition. He said as many as you can save, I guess, is what he's saying. Hell is as many as I can take with me to hell. I don't want to go to hell by myself. It's spiritual warfare for real. I guess he said, I'm going to have more in hell than you going to have in heaven. Y'all better wake up. Again, for you who say you don't believe in God, well, baby, if the devil believe in him, you better believe in him too. They talking about fallen angels and Greenland and buying the Antarctica and Trump trying to go all over there with our money. Trying to unmask, undo, whitewash God's word so that you won't know the truth. A lot of whitewashing, a lot of removing of the truth. A lot of altering God's word. I don't know what you think the reason is why you still up here saying, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in how he do that. How they do that. How? You believing in something you can't see. Well, you believing in Trump and you can see him and what that do for you. What that do for the family. What that do to the economy. He lying right in your face. He ain't hiding it. He telling you I'm going to erase this. There is no JFK. It's Trump Memorial. It's this. He whitewashing everything right in your face. Y'all better wake up. Let's go. Lord, I didn't know why I was led to come here today. I just ain't need my regular time. But I understand now. Sometimes you'll understand it better by and by. I understand now. I had no idea all of this was up in here. Let's go.
Looking at Zoom info, we were again able to find this sort of relic. We found that he was Deputy Chief Patrol Agent at the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security, for which we know Erika, Kirk's mother, also is involved, extensive contracts with the Department of Homeland Security. Says that he's been in Customs and Border Protection for 9 years. I'm assuming that's going to continue with the Department of Homeland Security. But again, we don't know because this has been wiped. Okay?
Wiped.
And so I started crawling through some newspapers, trying to find this person's face. Interestingly enough, we know
Thank you,
that
Peter.
he's been stationed in Tucson, Arizona. That Thomas Martin on Border Patrol at least since 1985. We know this because he was actually mentioned in a lawsuit as a young agent, a lawsuit, and the content of this lawsuit is impressive. This is an old newspaper article, again, from October 21st, 1985. It appeared in the Times-Union, and it says the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story of this guy who picked up a hitchhiker, and there a movement was born, and to begin smuggling humans across the border and hiding them into churches. I kid you not. Kid you not. It tells us that these pastors, as well as priests, were working together. Southside Presbyterian
Pastors
from October
and
21st,
priests,
1985,
different
appeared in the Times
denomination.
Union. And it says the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story of this guy who
What year
picked
was
up
this?
a hitchhiker, and they're impressive. This is an old newspaper article, again, from October 21st, 1985. It appeared in the Times
85.
Union. And it says the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story of this guy who picked up a hitchhiker, and there a movement was born, and to begin smuggling humans across the border and hiding them into churches. I kid you not. Kid you not. It tells us that these
Erika,
pastors,
Kirk's
as well
best
as
friend.
priests, were working together. Southside Presbyterian Church, 2 Roman Catholic priests, a nun, and 6 church lay workers were all going on trial in Tucson for concealing illegal aliens. And this nice mention that we get of Thomas Martin, we learn that Agent Thomas Martin of the Border Patrol was writing to his superiors. Essentially, the argument that he's making is we shouldn't invade these churches, because then it's going to become a talking point that, oh, look at the big bad, ICE agents that are invading churches, and we shouldn't do that. So I'm going to direct quote, because he testified, and he said, he wrote to his superiors, quote, "A ploy is going to be border patrol baiting in order to demonstrate to the public that the U.S. government thinks nothing of breaking down the doors of their churches to drag Jesus Christ out to be tortured and murdered." So he's saying if we do this, it's going to be, if I'm to understand this, it's going to be a talking point. So he's making the argument that we shouldn't do it, or it's going to be a talking point.
I felt dirty when I found out electric
I
toothbrushes
felt dirty
only clean
when I found out
60%
that
of
y'all
our
were
teeth.
playing with God
Then
like this. Y'all please hit the like button.
Again, where is this Thomas Martin? And I want to be clear, because you guys send tips, this is not Thomas G. Martin. If you're doing a basic search and finding another Thomas Martin who works in Border Patrol up in Buffalo, New York, his name is Thomas G. Martin. That is not the same Thomas Martin that has been in Tucson. We've obviously already investigated the obvious lead there. Please do not send us any tips about Buffalo, New York, and the other Thomas Martin. But regarding this one, please do send us tips to
Quickly.
more tips, at CandaceOwens.com, because we'd like to know, maybe somebody worked with this Thomas Martin. Again, we know that he's been living in the Tucson area for decades, at least up until 2011. I can find a record of him working with the Southern Command, and that is interesting. Lastly, I've also received a solid tip, and this is shocking, that Tracy's daughter is actually Erika's assistant. I'll put an allegedly there, because we've got to confirm that information. But the source knows these people, and remarkably, this is the shocking part, and this I don't have to put in allegedly, because I have text messages from September 11th. Tracy told friends that her daughter, possibly Erika's assistant, was supposed to be at UVU on September 10th, but Tracy had a bad feeling about it. Wait, Erika's best friend had a bad feeling about what was going to happen on September 10th? Yep. And so she stopped her daughter, Erika's assistant, from going. Tracy had a divine intuition that her daughter should not go to UVU, but she didn't share that with Erika about maybe she should have said her husband shouldn't have gone to UVU. Maybe if you would share that, if it's your best friend, maybe did Erika talk to her alleged assistant about that? Hey, maybe we shouldn't go. My mom's saying I shouldn't go because she's a bad feeling something bad's going to happen. And then something bad does happen. And it's like, thank God Tracy didn't send her daughter because she had a bad intuition. But did she share that with Erika?
Yeah, probably.
Does that sound right to you guys? Is that tracking for you guys at all? Look, I don't know what's going on, but I know that it is not what they are telling us is going on. Okay? I'll leave it at that. We will take a quick break and be back after some sponsors.
Wow, y'all, please.
All right, you guys, thanks to you, last year Preborn helped rescue over 8.
I need for y'all, few people that's in here, to hit the 3 dots at the top right corner of your device Hit those three dots up there in that corner, right up there, or double tap the face of your phone.
.com. Okay, something that I want to mention to you that I had been quietly working on to confirm the date for. I'm just going to throw this in here on that same topic. I had mentioned to you guys a while ago that on June 19th, Erika purged her Instagram of a lot of pictures, 126 posts she deleted. And I had wondered what drove that. Why would you delete 126 posts off of your Instagram page? And when I did my master timeline, I realized that this was the time when things were really heating up with...
Can y'all hear me now? Get the likes up, please. Can y'all hear me? Give me some ones. Somebody just left, so I guess y'all still can't hear me. Let me go ahead and end it there. Hello, hello, hello.
.com. Okay, something that I want to mention to you that I had been quietly working on to confirm the date for. I'm just going to throw this in here on that same topic. I had mentioned to you guys a while ago that on June 19th, Erika purged her Instagram of a lot of pictures, 126 posts she deleted. And I had wondered what drove that. Why would you delete 126 posts off of your Instagram page? And when I did my master timeline, I realized that this was the time when things were really heating up with Israel and Iran. I had mentioned that to you in the past, and I had wondered to myself if she had moved to do that after Charlie beat Bibi Netanyahu in a debate and all of his Zionist thugs at the White House, and he had convinced Trump that he should have just a limited military, limited military operation in Iran, which ended up being Operation Midnight Hammer. Well, I can now confirm that the date that Charlie went into the White House and went up like toe-to-toe with Bibi Netanyahu and his thugs who wanted more action in Iran, and he won, was on June 18th. So to make that very clear, on June 18th, Charlie goes head-to-head with the Zionists and Bibi Netanyahu, who are trying to convince Trump that there needs to be more action in Iran, that America should get behind. Obviously, Charlie's in there, so like, the base is going to hate this. Don't do that. That's a very bad idea. And Charlie wins. Tucker spoke about that. You can go find the clips of Tucker speaking about the fact that Charlie spoke up for America, really spoke up for Americans and said, don't do this. You know, you promised no wars. Keep this as a limited operation. That's June 18th. The very next day on June 19th, Erika purges her Instagram. She deletes 126 posts. I had wondered if that was the way it went.
Hey, Daria, Alicia.
Charlie pissed off Bibi, and then Erika purged her Instagram. I don't know what to make of that, but I wanted to give you guys that data point, which is from our master timeline.
Thank you.
Okay, switching gears here, not entirely. Something else that's on our master timeline is, of course, this Hamptons thing, which it was so strange. There were so many lies that came out of this. Me, also
okay, for y'all who just came in here, y'all gotta hear this.
Looking at Zoom info.
Hold on.
All of it. These two and their families are close. She's also close to Lori, and she's close. Say this is a lead. I'm going to cage this. It's a possibility that this does not pan out, but I'm putting this out here because I'd like a confirmation one way or the other. Last week, we introduced you guys to Tracy Martin. Remember, Tracy Martin is Erika's best friend for over 15 years. How close are Erika and Tracy? They've done everything together. Tracy says from Romanian Angels. Erika modeled for her clothing brands. All of it. These two and their families are close. She's also close to Lori, and she's close to Erika's stepfather's family, if pictures are telling us the right story. And I told you guys last week that I was having trouble learning anything about Tracy's husband, a man named Thomas Martin. It was unusual to me. He's got quite a build. He looks kind of military-esque
This
to
blew
me, but
my
they are
mind.
also
Hey,
involved in fitness. They
Lewis,
ran
thank you,
gyms.
Spec.
But we received this interesting tip, and I'm going to again stress that it is just a tip at this moment, but it's potentially explosive. There is a director of U.S. Border Patrol, also chief of staff of the Southern Command in Tucson, named Thomas Martin. He's been based in Tucson, Arizona since at least the 80s, when he was just an agent down at the border, and he has steadily climbed up the ladder. But this particular Thomas Martin has gone through great lengths to completely wipe his public presence. I'm going to show you what's left of the LinkedIn link. You can actually click it. You can see it says Thomas Martin, Director, U.S. Border Patrol, experience, location, Greater Tucson area. Okay, we click that. That just is disappeared. Okay. Same, looking at Zoom info, we were again able to find this sort of relic. We found that he was Deputy Chief Patrol Agent at the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security, for which we know Erika, Kirk's mother, also is involved, extensive contracts with the Department of Homeland Security. Says that he's been in Customs and Border Protection for 9 years. I'm assuming that's going to continue with the Department of Homeland Security. But again, we don't know because this has been wiped. Okay? And so I started crawling through some newspapers, trying to find this person's face. Interestingly enough, we know, like I said, he's been stationed in Tucson, Arizona. That Thomas Martin,
Arizona
on
again,
Border Patrol, at
Specs.
least since 1985. We know this
Hi,
because he was
Dash.
actually mentioned in a
Dashia.
lawsuit as a young agent, a lawsuit, and the content of this lawsuit is impressive. This is an old newspaper article, again, from October
Mind-blowing.
21st, 1985. It appeared in the Times-Union, and it says the sanctuary movement is on trial. It tells us the story of this guy who picked up a hitchhiker, and there a movement was born, and to begin smuggling humans across the border and hiding them into churches. I kid you not. Kid you not. It
Into
tells us
churches.
that these pastors, as well as priests, were working together. Southside Presbyterian Church, 2 Roman Catholic priests, a nun, and 6 church lay workers were all going on trial in Tucson for concealing illegal aliens. And this nice mention that we get of Thomas Martin, we learn that Agent Thomas Martin of the Border Patrol was writing to his superiors. Essentially, the argument that he's making is we shouldn't invade these churches, because then it's going to become a talking point that, oh, look at the big bad, ICE agents that are invading churches, and we shouldn't do that. So I'm going to direct quote, because he testified, and he said, he wrote to his superiors, quote, "A ploy is going to be Border Patrol baiting in order to demonstrate to the public that the U.S. government thinks nothing of breaking down the doors of their churches to drag Jesus Christ out to be tortured and murdered." So he's saying if we do this, it's going to be, if I'm to understand this, it's going to be a talking point. So he's making the argument that we shouldn't do it, or it's going to be a talking point. Again, where is this Thomas Martin? And I want to be clear, because you guys send tips, this is not Thomas G. Martin. If you're doing a basic search and finding another Thomas Martin who works in Border Patrol up in Buffalo, New York, his name is Thomas G. Martin. That is not the same Thomas Martin that has been in Tucson. We've obviously already investigated the obvious lead there. Please do not send us any tips about Buffalo, New York, and the other Thomas Martin. But regarding this one, please do send us tips to more tips, at CandaceOwens.com, because we'd like to know. Maybe somebody worked with this Thomas Martin.
Time
Again,
and
we
patterns.
know that he's been
Absolutely.
living in the Tucson area for decades, at least up until 2011. I can find a record of him working with the Southern Command, and that is interesting. Lastly, I've also received a solid tip, and this is shocking, that Tracy's daughter is actually Erika's assistant. I'll put an allegedly there, because we've got to confirm that information. But the source knows these people, And remarkably, this is the shocking part, and this I don't have to put in allegedly, because I have text messages from September 11th. Tracy told friends that her daughter, possibly Erika's assistant, was supposed to be at UVU on September 10th, but Tracy had a bad feeling about it. Wait, Erika's best friend had a bad feeling about what was going to happen on September 10th? Yep. And so she stopped her daughter, Erika's assistant, from going. Tracy had a divine intuition that her daughter should not go to UVU, but she didn't share that with Erika about maybe she should have said her husband shouldn't have gone to UVU. Maybe if you would share that, if it's your best friend, maybe did Erika talk to her alleged assistant about that? Hey, maybe we shouldn't go. My mom's saying I shouldn't go because she's a bad feeling something bad's going to happen. And then something bad does happen, and it's like, thank God Tracy didn't send her daughter because she had a bad intuition. But did she share that with Erika? Does that sound right to you guys? Is that tracking for you guys at all? Look, I don't know what's going on, but I know that it is not
I know.
what they are
I
telling
don't know,
us
but I
is
know
going on.
no. Ain't
Okay,
that her
I'll leave
saying?
it at that. We will take a quick break. And
We
be
don't
back
know,
after
but we
some
know
sponsors.
that this ain't right. Right? Y'all please double tap the face of y'all screen and hit those 3 dots at the top. Right. Let's just hit the 3 dots and get to the like button and hit the like button. But if you are moving and grooving and you just have your phone and listening in, just turn it around and double tap the face of it. Double tap her nose. I'll be back. I'll wait. This is cray. This is cray. Oh my God. And if y'all just not coming in, you may want to rewind it because we had a little church. We had a little church about being left behind and studying thyself to show thyself approved instead of relying on wolves in sheep clothing. You never know. We never know. Get the likes up.
All right, you guys, thanks to
it's
you,
okay
last year
to,
Preborn helped
to come
rescue
back
over
another
80,000
day.
babies, and today you can help save even more. Every single day, thousands of women hear the same devastating lie to come.
There is a platform where you can search billions of historical records, uncovering hidden stories of your ancestors.
Okay, something that I want to mention to you that I had been quietly working on to confirm the date for, I'm just going to throw this in here on that same topic. I had mentioned to you guys a while ago that on June 19th, Erika purged her Instagram of a lot of pictures, 126 posts she deleted. And I had wondered what drove that. Why would you delete 126 posts off of your Instagram page? And when I did my master timeline, I realized that this was the time when things were really heating up with Israel and Iran. I had mentioned that to you in the past, and I had wondered to myself if she had moved to do that after Charlie beat Bibi Netanyahu in a debate and all of his Zionist thugs at the White House, and he had convinced Trump that he should have just a limited military limited military operation in Iran, which ended up being Operation Midnight Hammer. Well, I can now confirm that the date that Charlie went into the White House and went up like toe-to-toe with Bibi Netanyahu and his thugs who wanted more action in Iran, and he won, was on June 18th. So to make that very clear, on June 18th...
Y'all can't hear? Am I buffing? Can y'all hear? Lewis, you can't hear? Let me check over here. Hold on.
That's the date that Charlie went to the White House and went up...
Hold on.
So Bibi Netanyahu and his thugs who wanted more action in Iran, and he...
Am My birthday, can y'all hear? Oh yeah, it's just you, cause I just can't hear. I can hear. So go out and come back in, Lewis, if you can't hear, cause I can hear myself on the TV. I love them. Specs. When I tell you, I need to see how long. I still, oh my God. It has been night and day. Not, yeah. Yeah, I love them. When I got out of, after, oh my God, I still have them on. I probably need to take them off because Miss Tom said don't wear them all day. And I'm bending my leg right now, taking them off, and you know I couldn't do that. You know I could not bend my knee. So yes, this thing right here. Oh, Janet, I don't, oh my God. On top of the all.
Charlie goes.
Hold on, y'all get the light. Can you
with
hear?
the Zionists.
I'm trying to wait on Lewis, because Lewis, let me know when you can hear. So, Janet, you wasn't here last night, but baby, you didn't get a chance to see my bruise. I showed them last night how I was healing, and the bruise went down, but the swelling went down, but the inner bruising was coming out. So that put me in a different type of pain. So I had ordered this leg brace thing from Amazon, baby. And I wore this I put I soaked in the magnesium salt. I rubbed the oil on it. And so all night up until now, I've had this on. When I first got up to use the restroom, no problem. I didn't have to bend all over, trying to balance the weight on the leg. And walking on it, I could feel just a little bit. So now I took it off. It's still a good bend. It's still a good bend if I stretch it and bring it back. I wish I could show you, but I can't. So yes, thanks for asking, Spitz. It did amazing. Now, I did sleep with both of them, but the other leg, it's not as bad as this leg. The leg with the bruising. But yeah, Janet, if you got some leg issues with that CBD oil, yes, Lord. Lewis back. Okay, y'all finna start back up. Yes. I'm gonna take them off for a couple of hours, baby, and these bad babies going back on. You hear me? You let their legs start aching again. Thanks for asking. You can hear, Lewis? Okay. Woo. Yeah, I'm sorry, child. It could have been worse. So let's go.
That the date that Charlie went into the White House and went up like toe-to-toe with Bibi Netanyahu's and his thugs who wanted more action
And
in
his
Iran,
thugs.
and he won, was on June 18th. So to make that very clear, on June 18th, Charlie goes head-to-head with the Zionists and Bibi Netanyahu, who are trying to convince Trump that there needs to be more action in Iran, that America should get behind. Obviously, Charlie's in there showing like the base is going to hate this. Don't do that. That's a very bad idea.
That's what he was telling
Charlie
him, no.
went. Tucker spoke about that. You can go find the clips of Tucker speaking about the fact
And Trump
that
hollered at him
Charlie
and told him to get out.
spoke up for America, really spoke up for Americans and said, don't do this. You promised no wars. Keep this as a limited operation. That's June 18th. The very next day on June 19th, Erika purges her Instagram. She deletes 126 posts. I had wondered if that was the way it went, that Charlie pissed off BB, and then Erika purged
And
her
Trump.
Instagram. I don't know what to make of that, but I wanted to give you guys that data point, which is
He
from our
said
master timeline.
Trump told him, screamed at him
Okay,
and told him to
switching
get out.
gears here, not entirely. Something else that's on our master timeline is, of course, this Hamptons thing, which it was so strange. There were so many lies that came out of this. Me, also credit to Max Blumenthal, broke this story that Charlie had this, as we had described it, a very heated confrontation, and he was being pushed by Zionists about his shifting support for Israel. They all came out and gave these clean, buttoned-up statements saying that wasn't true. It described it as, it was just like, tossing some ideas to him. And Charlie said, well, it was just like a spirited debate, they said. And I said, no. Max Blumenthal said no as well. That's not what went down in the Hamptons. No, they were pressing Charlie. He was stressed out by it, and things got heated. He was being yelled at. They always disputed this narrative. Well, enter into this hero, Carrie Prejean Boardr, and she's.
Did you go out and come back in?
Because it's just Catholic ganging right now. This morning, there was a Religious Liberty Commission hearing on anti-Semitism, and Seth Dillon gets up there of the Babylon Bee. He was the chief. Him and Natasha were the chiefs of pressing Charlie in the Hamptons, okay? And Seth Dillon's just supposed to be the funny guy testifying from the Babylon Bee about the rise of anti-Semitism and what are we going to do? And Carrie took it as an opportunity, since he's under oath. When you testify, you're actually under oath, to ask him about a variety of topics. First and foremost, she presses him because he was also one of the chiefs of Christ is King, is anti-Semitic, and she questions him on that perspective. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
We owe several people, Janet.
On their social media platform, would you label that an anti-Semitic if you're looking into the context of what they're saying, or if they just say it, Christ is King? Like,
it could be.
Why
You
are we
have
analyzing
to look at the context. Yeah.
But I would say that's anti-Christian if you're analyzing why I'm saying Christ is King.
No, saying the phrase Jesus Christ is not taking the Lord's name in vain unless you're doing it in a certain context, right? There's context matters.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so going back to Candace Owens, when she worked for Daily Wire, your friend Ben fired her because she said Christ is King.
And I never said that what she said was anti-Semitic.
Okay, but you're calling her an anti-Semite.
Oh, yes, because she said way worse than that.
Okay, let's move on, because everyone...
Phrase Jesus Christ is not taking the Lord's name in vain unless you're doing it in a certain context, right? There's context matters.
Yeah, so going back to Candace Owens, when she worked for Daily Wire, your friend Ben fired her because she said Christ is King.
And I never said that what she said was anti-Semitic.
Okay, but you're calling her an anti-Semite.
Oh, yes, because she said way worse than that.
Okay, let's move on, because...
Take a listen to what she had to say.
On their social media platform, would you label that an anti-Semitic if you're looking into the context of what they're saying, or if they just say it, Christ is King? Like,
it could be.
Why
You
are we
have
analyzing
to look at the context. Yeah.
But I would say that's anti-Christian if you're analyzing why I'm saying Christ is King.
No, saying the phrase Jesus Christ is not taking the Lord's name in vain unless you're doing it in a certain context, right? There's context matters.
Yeah, so going back to Candace Owens, when she worked for Daily Wire, your friend Ben fired her because she said Christ is King.
And I never said that what she said was anti-Semitic.
Okay, but you're calling her an anti-Semite.
Oh, yes, because she said way worse than that.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, Larry, Lewis, you're the only one that can't hear. I just asked everybody, so check the volume on your phone. Or have you hit the like button? Maybe it's the like button. Double tap it. I'm not sure, but I paused it just a minute ago. It's your phone. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
If they just say it, Christ is King, like,
it could
why
be.
are we analyzing
You have to look at the context. Yeah.
But I would say that's anti-Christian if you're analyzing why I'm saying Christ is King.
No, saying the phrase Jesus Christ is not taking the Lord's name in vain unless you're doing it in a certain context, right? There's context matters.
Yeah, so going back to Candace Owens, when she worked for Daily Wire, your friend Ben fired her because she said Christ is King.
And I never said that what she said was anti-Semitic.
Okay, but you're calling her an anti-Semite.
Oh, yes, because she said way worse than that.
Okay, let's move on, because everyone seems to be obsessed with Candace. My last question, why were you at the Hamptons?
Can just real
Why
quick,
were you at the Hamptons?
Do you think that anything Candace has said is anti-Semitic?
No, I don't.
Nothing. Ever.
Nothing.
That's interesting.
I mean, I listen to her daily.
You should look up
I haven't heard one thing out of her mouth that I would say is anti-Semitic.
It's just dripping off of him, like the evil, the dishonesty. He then goes on to say a bunch of things that I never, ever, ever said.
Yeah, he
of
has
course,
to
because
make
they have
her
to just
anti-Semitic.
make things up. And he's like, no, she now says outwardly what she thinks about Jews, and there's no separation between Zionists and Jews. Yes, there is. Half the time I'm attacking these Christian Zionists for the exact same reason, where they're trying to sell to us racial supremacy, which is really just Israeli supremacy. Right? And telling us that if we don't worship Israel, it's problematic. And gratefully, she gets up and she calls him on that. She's like, what do you even speak about?
Because they're not even real Jews.
And so then, as you see, she's kind of setting the groundwork for, she decides to move to the topic of the Hamptons. And here is what Seth Dillon had to say.
The Hamptons meeting was a retreat called by Charlie. It was. I don't know if many of you are familiar with this. I'll give you a little context, but there was a claim that was made that an intervention was staged with Charlie, where people pulled him into a room in a very aggressive manner, pressured and blackmailed him because they knew away from his support for Israel. That was the claim. The Hamptons retreat, but the Hamptons retreat was characterized that way. It was not like that. There were about 30 people there, handpicked and invited by Charlie personally. He brought us there. He stood at the front of the room with a microphone throughout the thing. The theme of it was Save the West. His primary focus was on the threat of Islam, the problem of Islam. There was heated and spirited debate about the issue of Israel in the room, but it was debate that Charlie himself initiated, and he wanted to hear different perspectives on it. And so we voiced a lot of our perspectives. One of the things that I disagreed with him on was he said that, if you're not sufficiently supportive of Israel, it can be really ruinous for you in a position like his.
Yeah.
If you criticize Israel at all, they'll try to denigrate you and destroy you and call you names, call you anti-Semitic, etc. And it can ruin you. And I said, yes, certainly that's true, but it can also be very costly to stand up to those people. And I gave the example of my own experience where I criticized I criticized the critics of Israel, and they tried to destroy me. And so, we can all, whine and cry about the consequences of what might happen if we say certain things, but everybody has a right to give their opinion and say what they think. So there was back and forth like that, but there were many people that came out and made statements afterwards that it was completely mischaracterized, and that was really evil what she did. To lie about a situation like that and try to portray it as though the Jews were trying to blackmail Charlie. That resulted in death threats.
She never said that.
She absolutely said that.
She didn't.
She put my face on a movie poster for I Know What You Did Last Summer, suggesting that I had a role in his murder. Like I played a role in his mischaracterized. And that was really evil. And it can ruin you. And I said, yes, certainly that's true, but it can also be very costly to stand up to those people. And I gave the example of my own experience where I criticized the critics of Israel, and they tried to destroy me. And so, we can all, whine and cry about the consequences of what might happen if we say certain things. But everybody has a right to give their opinion and say what they think. So there was back and forth like that. But there were many people that came out and made statements afterwards that it was completely mischaracterized. And that was really evil what she did, to lie about a situation like that and try to portray it as though the Jews were trying to blackmail Charlie. That resulted in death threats.
She never said that.
She absolutely said that.
She didn't.
She put my face on a movie poster for I Know What You Did Last Summer, suggesting that I had a role in his murder. Like I played a role in his murder. That's why someone tried to kill me and my family and got arrested in Texas.
That was probably staged. Thank you. So, yes, please hit the like button.
I just love Zionists. No matter what, they can be a victim. She put my name on it. She put my face on a thumbnail of I Know What You Did Last Summer. An objectively hilarious thing that I did. Go me. That is fantastic. And he wants us to think that
Now, and he made it seem like he was the only one on the damn thumbnail. She on there too. I mean, one thing is for sure about these turning point or these Zionists or whatever. I mean to tell you, they are sensitive. They Petty, Betty, Eddie. I mean, when I can't get my point, then I'm gonna say it's whoa, it's me. Look what she did to me. Me, 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 me. It's me. It's an opera. Sing it. Me, 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 me. Take it up a notch. Oh, God damn, where the real men stand up. These metrosexuals or whatever they call themselves, this is why I don't want no man that acts feminine. Where the real men stand the fuck up. But look what she did to me. She put my face on a postcard and said, I know what you did last summer. Well, hell, what did you do last summer? What did you do? That she caught you. Probably lying. Probably dressed in what is it called? When they be acting like drag. Was you in drag, girlfriend? I'm gonna talk to you the way my mama talk. Girlfriend? Are you a girlfriend?
Like that and try to portray it as though the Jews were trying to blackmail Charlie.
Oh my God.
That resulted in
said
death
that.
threats.
She never said
She
that.
absolutely said that.
She didn't.
She put my face on a movie poster for I Know What You Did Last Summer.
So because you got caught lying when she said she didn't do that, yes she did. She put my face. Now, well, you said she said this. Now you don't move the goalpost. It says she put you on a postcard. She on it too. BB Netanyahu, you not the only one, girlfriend.
Like that and try to portray it as though the Jews were trying to blackmail Charlie. That resulted in death threats.
She never said
She
that.
absolutely said that.
She didn't.
She put my face on a movie poster for I Know What You Did Last Summer, suggesting that I had a role in his murder. Like I played a role in his murder. That's why someone tried to kill me and my family and got arrested in Texas.
That was staged.
I just love Zionists. No matter what, they can be a victim. She put my name on it. She put my face on the thumbnail of I Know What You Did Last Summer. An objectively hilarious thing that I did. Go me. That is fantastic. And he wants us to think that it almost led to his murder. They're just such crimes. They mass murder children overseas and defend it and explain it away.
Right.
Zionists, that's actually what's happening. And then you put them on a little thumbnail poster, as in I Know What You Did Last Summer.
And they
that's
cry.
punny. Okay?
They hit
It
a soprano
is.
note.
And we're speaking about
He hits a soprano note. Because he made a thumbnail with two other guys. BB. But I was up front. She put me up front. I was the first guy you saw on that thumbnail. Whoa, it's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. So what this is saying is that I'm the main suspect. Because my face is out front. And everybody tried to, just really, I got all type of death threats. Baby, if that ain't the G word, that is absolutely the G word. But what about me? Looking ass. What about me? Squeaky on The Color Purple. Wasn't that her name? Oh my God. I cannot. Will the real alpha men stand up? Assume the position. Move these counterfeit fraud ass men, boy, whatever they are, girlfriend, him, shim, kims, out the way. Every last one of these Turning Point USA people that has been in contact with Candace since she moved on and her light has been shining bright and truthfully, she denounced the devil, and y'all can't handle it. Every last one of y'all. rising up against her, in competition with her. But she's shining. She's shining brighter than me. She's shining brighter than me. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Sure.
She's shining bright because she's telling the truth. Her light is shining bright because she's telling the truth. She's stuck on being truthful. You are stuck on what's in the diaper. You stuck on buzz. And that's why you dull and funky. Okay, I said it. Let's go.
They're just such crimes. They mass murder children overseas and defend it and explain it away. Zionists, that's actually what's happening. They can be a victim. She put my name on it. She put my face on the thumbnail of I Know What You Did Last Summer. An objectively hilarious thing that I did. Go me. That is fantastic. And he wants us to think that it almost led to his murder. They're just such crimes. They mass murder children overseas and defend it and explain it away. Zionists, that's actually what's happening. And then you put them on a little thumbnail poster, as in I Know What You Did Last Summer, because that's punny, okay? It is. And we're speaking about the Hamptons, and now he's like, I almost got killed. I almost died. It's so not okay. It's evil. No, what's evil is you lied. And now you're adjusting your story. Everybody go back.
Because you're getting busted in your lies.
Discussing what happened in the Hamptons. And
now you want to cry.
Correct. I never said that he was blackmailed. Charlie described what happened in the Hamptons as he was being morally blackmailed. And by the way, you can find clips of Charlie speaking about how he felt that he was being morally blackmailed over his position on Israel. Those are Charlie's words, not mine. And he felt he was being morally blackmailed because of what Seth Dillon did. So first, Seth Dillon's perspective was it was just a nice, lovely, spirited debate. Now he's changing this, and he admits that it got heated. Oh, where was that? Why couldn't acknowledge that it got heated before, Seth? When we were saying that was true and that's what happened. And by the way, they never want to touch the facts, even when they all came out, these carefully orchestrated legal type statements to be like, oh, nothing happened in the Hamptons. No one even wanted to touch the fact that Bibi Netanyahu called, which I told you happened. Everything I said was true. It got heated. Charlie was being pressed. He was so stressed about what happened in the Hamptons that it spilled over into his conversation. Told us even flinched on Israel. Now he's saying it got heated. Well, why would it get heated? Charlie's words, not mine. And he felt he was being morally blackmailed because of what Seth Dillon did. So first, Seth Dillon's perspective was it was just a nice, lovely, spirited debate. Now he's changing this, and he admits that it got heated. Oh, where was that? Why couldn't acknowledge that it got heated before, Seth? When we were saying that was true and that's what happened. And by the way, they never want to touch the facts, even when they all came out, these carefully orchestrated legal type statements to be like, oh, nothing happened in the Hamptons. No one even wanted to touch the fact that Bibi Netanyahu called, which I told you happened. Everything I said was true. It got heated. Charlie was being pressed. He was so stressed about what happened in the Hamptons that it spilled over into his conversation with Megyn Kelly. Kudos to Megyn for telling the truth about how he was feeling. Kudos to Tucker Carlson for telling the truth about how he was feeling. They were just, oh no, they told us Charlie never even flinched on Israel. Now he's saying it got heated. Well, why would it get heated? Was this a mock debate, as they tried to present it? Like, it was, why would it get heated? If Charlie's position was not shifting, why would it get heated? Can somebody explain that to me? If he just got heated about how much he loved Israel in the room. He said, I'm just so angry that people don't get how much I love it. I love it. And Seth was like, I know. Ah! And they got angry and heated because they both just loved Israel. That's what they wanted us to believe. It is obnoxious. They lie, but they feel nothing when they lie. Okay? Just like Josh Hammer, that is Seth Dillon. They all lied about what happened in the Hamptons. It was heated. Charlie was pressed. I said that factually because I had eyewitness reports of exactly what happened. And it is a fact. Bibi Netanyahu called. Erika says he didn't offer to take Turning Point to the next level. Okay, Erika. Andrew Colvett says that he did offer to take Turning Point to the next level. And now he wants to go back and not address that point again. Because everything I told you was true. Charlie said no to Bibi Netanyahu. He didn't even want Bibi Netanyahu on his radio show. He was so done with Israel. Anybody care to fact check that? Did Bibi Netanyahu reach out to go on Charlie's podcast when he was doing the podcast rounds in July or August, whenever it was? The answer is, I'm telling the truth. Okay? I am telling the truth. And the only reason they are lying about this, in my view, is because you only lie when you have something to hide. And it feels like motive. It feels like motive. They're protecting Bibi, and they're protecting this narrative because there's a motive. Otherwise, you just say, yeah, I got into an argument with him. Kind of sucked. I wish that wasn't the last time I saw him. If you were an honest person and you had nothing to hide, that's what you would say. I'd say, man, I really regret that those are my last words to him. Life is short. It was so stupid. I don't even really care about his opinion on Israel anymore, man. I just feel terrible. Nope. They all said, Candace is a liar. And now we're slowly getting the truth about what got heated, what they were discussing. Charlie feeling, as he even describes it, morally blackmailed, telling him that it's ruinous. If you say anything about Israel, it's suddenly ruinous to your career. And Seth was fired up. Not Josh Hammer, I will say. It wasn't Josh Hammer. I got all fired up in that room. It was Seth. And Seth, you just look like a liar. Just so you know that, you just like your whole presence there. If you guys go back and watch it, the way he's like stumbling over his word, he's just lying. He just is lying. And I like the nice little touch of the Babylon Bee, because now that we're getting into your true guiding theology, which is not Judaism, by the way, it makes perfect sense. You are not the funny guy at all. You are, in my view, completely unhinged, and you should feel remorse for what you put Charlie through in the end. You should have come online and had some sort of a conscience about telling the public lies about your last encounter with him, but of course you don't. That just kind of seems to be the entire Zionist narrative these days. You guys do to others and then consciously pretend you are the victims, including of a poster. Hey, Seth, I know what you did last summer, okay? We will be back after a brief break. All right, you guys, as a mother, I have learned that comfort does matter. After long days, scraped knees, busy schedules, and all of the emotions that life throws at us, sometimes what we really need is to just be cozy. And that's why I love the cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's the kind of blanket that you reach for at the end of the day when the house finally quiets down, when you're curling up on the couch, or when someone you love just needs a little extra warmth. It's soft, it's cozy, and it feels like wrapping yourself in comfort. And with Valentine's Day season here, the cuddle blanket makes the perfect gift for your significant other, your kids, your best friend, or honestly for yourself, because love isn't always roses and chocolates. Sometimes love is showing up with warmth, care, and a place to rest. And here's the best part, you can try it completely risk-free. Cozy Earth offers a 100-day sleep trial, so you have plenty of time to fall in love with it. Plus, everything is backed by a 10-year warranty, which means that they are serious about quality and comfort. Share a little extra love this February. And
I don't quite move as fast when I take that brace off as I move when I have it on. Let's be clear. I'm sorry. Come on. Okay, what did I do?
a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity /Owens. Why Are You Gay merch is now available on the website.
Wow,
if you would like to know why Emmanuel Macron is gay, you can certainly find that new merch available on the website. To support our show in general, that is what you can do. You can head to CandaceOwens.com, buy some merch.
Why are you?
And we stay independent.
Oh,
See how viral that went on TikTok. And I go a lot deeper on a lot of these topics because New Year's goal late here. We've merged our subscription tiers into one Club Candace tier for $11.99 a month.
Thank you.
Or you can do $120 for the entire year. The book club is where we go a lot deeper on a lot of these topics because we can, because we are on our website. So there you go. Top comment from the last episode, which was my Dear Erika episode. I did see how viral that went on TikTok, and I do want to thank TikTokers for being objectively hilarious in the comment section with your memes. I don't know what is wrong with TikTokers. You're very funny, but you're bad, and you're the reason Israel's taking over TikTok. I want you to know that it's your fault. Top comment from last episode regarding that episode is when they planned this, they did not plan on Candace. I don't think evil ever plans on goodness or anything that's genuine, and my relationship with Charlie was genuine. I knew who he was and who his faults were, and he was just like a kid brother, that's all I can say, who annoyed me in many ways, and I'm sure I annoyed him in many ways, but he did not deserve that ending. GN2176 writes, Candace, thank you for all that you are doing in this investigation. As I watch this story unfold, it appears that a book is being written about Charlie Kirk's trial leading up to a September 10th execution. Like St. Thomas More, I wonder if Charlie Kirk was also a man for all seasons. I did not know that there was a book that was being written. I'm not shocked about that at all. I'd be interested to learn more about who is writing that book. Jay Nichols writes, I went back to the first post after September 10th and I had forgotten the progression of this journey. Side note, where did you get your cloud shirt? Truth is, the only thing that is undeniable, I wish I knew you personally. We could be best friends, cut from the same cloth. I don't know which cloud shirt you're speaking about. Which cloud shirt? I would assume...
Have you heard about Pop-On Roofing? We need 50 homeowners in your area to trial this radically simple new roofing service.
The blue sweater. I got that in London. I actually get basically all my clothes from London. I try to buy everything once a year because they have so many cute boutiques and they just have things that I feel like are not available elsewhere. So I've been in London. Jay Nichols writes, I went back to the... Oh, I just read that. Leslie writes, I'm so grateful for you, your resolve and integrity. Thank you for continuing to give us hope that truth and goodness will prevail. I'm curious, have Charlie's parents reached out to you to validate all that you are doing to seek justice for Charlie? No, I have not, and we are still working through some of the tips. I have not received any communication from them. I will tell you that they have always been exceedingly private. Like, I have met them maybe a handful of times in the early Turning Point USA days. I know they went to a couple of events. I've never met his sister. A lot of people ask about that, whether or not their silence means something. They are obviously genuinely mourning having lost Charlie, and they have always abstained, so that is not new. Nance the Rock writes, thank you, Candace, for your amazing work. Alicia writes, I have been perplexed as to why Erika would so willingly accept the Fed slop and the trust our judicial system narrative regarding Tyler Robinson. It just hit me that, of course, she would accept the narrative as long as they were looking at anyone else and not her or TPUSA. What I will say is, anybody telling you that questioning the people around who have potentially $1 billion motive for the person not to be there is asking you to be an idiot. They're asking you to be the kind of person that looks at 6 million concurrent viewers for a halftime special that only appeared on YouTube and basically told half of the nation F you is just as big as the World Cup. Like, it's ridiculous. And it feels like that's the direction of travel, of wind lately, right? Like that is the direction of travel, that they want us to accept stupidity and to just go, oh, okay, that makes sense. And they can make anybody they want a celebrity because they have power and they have resources and they have PR team. And the next morning they wake up and they just have a bunch of people have Andrew Colvin on and say, yep, we did it. We broke a world record. We are contending, this is literal, we are contending to break a Guinness Book of World Record. That's what they're doing. If those numbers are to be believed, they're going to be in the Guinness Book of World Record. And what that says is they have no faith in us. They think we are stupid and easily manipulated.
Right,
and
they've been doing
I'm
it.
happy that we are at least disproving them of that notion. Schley Walt writes, thank you for finally calling it the Righteous Gemstones. I have been trying to tell everyone. I haven't even watched the show, but I kind of got the vibe of it. I saw something online that was posted, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's that, for sure. This person, Ani, writes, Candace, are you on Upscrolled? Please share your name. No, I'm not. I think someone made an account for me. I know that's like contending with Twitter. That is not the real, that ain't the real Candace, so that's what I'll tell you. Amy O writes, I love that there is a clip of Erika speaking to Megan that confirms your recollection of lights flickering, yet people were calling you a witch. Stay Max. P.S. Thank you for reading comments last week. I stand by saying that you are Charlie's David. Yeah, I saw them. They were trying to make that fetch. By the way, first and foremost, that's a real condition. I actually want to find it. That is a real thing that people go through, and I don't know why that should shock you. Like, there are all sorts of things, like people who can, they see colors when they hear sounds. I don't know if they consider this to be disorders or what it is. I know Kanye has that. Really, people can hear things that are not the same, and there are a ton of people. I'm going to look this up, actually. You guys wait right here. Lights flickering near you. I don't know if they call it a syndrome. It has an official name. Oh, it's called SLI. It's literally called street light interference, which is a phenomenon where people claim that causes streetlights to turn off or flicker upon approach, or also known as a medical condition of photosensitive epilepsy, seizures that are triggered by flashing and strobing and flickering lights. So I don't know what to say to you. Like Erika's telling the truth, I'm telling the truth. Like, it's just a random thing to make up, that when Charlie ran, streetlights went out. It's just real. And if you go into the comments of people on the GATE program, if you go back to our episode where we were discussing the GATE program, yeah, there's a lot of that. So that was strange. I don't know. I didn't say, I don't even know what people were trying to construe from that. It's so strange. And then people who were going, oh, you're speaking about the third eye. This is demonic. Couple of things. Yes, Charlie spoke to me about his third eye, and I have that in writing. And for those of you who are saying that that's demonic, I would like to remind you that having a conversation.
Yeah, please hit
if you
the
wanna call
like
it third
button.
eye
Help
or
me reach
pineal
my
glands,
goal.
you have
Is
like
it
people, the government that is trying
that's
to poison
ending in
your pineal
5
glands. That's a
minutes?
fact. If you look at fluoride, all that is very real. But to suggest that someone speaking to someone, by the way, I wasn't even a Catholic in 2018, so that was a weird thing they were trying to like push. I have the messages that he was speaking to me about his third eye, and my guess, it's called SLI. It's literally called street light interference, which is a phenomenon where people claim that causes streetlights to turn off or flicker upon approach, or also known as a medical condition of photosensitive epilepsy, seizures that are triggered by flashing and strobing and flickering lights. So I don't know what to say to you. Like Erika's telling the truth, I'm telling the truth. Like, that's just a random thing to make up, that when Charlie ran, streetlights went out. It's just real. And if you go into the comments of people on the GATE program, if you go back to our episode where we were
Thank
discussing
you,
the GATE
Janet.
program, yeah, there's a lot of that. So that was strange. I don't
Hit the
know.
like
I didn't
button.
say. I don't even know what people were trying to construe from that. It's so strange. And then people who were going, oh, you're speaking about the third eye. This is demonic. Couple of things. Yes, Charlie spoke to me about his third eye, and I have that in writing. And for those of you who are saying that that's demonic, I would
Thank
like
you,
to remind
Specs.
you that having a conversation, if you want to call it third eye or pineal glands, you have like people, the government that is trying to poison your pineal glands. That's a fact. If you look at fluoride, all that is very real. But to suggest that someone speaking to someone, by the way, I wasn't even a Catholic in 2018, so that was a weird thing they were trying to like push. I have the messages that he was speaking to me about his third eye, and my guess from what I discerned in the context of that conversation was that sort of a thing, which I think his coach, or I don't know who that guy was that he was working with, is what ultimately actually brought Charlie to the Christian faith. That's the context, and I can show you those messages another time, maybe tomorrow, but he had a bad experience. So there's that as well. So I wasn't entirely clear on why I'm always in trouble for telling you the truth about what Charlie told me, and which I have in writing. I don't know what anybody's getting from that anyway. Was that sort of a thing, which I think his coach, or I don't know who that guy was that he was working with, is what ultimately actually brought Charlie to the Christian faith. That's the context, and I can show you those messages another time, maybe tomorrow, but he had a bad experience. So there's that as well. So I wasn't entirely clear on why I'm always in trouble for telling you the truth about what Charlie told me.
Because the Zionists hate the truth.
I don't know what anybody's getting from that anyway. I was telling the truth. I continue to tell the truth, and no one has been able to disprove me on any notion. But I saw them trying to push that, like, oh, she's like summoning demons or something. I was like, or I'm telling you about a real life conversation that me and Charlie had in 2018. Anyway, you guys, a lot to unpack. Again, if you know anything about this particular Thomas Martin, not the Thomas G. Martin who works up in Buffalo, in New York, but the Thomas Martin that has been working with the Southern Command, please send us an email, more tips at CandaceOwens.com. It would be an interesting dot to connect if so.
And
Anyway,
we will be caught
see.
up today with Candace. And so whatever comes out, it'll be on later on tonight. But hold on. Thank you, Specs. I'm not through just yet. Oh, what is this? Let's check this out. What is this saying? Let's go. Life touch ownership in Epstein connection sparks online. Thank you. Oh my God. Hey, DJ Carnegie Vance. Y'all, that is DJ. Me, sue me. No, you sue me. From the Mo 3 sector. Hey, DJ. Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, I'm telling you, y'all go over there messing with DJ Me, sue you. He is funty and he will roast you. He's a roaster. He's a roaster. Y'all say hey to DJ Carnegie. Welcome. DJ said, hey, Auntie Fee, unblock me. Unblock me. Shout out to DJ. I would greatly appreciate it. Y'all know I love my Mo 3 sector. I had to stop and acknowledge them. We've been in this thing together for a while. We've been in this thing together for a while. So shout out to DJ Carnegie Vance. So listen, y'all, this right here. Epstein connection sparks online alarm over school data. Is it in the Epstein files? School data with pictures of these. Is it not saying nothing? Hold on. Oh, my volume on the side is down. Hold on. They giving up school info. Oh, where did it go? Dang it. And I didn't even send it to myself. Got to be more careful. Got to be more careful. Hold on, y'all. Got to be more careful. How can I get that back? Where is it? Oh.
You to stop and watch this video. If you're a parent, I need you to stop and watch this video because what I've been going through in the Epstein file should concern everyone, but especially parents. Now stick with me. If you're a parent, I need you to stop and watch this video because what I've been going through in the Epstein file should concern everyone, but especially parents. Now stick with me on this because it's important. If you have kids, or even from when you were a kid, you probably remember a company called Lifetouch. They're the company that takes school photos, and they've been around for decades. In fact, I remember them taking my school photos.
Oh Lord, not the school photos. Oh Lord, hold on.
The 80s. If you're a parent, I need you to stop and watch this video because what I've been going through in the Epstein file should concern everyone, but especially parents. Now stick with me on this because it's important. If you have kids, or even from when you were a kid, you probably remember a company called Lifetouch. They're the company that takes school photos, and they've been around for decades. In fact, I remember them taking my school photos when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, and a lot of...
Now, what does it say about that?
It's important. If you have kids, or even from when you were a kid, you probably remember a company called Lifetouch. They're the company that takes school photos, and they've been around for decades. In fact, I remember them taking my school photos.
So it says artwork by Kim Noble. Brother Tony owns some Noble artwork. So that was artwork. Artwork, okay.
When I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, and a lot of you probably remember that too. So this is a company that has been around for a while and has had routine access to American and Canadian schools for generations. Well, today, Lifetouch is owned by Shutterfly, which was acquired by a company called Apollo Global Management. That means Lifetouch and Shutterfly now sit in the same corporate structure. Now, when people hear school photos, they tend to think it's just a picture. It's not. School photo systems typically include a child's name, their school, their grade, their teacher, classroom information, parent.
Yeah, let me hold on. Sometimes they be doing too much. Sometimes they be doing way too much. So yeah, let me put that.
Parents then provide home addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and payment details. All of that information is owned by Shutterfly, which was acquired by a company called Apollo Global Management. That means LiveTouch and Shutterfly now sit in the same corporate structure. Now, when people hear school photos, they tend to think it's just a picture. It's not. School photo systems typically include a child's name, their school, their grade, their teacher, classroom information. Parents then provide home addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and payment details. All of that information is tied directly to an image of a child, your child, and stored long-term for reorders, archives, and future access. They don't ever delete the photos. Shutterfly separately holds millions of consumer uploaded family photo accounts. Those accounts include images of children, often labeled with names, dates, schools, personal details that parents upload themselves. And again, stick with me here. So what you end up with are two massive pipelines of children's images and identifying information living under one corporate umbrella. That umbrella is Apollo. Now, Apollo was co-founded by a man named Leon Black. Leon Black's financial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is documented in court records, including payments, settlements, and Epstein-related legal exposure. In 2023, Leon Black paid $62.5 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands to resolve claims connected to the Epstein investigation and child trafficking. Leon paid Jeffrey Epstein roughly $158 million over several years. Now, he denies any wrongdoing, but the settlement exists. Leon Black stepped down from Apollo because of all these allegations, accusations, etc., and a man named Mark Rowan took over as CEO. Well, wouldn't you know it, Mark Rowan also appears heavily in the Epstein files and emails, things like calendar entries, arranging meetings and breakfasts with Jeffrey across multiple years. Now, I'm not accusing of Mark Rowan of a crime. I'm not alleging wrongdoing by LifeTouch employees because I don't want to get sued, and I'm not claiming Shutterfly is misusing data. But when the former leader of a firm had documented financial ties to Epstein and the current CEO appears in Epstein scheduling records, it's reasonable to pause and ask questions, especially when that same firm controls the companies handling massive databases of children's photos and personal information of those children. This isn't abstract, y'all. This is your child's photo, your child's name, your child's school, and your home information. And at the very least, people deserve to know who controls the systems holding that data. Anyways, drop your thoughts in the comments.
Wow. That's nasty work. Absolutely. Absolutely nasty work. You can't trust nothing but any and every...
Let me talk to Amber. You're how old, honey?
9.
Any and everything pertaining to your kids.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Oh, wow. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. What say you? What say you? Do you see what I see? Ain't that a song? Way up in the sky, shepherd boy. Do you see what I see? Oh, wow. Bring out. Bingo. Bullseye. Oh, I'm saying bingo. Bullseye. I spelled D it, girl. What's wrong? Oh, we are grown women and men. Moderators handle up. If need be. Hey, y'all. Designs. They do. They use all type of things to lure kids. Oh, Janet got you out. Okay, so y'all, what we looking at here? Y'all, what we looking at? What say you? What say you? So, we know how Diddy get down. We don't fully know how Jay-Z get down, but Auntie Fee has presented y'all with the little calendar girl that Saturday in the room. Looked like a hotel room, and Diddy came up in there high-fiving everybody. Hey, well, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, Cookie Monster Gang. Yeah. And said, let's see what we got this Saturday. Now, he said, no. Before he said that, he said, you stuck it to him, or you something that it just didn't sound right. It didn't fit right. It just didn't with some minor kids, a bunch of transformers. Do y'all see this bug? Is this in the Epstein files? Lord. Once you go down the rabbit hole, everything connects itself. This picture was taken in 2006. Wow. So, like I said, 4-5 years ago, about it all being full circle. Now, Auntie Fee may not have known how big the dang circle was, because it is gigantic. I knew Jay-Z was in it, and I knew that Trump was going to be at the top. I remember saying, y'all, I don't really want to get into it right now, but y'all going to be surprised when y'all see your president at the top. Lord. Let's keep going. You said Tupac said it. Tupac said what? Let's see what it's saying. I parked that. We parked that. You was wondering what? I was wondering when you were going to bring Jay-Z. Oh, I brought Jay-Z. Listen, if you go in my archives under Auntie Fee about the facts, go back and put Jay-Z in there, you gonna see Jay-Z up in there in the Dolph with Yo Gotti. Oh, boo. I got plenty of Jay-Z. Every one of Yo Gotti hitmen, except for Big Mouth. What's his name? Quet. Because at that time, Quet was with, what's their name, Lord? The Prince people in Houston. Oh, I done tied Jay-Z to all of them with the Dolph case. Yes, ma'am, you do. I got plenty of Jay-Z. Plenty. Yeah. I mean, if you, listen, no disrespect, but if you ain't heard me bring Jay-Z with Yo Gotti in the Dolph case, you ain't you. I can go into my archives and show you pictures. Oh yeah, I done tied CMG to Diddy, Yo Gotti, with Moneybag, Black Youngster. Why the new guy? I got it when the new guy, the YTB Fat was introduced to Diddy, and Diddy didn't like him. Oh, I don't went all up and in there. Yo Gotti took YTB Fat to meet Diddy in Miami. Oh, I've been done about. I got pictures, uploads. If I stop going live and go back to uploads, I will be on. Oh, yeah, okay. Anyway, trust me, I did a whole lot better on uploads than I do on lives. Yes, I've been done brought up Jay-Z. I knew Jay-Z was involved. I got him with the cat, that the only guy before Straight Drop, Keon with Jay-Z. And he was the only person at that time that had went to jail for trying to unalive Dolph. I got him with that J9. I got, oh yeah, boo. Oh yeah. Oh, you talking about the Epsteins? Yeah, I showed what, last week or the week before, when they had that room in there with them girls up in there. Auntie Fee is the truth. Strong tea over here. I like that. Strong tea. Strong, good, hot tea. Yes. Yes. Now, I didn't put Bill Gates up in there. Yeah. None your business, 33. Yeah, that's why I got it just sitting here. It's like, what's that song? Don't look any further. Whatever he's saying, don't look any further. Y'all should be hitting the like button just because of this picture. Be like, wait, what? Auntie Fee, how you get it? How you be getting it? It's a family reunion. A family reunion. Yeah. A predator's family reunion. Again, I said it. I don't care if they black, white, male, female, left, right, left, right, left. I don't care nothing about none of that. Handicapped, not handicapped. Yeah, I don't care nothing about none of that. Gay, straight, none of that. I care about the victims. Y'all should have known something was wrong with that cat. I don't care. And and it's killing me how folk think that these devil worshipers are geniuses. That's just giving the devil too much credit to me. No fucking genius. Pissing on kids and shit. Manipulating them. Deceiving them. Luring them. Ooming them. I'm talking about his music. It all goes together. If it wasn't for the music, You wouldn't listen to him. You wouldn't have bought his music. You wouldn't have hyped him up. You wouldn't have put him on a pedestal. He wouldn't have been able to, he or she would not have been able to attract those victims. The victims are the most important. Absolutely. So I can't support none of it. Once I find out that you have done these things to these, it's just hard for me to process that. I ain't trying to put you in heaven or hell, but what I am doing is judging the fruit. And I don't want no parts of it until the roots are dug up and a good tree is planted that bears good fruit. I ain't with it. In the discussion I had yesterday about can I separate the music from the predator? No, I cannot. The fruit is bad. So why would I entertain bad fruit? No. Dig it up. Get to the root. Not root. Root. I want you to say it just like that. Get to the root of the problem. Root is just too, it's still. No, the root. Get to the root. Dig it up. Plant a new tree. And the only way you're going to plant a new tree is to get in tune with God. Surrender. Let that old tree with that bad fruit go. And get a new tree that bears good fruit. Absolutely. No good tree bears bad fruit. So yeah, I can't. I knew Jay-Z. I knew Jay-Z was dirty. Absolutely. So there's the connection here, y'all. Janet gonna tell me, y'all gonna steal my stuff and all of that. So, Auntie Fee, what did I tell you? You need to put up something over, because everybody don't have that picture yet. I need to put myself up here. Yeah, there they go, y'all. There goes those predators. Ooh, ooh, there they go. Only one missing up in here is Trump. It even got Epstein up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here. Hello. I'll use that one. What y'all think, y'all? What y'all think? What y'all think? Is that a picture or is that a picture? That's a picture right there. What's his name? Epstein, Diddy, Gates, Diddy Boardr, Jay-Z, Hillary, Bill, Bubba. There go Big Bubba. Epstein was said not to like black. I thought it was Trump that really, but I did see something. I think I got it set where what he said about black people, and then that guy that was in the wheelchair. I don't know him. I mean, I've seen him, but I don't know him. I don't know his name like that. Great minds think alike. Watermark. Yes, she got on me. I don't know how to do that. I tried to play with it for a little bit. And I called Scooter. I guess he was out. I don't know I don't know how to do that, and you know, that's why I like how you looking at them like, Hey Keith, there are people more powerful. Oh, I know it's some foreign. I know that. These guys are bottom feeders. I don't know if that. Well, you talking about Diddy and Jay Z, but they still. But see, let me tell you, you talking about their bottom feeders, but that's who they have fed to go at the to reach the black people. Folk who are stuck on music, stuck on rap, stuck on entertainment. You in the meeting, I do that all the time, Janet. I feel you. I feel you. I be like that too. And the only reason I came early is because we missed Candace last night, and I didn't know what she was talking about. Hell, I had no idea we was gonna have to go into the church. Yeah, but that's who they use. Just like they had Candace to go against the anti-blacks, to get the black people told. They have people in place to do dirty work to reach all types. Just like the Him Shim Kim that Garcia, I think was his name, that he a pardon out of jail to reach the Hispanics, and then turn around and deport them. But understand, Keith Jackson, we are on top of that. We all over. We global. We done been to Israel. We done been to Miriam, Adelson. We are fully aware. T-Sippers, will you let Keith know? I mean, because, you know, obviously he's a guest, because he don't know that we done been all over there. We done been all over there. We done been to Russia with Putin. Hell, we was in Antarctica the other day with the fallen angels. Yeah, our blinders are off, precious. Yeah, our blinders are off. They're in good company, because Auntie Fee gonna bring it to them. We have been around the world. Yeah. Been around the world, and we done been around the world. We done been in frozen ice. Yeah, we done went to where people don't live. Yeah, we done been there. Okay, y'all, let me see what else I got. I just wanted us to be able to... We ain't new to it. We true to it. Yeah, we ain't new to it. We true to it. We may not be big, but we are mighty with the facts. Hello. One day we are gonna be recognized properly, baby, cause look at here. We done unmasked Epstein over there in Israel. We done yanked his glasses off his face before other people yanked them off. We did it first, not first. We did it first. Oh yeah, we done a whole bunch of firsts together, baby. And they just took it and ran with it. So let's see what else I got before we go. Since I'm here, oh, let me hear what they were saying. I didn't hear what they were saying. Absolutely. Oh, okay. We get it way ahead, don't we? Yes, design, baby. We be ooh we. Sometimes we be too far ahead. We be too far ahead. I ain't gonna stop now. Y'all get the lights up. Hell, it's getting good.
This is a Friday job. Hello. There they go. Oh, man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. It's caught on video now.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me look at.
Yeah, pudding boy. This is a Friday job. Hello. Catherine, there they go. Oh, man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. It's caught on video now. Mike, you were going home for dinner, right? Yeah. Just checking.
That's not at the Epstein property though.
Pudding boy. This is a Friday job. Hello.
Hold on. Oh, Lord. United Nations chief and founder of the UNICEF was arrested for child ape charges in Nepal.
Real quick, you said that you do not support at all Ghislaine Maxwell getting any clemency for her testimony. But why is it important for her to be held accountable?
Well, because according to the files that we all saw, she was engaged in the trafficking and also rape of young women and potentially children. I don't think that she deserves any special treatment. She's a monster.
And are you able to see the DOJ unredacted versions?
I'm going to be going tomorrow. There's I think every member of oversight has gone through so far, or is going to be going through so far.
If you have elderly people, 60, 70 years old, completely healthy and fit, they get a colonoscopy. 3 days later, they are dead because they poke a hole in the colon, the bacteria goes in, they're dead. Women go to a mammography, they find something, then medical profession goes into with a needle biopsy and pokes into something that's there to save your life.
And spread it.
Is there to save your life. The body builds a bag to put all the toxins in.
Are y'all hearing that? The tumor is there to save you. When they poke it, when they cut it, when they go into it, it causes the bacteria, the parasites. Let me say it the right way. It causes the parasites to come out, to leak out, poison your bloodstream. Let me say it the right way.
Bacteria goes in there, dead. Women go to a mammography, they find something, then medical profession goes into with a needle biopsy and pokes into something that's there to save your life. A tumor is there to save your life. The body builds a bag to put all the toxins in that are in your body that are trying to kill you and stores them in your lymph nodes. So now they come and poke into the lymph node, and what will happen is they now spread the poison that the body is collecting for 10, 20 years in the entire body, and 12 days later, these women are dead. Also, a mammography, 50 pounds of pressure on a woman's breast. Imagine you have a lymph node, a pimple that's ready to burst. Yeah. So now you put 50 pounds of pressure on it, you burst it. You give the patient the cancer.
Makes sense, y'all?
If you have elderly people, 60, 70 years.
Epstein file suggests Joe Biden was shot in 2019, and then Biden He's an actor. This is what they say in the Epstein files. Epstein files suggest that Joe Biden was shot in 2019 and the Biden who was president in 2020, 2024 was an actor.
We are now getting the first images of a potential person of interest in Nancy Guthrie's case. Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her Arizona home on February 1st, and we are now getting these photos and videos. The video I'm about to play you is from a Nest camera on Nancy's front door. We are now getting the first images of a potential person of interest in Nancy Guthrie's case. Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her Arizona home on February 1st, and we are now getting these photos and videos. The video I'm about to play you is from a Nest camera on Nancy's front door. It does look like this person has a holstered weapon, and if you guys do remember, previously they reported that Nancy's blood was found on the front stoop. The picture shows the person with a flashlight in their mouth. The person is wearing a backpack. It appears the person is tampering with the camera on the morning of Nancy's disappearance. The photo, you see the man has a prominent mustache. In the photo above, it appears he has dark facial hair both above and below his lips. It appears he has a goatee, although it could be a full beard. We are now getting the first images of a potential person of interest in Nancy Guthrie's case. Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her Arizona home on February 1st, and we are now getting these photos and videos. The video I'm about to play you is from a Nest camera on Nancy's front door. I think it's all staged and they playing it in our face, and I still think Trump is involved. I think he need money. And because they said they needed some evidence. It does look like this person has a holstered weapon. Yeah, and if you guys do remember, previously they reported that Nancy's blood was found on the front stoop. It shows the person with a flashlight in their mouth. The person is wearing a backpack. It appears the person is tampering with the camera on the morning of Nancy's disappearance. The photo you see. I still think it's about money.
The biggest victim of all may have been Michael Jackson
Absolutely.
himself. Following 5 months of investigation and interviewing 50 people associated with the case, GQ senior writer Mary A. Fisher answers the question, did Michael do it?
No.
Her response, a resounding no.
In fact, he was framed in that he himself was the victim. And of a careful
because he was trying to protect the kids.
Fisher claims that Evan Chandler, whose son alleges the abuse, gathered the molestation stories from the boy during a highly irregular session while using a drug which often creates false memories.
It was only after he was given this drug in Mr. Chandler's office, dental office, that he came out with the allegations against Michael Jackson. Before that, he had said nothing wrong had ever happened.
GQ reports that Jackson's image was severely damaged by lurid tales told by the singer's former employees. Fisher states that during paid tabloid newspaper and television appearances, these people alleged sexual misconduct. While under oath, they dropped the charges.
They acknowledged that they had never seen Michael Jackson do anything wrong with anybody.
That the biggest victim of all may have been Michael Jackson himself. Following 5 months of investigation and interviewing 50 people associated with the case, GQ senior writer Mary A. Fisher answers the question, did Michael do it?
They said that he Neverland was that the kids would never have to go through that again.
It's 2026. The United Kingdom is the center of satanic pedophilia. And the United Kingdom, the city of London, is the center of dirty money based on trafficking in women and children and on trafficking in drugs and on everything else. London is the center of evil at one level. There are at least 25 people in the United Kingdom, including the prime ministers, the last 2 or 3, that should be prosecuted and should be investigated for being satanic pedophiles. These are bipartisan traitors, okay? Cheney, Romney, the Clintons, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, Maxine Waters. These people are all, in my judgment, filth. They are traitors. Our American counterintelligence community is castrated by design. Not only has it not been going after traitors and pedophiles and white-collar criminals, it hasn't been going after people in the health industry that have basically been making the whole society sick for profit. The United Kingdom is the center of satanic pedophilia. And the United Kingdom, the city of London, is the center of dirty money based on trafficking in women and children and on trafficking in drugs and on everything else. London is the center of evil at one level. There are at least 25 people in the United Kingdom, including the prime ministers, the last 2 or 3, that should be prosecuted and should be investigated for being satanic pedophiles. These are bipartisan traitors, okay? Cheney, Romney, the Clintons, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, Maxine Waters. These people are all, in my judgment, filth. They are traitors. Our American counterintelligence community is castrated by design. Not only has it not been going after traitors and pedophiles and white-collar criminals, it hasn't been going after people in the health industry that have basically been making the whole society sick.
On purpose.
The United Kingdom is the center
on
of
purpose. Making folks sick on purpose for manage. Oh, no, this picture don't look like Epstein. For managed healthcare. Y'all please hit the like button. Double tap. Hit those 3 dots at the top corner right. No, he helped. And he was going to take them out to Neverland. Yes. So that they would never have to go. Never have to be exploited. Never, all of that. Never. It's a part of Neverland. Mick Jagger is in the... And he came out one day. Of the victims was 9 years old. They came across a 9-year-old in the unredacted yesterday. Trump, Jeff Sessions are busted by Grant. They blocked knowing. Tony Blair, Prime Minister, was in the files. I remember 2018, Biden was in the Everglades in Florida hunting alligators, and the next thing I know, he was running for president. Yeah, I ran across the human hunting as well. They were big on that. I think, not Dick Cheney, they say was big on human hunting. Now this one, something about his nose. I know that's the same guys, but him walking this way, I ain't digging his nose. He look like something ain't right with his nose. But let's keep going. Oh, I guess it's Dang, I need to go back to this picture right here in the background. Hold on. Is that Epstein? Faked his death. Yeah, he faked his death.
Did y'all know if you take a stick of
Epstein victims were allegedly aged by President Bush and witnessed a baby being this. Yeah, Bush up in there too. Monday says that if we prosecute everyone in the Epstein files, the whole system would collapse. Well, let it collapse, baby. Let it fall where it may. She said, hold on, let me take it down. If they prosecute everyone in the Epstein files, the whole system will collapse. Well, let it fall. So what's your point? What's the point? Let it fall. Rebuild. I mean, you said that to say what? Child, please. We don't care nothing about that. You worried about the wrong thing. Yeah. Rebuild. Y'all trying to rebuild the new Gaza? So what that mean? So you say continue to allow them to violate kids, steal, kill, and destroy. You worried about the wrong thing. I thought that's what you vowed to be, to represent the people. Latest emails from Epstein files reveals Bill Gates, Epstein, and Barry Josephson discuss how to get rid of poor people with RNA COVID vaccine. How to get rid of poor people. Well, will you look at that? In my Ronnie BFS voice. Well, will you look at that? My. My, look at these clowns. They've been plotting all along. My. Yeah, get rid of all of them. Let's start over. Let's start over. That's a song too. Lord, this song's all up in there. Let's start over. Let's start over.
If you're going to be Jack the Ripper, if you're going to be a murderer, if you're going to be a pedophile, if you're going to be Jack the Ripper, if you're going to be a murderer, it's not a good idea. That I'm not. That's how we were raised. And I didn't sleep in the bed with the child. Even if I did, it's okay. I slept on the floor. I gave the bed to the child. I didn't say I slept in the bed. Even if I did sleep in the bed, it's okay. I am not going to do anything sexual to a child. That's not where my heart is. I would slit my wrist first. I would never do anything like that. That's not Michael Jackson, I'm sorry. That's someone else. It's people with a dirty mind that think like that. I don't think that way. That's not me. Are you a pedophile? Press is so hard on me here, and I try to do so good. I go to the hospital, I give presents to the children. As soon as I leave, the next day they go wacko jacko, left the hospital, and he ignored
They set him up because he was trying to protect the kids.
against me. It's so unfair, and I'm very upset about it, you know. If you're going to be a pedophile, if you're going to be Jack the Ripper, if you're going to be a murderer.
Because he wanted to protect the kid. Oh, Lord. Oh, wow. This is in the Epstein files? I don't know if I can show this, y'all. It says some stories don't disappear. Oh, wow. They get buried. Oh, wow. I don't know what they did, but it seemed like she's spazzing, or she's having a seizure, or they done gave her something. I don't know. In her eye, if y'all can see her eye, it looked like it's bruised. This is him cooking finger stew. He cooking finger stew. Y'all see that finger stew? Kidnapped 2 kids, a little boy. Yeah, did y'all see that finger stew? Get the likes up. And then yesterday we saw that he got that some type of acid.
Have you ever
where
had a personal relationship with Donald Trump? Have you socialized with him? Yes. Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of
hit the like button, y'all.
under the age of 18?
What we doing?
Well, I'd like to answer that question, at least today.
Y'all, come on. Hit the like button.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump? Have you socialized with him? Yes. Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18? Well, I'd like to answer that question, at least today. I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights. Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump? Have you socialized with him? Yes. Yes. Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18? Well, I'd like to answer that question, at least today. I'm going to have to assert my 5th.
Oh, God. What does that mean? This is from June 6, 2011, from Tom Pritzker of the billionaire Pritzker family, one of the richest families in the world, to Jeffrey Epstein. I am in a remote valley of Afghanistan, and then in parentheses, it's my birthday wish. With boys with toys. I don't want to believe that that means what I think it means, but we all know, it's been well documented in this studio by our friends who are Tier 1 operators in Afghanistan, what goes on in Afghanistan as it relates to young boys. Oh, dude. These people are just saying it on email.
Thank you, Larry.
Oh, God. What does that mean? This is from June 6, 2011, from Tom Pritzker of the billionaire
Hi,
Pritzker
Lola.
family, one of the richest families
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
finna
world,
have to go
Jeffrey
members
Epstein.
only since y'all
I'm
not
in a
hitting the
remote
like
valley
button.
of Afghanistan, and then in parentheses, it's my birthday wish. With boys with toys.
Y'all, I need for y'all to hit the 3 dots at the top. I've been on here over 3 hours. It makes no sense. The tea is hot. The tea is good. What is the problem? Tracy, did you hit the like button? I had a whole goal up there. No one other than the same people that, except Larry. Thank you, Larry. You sent me a bronze medal. Tracy, did you hit the like button? My likes did not go up. Oh, wow. What is the name of the family? One thing is for sure. The tea is hot, baby. The tea is hot.
I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described your first encounter with him, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again.
My wife and I decided that I
They
would
busted. They want him
be
out.
in the room with that disgusting
They finna
person
make
ever
so the example that they trying to make out of Bill Clinton, he ain't in office no more. He, he done, yeah. Oh, they finna do to Lugnet. Cause he tried to be a deflection, thinking that the Epstein files wasn't ever coming out. And he would never get busted. And the Epstein files are out. And it exposed more than he thought it was going. So they finna make the same example that they trying to make out of Clinton out of Lugnet.
So I was never in the room with him socially for business.
Your first encounter with him, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again.
My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially for business or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going.
Lies you tell.
Gross.
Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island.
I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described your first encounter with him, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again.
My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never.
See how they lie when they think they never gonna get caught?
Business.
You just lie. You should. Oh, I know you lying to me. I know you lying to me. Oh, he got a bro. I thought he didn't like black people. I thought he didn't like black people. Y'all get the likes up. I was finna take it down and let y'all see it. And then I thought about Janet and Specs saying, Get the likes. I thought he didn't like black people. I know now one of them bodyguards are black. I know the devil is a lie. Lord, now. Get the likes up. I'll wait. I know you lying to me. Oh, I need to put the heat on it. I know you lying to me. I know the devil is a lie, but baby, like that, he don't want to have a drink, and one of them guards is black. What? What? Oh my God. Oh Lord, I thank you. I thank you. Lord, I thank you. I think I'm on my way to being healed. Lord, 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 I thank you. Some of that pressure, a lot of that pressure is gone. Y'all see this? I'm trying to bring y'all up to speed, but I don't know why y'all want to play with me. And I ain't finna act a fool with you. I ain't gonna talk to you all crazy. Oh, I need the ice today. I ain't gonna do none of that. Oh, it done fell down. Oh, it fell down, I guess, when I... Oh, okay. So let's go. I need to take it off so that they can't rewind it when I take it down. Did my lights go up? Heck no. What y'all say when I walked away? Candace, what they say? Hey, Revested. Where we at, y'all? Where we at? Get the likes up. I ain't playing with y'all. Hello. Hello. What I missed? Let's get some ice. Thank you for the bronze medal. Hey, Taryn. I hope y'all hit the like button coming in. I hit, auntie. I just got off. Okay. Gregory, thank you. I'm trying to read what I missed, y'all. I had to go, Jeff Sessions. I can't catch it all. Tracy. Fannie Wilson. Out. The words are going to come. John H. Did I go back far enough? Okay. Yeah, the likes. Okay. I know he ain't got no brother standing behind him. Is that a brother? I think I need to send that to myself, huh? Another sighting. Because guess what? Them are two different guys. The other ones look like the Tate brothers. He's saying, I'll drink to that. Is he saying I'll drink to that? That's just a whole nother sighting. Because those are not the same guys that are standing behind him. Those are different bodyguards. No, one of them is, but that black guy sure is not. Right? Right, T-Sippers? Well, there we go. That's a whole different sighting of Jeffrey Epstein out having a drink with two guys. One of them is one of the same guys that we saw, and then they have a tall black guy. I'm trying to see him. He kind of favored that guy that Kamori Lee. I can't think of he from Africa. Give me free him. He kind of look like him. Can I make that bigger? Let me see if I get up on it. Get down on it. Y'all know who I'm talking about? The guy chemo eat something. I move something. But he was Komora. He was in that African movie. Nah, that ain't him. Y'all, who is that? Bodyguarding. Jeffrey Epstein. Well, will you look at that? And that guy is the same guy. But he got him one of the darker browns in the 50 Shades of Brown. I think he looks like Seymour Hoffman. You think who look like Seymour Hoffman? They just said he ain't like black people. Well, he trusts them. Yeah, he trusts them. Wow, that's interesting, y'all. Ooh, girl, let me make it smaller. Baby, when I say the tea is hot, let's see what else I can pull up real quick, huh? Yeah, I'm finna. Yeah, this one should have been a members only. But I didn't know I was gonna come up on the tea like that. Can y'all hear me? Somebody said they can't hear me. Specs, can you hear me now?
You do know that reptilians and Draco, the blood sacrifices, the whole Luciferian thing, the kids being killed and eaten. I mean, that humans have been eaten and taken off planet, et cetera, and used for slaves in other colonies, etc.
I hate to say that, but that's far worse than what you've just said.
It's far worse.
Yes, far worse.
Far worse, yeah.
And that the whole blood situation is it's unbelievable, and
right.
I don't know how we say that to the public. I don't know how. Wait a minute, just a second. On that part of this whole subject, to me, if we get into that, and I know
Tracy, what you saying?
Okay,
all right.
Far more than
Jamie.
You know.
Sure,
right?
I'm sure.
When we get into that, if we release it, 70-80% of everybody that listens to your program is
You're welcome.
Say, you're smoking pot. I don't believe that, and I don't believe anything people talk
Gregory.
about on extraterrestrial. And it's going to kill what disclosure is trying to do. That's my opinion.
You know the pedophilia is starting to be exposed everywhere.
Y'all help me reach my
that much is coming.
third, fourth hour goal.
But you know the part that I don't want to talk about.
I hear you.
Okay,
but you do know that reptilians and Draco, the blood sacrifices.
A place people can no longer be called human. Do you understand? No one could ever fully grasp what I've seen or the pain I've endured. Compared to them, Satan feels almost gentle. If Diddy gave me nightmares, then everything that happened on that island is a curse carved deep into my soul, one that keeps wearing down my sanity. Every night when darkness falls, images of those children replay over and over in my mind. I feel sympathy for them, but I'm also terrified of them. Terrified that I might end up just like them, passed around, reduced to something to be served on a plate. I've prayed countless times for a miracle. I've tried every possible way to expose what was happening, but in the end, all I received was even more humiliation. Everyone said I was crazy, but I wasn't. They were the ones who were crazy. Now, I can finally speak about these things, but I don't know how much I'm really allowed to say. Just like that Mexican model screaming in the streets, I don't want to disappear silently one night. I'm not young anymore.
Oh,
my
wow.
strength is gone. My courage has faded. All I want now is to stay with my family and watch my baby grow up healthy and strong. A place people can no longer be called human. Do you understand? No one could ever fully grasp what I've seen or the pain I've endured. Compared to them, Satan feels almost gentle. If Diddy gave me nightmares, then everything that happened on that island is a curse carved deep into my soul, one that keeps wearing down my sanity. Every night when darkness falls, images of those children replay over and over in my mind. I feel sympathy for them, but I'm also terrified of them. Terrified that I might end up just like them, passed around, reduced to something to be served on a plate. I've prayed countless times for a miracle. I've tried every possible way to expose what was happening, but in the end, all I received was even more humiliation. Everyone said I was crazy, but I wasn't. They were the ones who were crazy. Now, I can finally speak about these things, but I don't know how much I'm really allowed to say. Just like that Mexican model screaming in the streets, I don't want to disappear silently one night. I'm not young anymore. My strength is gone. My courage has faded. All I want now is to stay with my family and watch my baby grow up healthy and strong. A place people can no longer be called human. Do you understand? No one could ever fully grasp what I've seen or the pain I've endured. Compared to them, Satan feels almost gentle. If
Who is that guy?
then a place people can no longer be called.
Oh, wow, y'all. Justin Bieber. He was a kid. And let's be clear. Let's be clear. Usher offered him up to Diddy. Bye, Roy. Good night. Well, good day. Where are you at, Roy? When you saying good night, where are you at? Thank you for Reva Stewart for the bronze medal. I was reading scripture and asking God, teach me. Is the chosen one. And the witness you, Jesus, are separate people. He said you separate from the wheat and tares. Separate from the wheat and tares. That's in the Bible. Y'all saw Beaver's giving heartbreaking statement amid the Epstein files release. Beaver.
Human. Do you understand? No one could ever fully grasp what I've seen or the pain I've endured. Compared to them, Satan feels.
Who is that? Who is that guy?
I've seen or the pain I've endured. Compared to them.
Who is that? Who is he? Do anybody know who that is? Oh, let me go back, Lord.
If you are
Dang
a parent,
it.
I need you to stop and watch this video.
And I did
Because what
not
I've been
send
going
it
through in
to
the Epstein file should concern
myself.
everyone, but especially parents. Now stick with me on this because it's important.
Dang it.
Even from when you were a kid, you probably remember a company called Lifetouch. They're the company that takes school photos, and they've been around for
Hold on, let me see
school photos
if I can get it, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Got to be more careful.
If you are a parent, I need you to...
How did I get that? Why did I
Here
not?
are some brands that were found in the...
Oh, yeah, that was him, too. But that looked like that was an old picture. Yeah, I don't know when he was there. That looked like that's an old picture because he got long. Y'all, why did I do that? I don't know where that's at. Oh, wow. Oh, that's that model girl. Baby, when I tell you Epstein is released, well, I don't know. Dang it. I should have sent that to myself, and I didn't. Yeah, it's a lot going on over here. I'm trying to find that and send it to myself. How long ago was this? They're saying Blige was arrested. I'm trying to get back to where I was. They're saying the BBC admits HIV fragments was added to the COVID mRNA vaccine. Yeah, I was trying to get back to where I was when I... Oh, wow. Got to be more careful. Got to be more careful. It's just so much is coming to myself. What is this? So he had a secret tunnel. Dang it, I'm ready to get off here so I can go back and find it. He had a secret tunnel. Y'all. You tried to warn us, Candace. He have a secret tunnel. Well, I told y'all he was a snitch. Now they got the police records from when he called in on. It's in the Epstein files. Where he called in, where Trump called in on Epstein. It's in the Epstein files. Oh my God. I told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all? Ulta Beauty. Okay. Didn't I tell y'all? I can't make it big at all. They got it in the Epstein file. It was an interview of Donald Trump. Let me move in. October 18, 2019, page 4 of 4. Can y'all see that? I don't know why it's jumping. It ain't on none. Can y'all see that? New Epstein. Why is it jumping? Hit the like button. New Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil and focus and to focus on her. What? I don't know why it's jumping. Is it this fan? Why is it jumping, y'all? Hold on. This too good. Hold on. How much is it? Is it green? Hold on. Let's get closer. I don't know why it's jumping. I don't know why it's jumping. God, dog. Because it ain't moving. He said to focus. She is evil. And to focus on her. Trump told somebody's name that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns. Was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that could make it happen, but you didn't want to know how. I did not tell y'all a long time ago that Trump snitched on Epstein when Epstein was about to expose him for laundering. Y'all remember Auntie Fee told y'all that, right? Now, why all of a sudden this thing starts blinking? I'm not on nothing. Are you on something back here? No. And he snitched on her. He snitched on her. And when do she know that? And then when the heat was finna be on him, he went in there and moved her. But he snitched on her and said, focus on her. Always blaming somebody, ain't he? Usher sold them to Diddy. I'm just not seeing this. Yeah, Usher sold. So, and what the hell are divers? Wade, I don't know them. I am 52. I can pass them. I don't know what you're talking about. Uh, uh, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Tracy. Yeah, this is deep to me. Candace, what you bring? I don't know why this is blinking, y'all. It ain't on nothing. Do you hear me? It isn't on anything. I'm not pushing nothing. But baby, all of a sudden I started going deep off into this stuff. Okay, so you stop blinking. Have you stopped blinking? Okay, so let me get back to the letter. I had it too big, I guess. I guess I had it too big. Let me see. Can y'all see that? Well, there it go. I told y'all he snitched. Didn't I tell y'all that? At the bottom it says, in the end, when Epstein had turned himself in to plea for the misdemeanor, was not notified and found out from the news. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein operative. She is evil. I can't get it to... I got it too big then. She is evil at the top and focus on her. And that was breaking. Breaking news. Unsealed documents reveal Donald Trump was one of the first to call Palm Beach police. It says in 2006 when Jeffrey Epstein investigation went public, telling the chief, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. He singled out Ghislaine Maxwell as Epstein's evil operative and urged police to focus on her, but he moved her. Y'all, please hit the like button. Trump reportedly said he once walked out when teens showed up around Epstein and had already banned him from Mar-a-Lago years earlier. Trump, reportedly said he once walked out when teens showed up around Epstein and had already banned him from Mar-a-Lago earlier. The narrative that Trump was deeply entangled just got nooked. This from a 2019 FBI interview with ex-police chief Michael Ritter, a reader, is now public via Department of Justice release. Democrat smears, crumbling, release the full file. Let's see who else stays silent. So they got FBI interview with the ex-police chief. Wow. Wow. Y'all, what we think about that? Big Pharma buried this study on baking soda. This is why they are doing it. I got me a bag of baking soda, baby. On it, accurate. Okay. Epstein file reveals that Jeffrey Epstein actually is Satoshi. Epstein files reveal. Oh, battery very low. Oh Lord, I done came out the battery trying to. Hold on, it's very low. Y'all, come on, get the lights up. Y'all play too dang much. Oh, y'all making my. No, I ain't finna lie. I ain't finna, y'all ain't making me feel nothing. I'm just gonna shut it down. Baby, my tea is good. What she say earlier, and strong. Epstein file reveals that Jeffrey Epstein actually is Satoshi, the creator of Bitcoin. Oh, so he have another alias, and he created the Bitcoin. Pushing that with Trump. See, so because he's a part of building the New World Order. That's why they had to let his ass out of jail, because he still had work to do. Said he's still working. So if he's still doing that type stuff, that means that he is still playing with them kids. So that makes sense. So he's behind whoever these people are with the Bitcoin. Project Bitcoin. In the Epstein files. Oh, I know Trump didn't want this unsealed. I know he didn't want this out. I know good and damn well he didn't want this out. Project Bitcoin funding and white paper. What is white paper? From Epstein to Ghislaine. Okay, so the Satoshi pseudonym is working perfectly. Our little digital gold mine is ready for the world. Funding secure. Wow. Are y'all still here? And my likes didn't go up. Yeah, they was trying to protect more than bodies. Jared, direct witness in the Mueller trial. Now he's working on building the temple in Jerusalem to sign the peace treaty October 9, 2025. Yeah, they trying to build a new world order. And they trying to build more brothel resorts for the rich. They want to get rid of mid and low class. They want to steal, kill, and destroy. Keep them rich and everybody poor. I know he didn't want this out. I know he didn't. I know he didn't. Your ass is in trouble. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Email more tips at.
I know baby, your ass is in trouble. Oh, here come the suspicious calls. Here come the suspicious call, y'all. We done went too deep. We in too deep. I'm getting suspicious calls. We getting suspicious calls, y'all. Eyes Wide Shut, The Conspiracy, and Get Out. What are they trying to say? Is there volumes to this? Eyes Wide Shut, The Conspiracy, and Get Out. The Da Vinci Code, The Ninth Gate, The Skull. It says recent news about the Epstein files has been stuck in my mind. It makes me think about these secret societies. Oh, okay. JFK, Ready or Not, Spectre, 007, Fight Club. That's what the Fight Club was. Sasha. I mean Riley. If you can pin her down, you can have her. Have him. I'm sorry. His daddy was in fight clubs. National Treasure. Inferno. Okay, y'all. Former Pfizer Vice President Dr. Mike Yeadon. There was no pandemic. They lied so that they could inject 5.5 billion people with a intentional dangerous substance which has killed more than 17 million. In a video, Dr. who served vice president at Pfizer for 16 years claimed that there was no pandemic. Instead, flawed data was used based upon inappropriate mass ventilation, sedation given in care homes, denying people antibiotics and bacteria pneumonia. Intentional. Goes on to reveal that it is impossible to develop a vaccine in such a short time. I believe that. The mRNA shots were instead created many years before the COVID-19 was even released, making the pandemic a planned event. Yeadon claimed whatever was injected into people was an intentional harmful substance to harm and reduce human fertility to lower the global population. Regret taking the jab? Oh, yeah. Life Touch. The Epstein link power broker behind the databases holding millions of people. Pictures of your kids. Oh, yeah, we saw that earlier. We saw that. Disney and JP Morgan CEO announced retirement. Epstein document release. Now they retiring. Now they retired. You just got one? Specs, why did you do that? As much as I've been trying to... What? As much as I've been trying to tell you that it was spiked with harmful stuff, why would you get it? I've been telling folk how to detox it and everything. They even talked about injecting the three letters that start with A and N, well, the four letters that start with A and N with S in that cocktail. You need to detox that, baby. As much as you be on here, I'm confused. I hope you playing with me. I hope you playing with me. I hope you playing with me. He moved to keep her quiet. Who moved to keep her quiet? What are y'all talking about? He moved to keep who quiet? Y'all see? Okay, so Bob and Jamie are stepping down. Disney, Walt Disney. Everybody leaving except Trump. Epstein client list was made public. The timing has fueled intense public speculation and conspiracy theories online. Oh, Spec, baby, I hope you lying. I hope you playing with me to get a reaction. I hope you are. I'm ready to go now. The retirement marked the end of an era of two of American business giants. The public will now watch closely who steps into these positions of immense influence. Guard claims Epstein was removed from prison alive. Yeah, we know that. As we done seen him in Israel. Y'all do y'all research. Has been shown to remove excessive fluoride from your body, a chemical found in the water and toothpaste, accumulating the bones and kidneys is part. Highway. Do not come in here trying to get, yeah. You was talking about a phone call? Oh, I thought you were saying you got that cocktail. People are saying that the Epstein files are a sign of the end of time. I can let me read that later. Okay, y'all, I had some stuff, but I'm gonna have to schedule another one. Breaking the U.S. dollar recall is coming to Washington. Just confirmed plans to replace the traditional U.S. dollar with a brand new digital version. Yeah, we just found out Epstein is behind the scene. What's his name? Latashi? That's Epstein. Him and Ghislaine Maxwell. Sounds like it was her idea. He said it's working perfect. They plan was the US I'm not okay. Ooh, you had me worried for a moment. I was saying ooh wee. He gonna have to detox that shit up out of him. It says the doctor tells black women what to say so their pain is taken seriously. A medical thread that shouldn't have existed does. I don't know why it's no volume. Black and brown patients shouldn't have to prove their pain, but since we do, they say this, not that. If you want your pain to be taken seriously, black and brown, I have a high pain tolerance. This pain is limiting my ability to walk, sleep, or work. See, it ain't even cool that we have to do this because all of that that's why I did not want to go to the hospital. Well, I needed to, so I acknowledge that. It was bad enough that I should have went, but it was ice and stuff on the road, and it was just crazy. But I thought about, what are they gonna inject in me? I ain't never had IV. I just ain't never had it, and now I know that they are playing with people's lives. It's like, and I don't want to. I ain't even take no aspirin. In my daily vitamins, nutrients, and stuff, I have a bear in there. But it was a few days that I couldn't even get up and put no pressure on it. So for a few days, I ain't even have bear. I ain't even have a bear, but any type of ibuprofen, where I would have taken 4 of them, 800, make it an 800 milligram. I do none of that. I ain't do no muscle relaxer, I ain't do none of that. Cause right now I just don't know what. Hey, Mrs. Tom, it's just blowing my mind. So now it's saying that you have to tell them I've been having this pain for some time. This pain is X out of 10 and has been persistent for X amount of time despite these XYZ's treatment. I don't know. Oh my God, time and bad, girl. Oh, I'm downhill now. That copper thing made wonders. I took it off because I didn't want to hear you saying you still got it on. I told you not to have that thing on for 24 hours, but sleeping in it and waking up in it. Oh, this. So now I got ice on it. But as far, why am I feeling something wet? But as far as, and the bruising have went down. I will snap a picture tomorrow, but that copper thing, yeah, God is on my side. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so it comes and goes. He said, don't say it comes and goes. The pain is sharp, achy, and burning. It moves around. It gets worse with movement. Better when I'm resting. But don't say it comes and goes. And it says, don't say I've been having this pain for some time. Okay. Research shows that black and brown patients receive less pain treatment. Advocating for yourself starts with how you describe your pain. I didn't want to show no medical because I don't want nobody trying to say I was. Okay, the new Epstein files show Epstein mocking a little girl for saying Jesus is protecting her. Oh, wow. I'm the best listener. I was listening with my good ear, Mrs. Tom. I was listening with my good ear. I follow instructions well, especially when I see progress. So I got my bag of mixed vegetables with a towel on it on my leg. But I like them braces. Y'all see this? I told y'all they be mocking God, didn't I? Thank you. I've been on here too long. I'm gonna have to cut this off, y'all. Y'all see? I told y'all they be mocking God. Okay, but before I go, okay, Russia have announced that its new C vaccine has shown 100% success clinical trial. I don't trust none of y'all. Okay. That's a Talmud in Epstein office. I don't know what that is. You really ought to become familiar with the teaching it contains. It reveals exactly why he and so many Canaanites, Jews, have a problem with pedophilia, okay? Oh, and they don't argue if an age of consent is 18. They argue if it's 2 years old, or 1 day old, or 3 years old, 1 day old. So in their book, you coming back? Drat. It says in that book, they don't argue if the age of consent is 18. They don't want them 18. Remember, he kept saying they got to be younger than that. They argue if it's 2 years old and 1 day old, 2 years and 1 day old, or 3 years and 1 day old. Is objective against the explanation of Rabbi Yanni, a girl who is 3 years old. That's what it said in that book. And even one who is 2 years old and 1 day old. 2 years and a day. Yeah. They sick. They sick. That's they teaching right here. That's they teaching. Let me move this just in case. Sage talk. They sick. I be paying attention. Hold on. The spice. Oh, wow. Musk and Epstein files. So he feed the food too. Oh, wow. Y'all, I'm done. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He in there making meat patties. Private selection. I gotta eat out the water. I gotta eat out the water. I gotta eat out the water. It's icky. I gotta eat. Look at this. Johnny and I are on the way. Who is Johnny? 4-year-old cheese pizza. So they was eating the kids. Oh, they sell it for $2 billion. Oh, Lord. This is why the kids go missing. Oh, Lord. Okay, y'all. Oh, Lord, I'm sorry. Every time I get up, it falls down. Did y'all see that? Yeah, this. So we done had another Jeffrey Epstein sighting. The one I was looking at with, what's his name? What's the guy name that's finally confessing and talking about it? Beaver. I need to try to find that one with Nicki Minaj accuses Jay-Z of satanic baby sacrificing and being a child predator in a recent post. I need to find that one of Justin Bieber again. Yeah, I need to find that. Okay, so what happened when I hit the keyboard? Lord, I just done messed all of it up. Y'all, this tea was hot. It pulled me all the way in. Hold on, before I leave here, I need to find that one with Justin Bieber. Are y'all still here? It said my numbers, I mean, not my numbers, but it dropped. Can y'all still hear me? Oh, I need to restart my computer. Hold on. Icky. Nikki. Yep. Funky Trump. Hold on. It made me restart it. Hold on. Oh my God. Let's not forget Fauci also led NIAID funded Harbor experiment where scabs of aborted babies were snatched. Oh wow. How, it is not a coincidence that McDonald's is the #1 supporter of Israel and also have been accused of using human meat. Yep. So we talked about creating human clones. Yep, we covered that. Pam Bondi says that if we prosecute, yeah, okay. Hi, Super Campbell. You hear me? Wow, yeah, it's a lot going on. I'm trying to find what in the world is that? I don't know. I'm trying. I don't wanna leave where I'm at because I don't. What is that? It's telling me please wait. This whole thing is a great big mess. It's filthy. It's gross. It's nasty. It. I want to find where he was talking about what he went through. So I'm about to reboot this because I don't want to touch this and go nowhere because I need to find. I don't want to have lost it. Bless you. You have a great day. You too. You do as well. I'm finna go because I know something is going on over here, and I'm gonna have to come back, and I'm gonna have to reset and reschedule. What time, Miss Tom? What time would be a good time? What time is a good time, Miss Tom? Where in the world is... oh, I want to make that. I got to find it. What time is a good time? In that religion, the rabbi uses their teeth to perform. Their teeth? Their teeth? What they use their teeth for? Their teeth? Okay, why I'm getting this together? I want y'all to hear Corey Holcomb. Have y'all heard Corey Holcomb talk? While I get this back up and running. Have y'all heard Corey Holcomb?
Pussy, that's the best book. Well, I'm saying, please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a. Corey Holcomb's career might be over after these new.
Why do I keep doing this? Have y'all heard 8 Eastern?
Hello, everybody.
8 Eastern. 8 Eastern. 7 Central. And it's 4 o'clock.
Pussy, that's the best. I'm saying, please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a.
Corey Holcomb's career might be over after these new allegations. They are accusing Corey Holcomb of being a PDF, and the receipts are going mega viral and gaining a lot of steam. It feels like the more these receipts go viral, Corey Holcomb's career might be over, bro. The ending may be near. And the worst part about it all, this damage is self-inflicted. They're just using Corey's own admissions against them. I don't know what Corey was thinking coming on the podcast and admitting to certain things he admitted to, but now the world is watching.
When I was in Iceland, you don't have to be no 18. I think it was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible.
First red flag was Corey Holcomb knowing the age of consent in various countries. Any man even having access to that information makes me feel icky. But yet alone a 60-year-old, that's nasty, bro. Second red flag was him saying, I've said this before. So this is an opinion that he has really thought about, sat with, and dissected, and he still didn't see anything wrong with him saying this.
Right.
Well, at that age, they've been on the planet long enough, they're in their prime developmental-wise to create a life.
Corey have talked about this at length before, so every word he says is intentional. When he says they are in their prime to conceive, you don't have to ask Corey, who are they conceiving with? Who are they having a baby with? Only grown men are in a position to take care of a family and lead a household. So this is him advocating for them to have babies with grown men. But what are we doing here, man?
But you're taught in America something different.
Those eggs are buoyant. You can dribble them eggs. They got bounce back.
Craig Smith is almost 50. Corey Holcomb is almost 60. And they're sitting on a podcast talking about how 14-year-olds have bounce back. Yo, come on, bro. Like, yo, that's absurd. Now, to make things worse, Corey Holcomb went on another podcast and he admitted to testing out the young women in Iceland. Now, the same young women that he claims, were 13, 14 and ready to conceive.
You go to other countries, I'm just saying, in America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been to other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old. Oh, my God. Right, it blows people's mind when they hear it. But in Iceland, I'll tell you, it's not a criminal. He's trying to get extradited. He's a normal guy in Iceland. I went to Iceland, and you just take off money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give them nothing after you was done with them. It's too crazy. I'm not going to Iceland. So I assume you've been to Iceland and you took advantage of the laws. Is that what you said?
Didn't live up to what you think.
I had a great time in Iceland.
It should be.
Wait, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there.
The age of consent in Iceland is 13. Did you take advantage of the laws in Iceland? Man, I had a great time in Iceland. You just can't give them gifts afterwards. After you're done with them. You can't give them gifts because that will count as trafficking. So he full on admitted that he did what he did in Iceland. Full on admitted to it. Now, a lot of people point to, Corey Holcomb is joking, he's making a joke. But at one point, you teetered the line so much that we got to say, I don't know, bro. I don't know, son. Even how Corey Holcomb talk about young women is disturbing. There was a story on the Corey Holcomb podcast he told about, I think, like a 5-year-old. Right? And this story makes me uncomfortable to this day.
Dreaming of big roller coasters and bigger hair in Dollywood? Or maybe small-town charm is more your speed? For adventures of all sizes, choose Allianz Travel Insurance to protect you, your trip, and your peace of mind.
This past weekend, I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle in her mouth. And she was about 5. She had the whole bottle as far as it'll go, just sucking on it, walking with her mama. Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, You know when she stopped crying? When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with her. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I said, that's a...
Let's go here. Let's end
Mr.
on
Speaker,
her.
yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa. So revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
Thank you, Mr.
Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen. And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet. We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile? Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island and either raped underage girls or saw underage girls being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going to have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about. It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice in America. It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America. They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high. Workers' salaries are less than they have been for 75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working class Americans. I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class. Hold them in front of Congress, those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile. Investigate them, prosecute them, and let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
Wow.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies every day. Day 1, you take your first gummy at...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe that you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein after the 2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different record of interaction. Why do the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person, okay?
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you in fact make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you'd cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
The only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, you know, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that, is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on, in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that?
No, as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary, be willing to ensure that the file is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
What was the
All right, well,
question?
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He said I would do what?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
Wait a minute.
With me,
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that?
No, as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary, be willing to ensure that the file is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ooh, we alive, Ohio Roy Hosmer. It's going down in the courthouse, ain't it? What is this one?
The reason your nose is always blocked, it's not what you think. You're not sick, but you always feel like you are.
There's a movement afoot across the United States that seeks to overthrow our legal system and the Constitution to replace it with a foreign legal system that upends our American way of life. It seeks to replace these foundational elements of our constitutional order with Islamic law, known as Sharia. Principles of Sharia are at odds with the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Sharia fails to include due process, treats non-Muslims as second-class citizens, and prescribes barbaric punishments. All the while, polygamy, misguided corporal punishment for perceived violations of Islam, and acts of violence and terrorism on behalf of Sharia are permitted by its adherents. Sharia encourages violence, silences dissent, rejects religious freedom, and subjugates women and children. Let's be clear. This is not about having the freedom of worshiping a religion of one's choosing, such as Islam, but forcing a foreign legal code that is incompatible with our laws and legal system that provides unwanted consequences to the American people. It's everything we've fought against for more than 250 years.
Nora Christie.
I hope my Republican colleagues will remember that our job is to conduct oversight, not cover for Donald Trump and his out-of-control administration, which is running roughshod over Americans' rights, killing U.S. citizens and threatening our very democracy. The disease rotting the Trump administration from the inside out started at the top and has infected every part of the executive branch. Nowhere is that more evident than at the Department of Homeland Security. This hearing is just the start of a reckoning for the Trump administration and its weaponization of DHS against American citizens and the principle our country stands for. DHS, led by Secretary Kristi Noem, must be held accountable for its lawlessness immigration operation. They are reckless, creating chaos in our communities, terrorizing adults and children alike, and undermining our moral authority as a nation of liberty and rule of law. Last month, an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good, a Minneapolis mom, in cold blood as she drove away from him. After killing her, the agent called her a disgusting name I won't repeat here. Other agents refused to allow a nearby physician to treat her. Democrats called for accountability. Instead, Secretary Nome blamed the victim, Ms. Good, and attempted to gaslight Americans with false claims that Ms. Good was a domestic terrorist. Renee Good was nothing of the sort. She was a mom, a wife, a neighbor, and an American citizen who did not deserve to die at the hands of her own government. She should be alive today. Ever since, the Trump administration has devoted the full resources of the federal government to blocking a legitimate investigation into Ms. Good's killing. If that isn't a sign of guilt, I don't know what is. Federal prosecutors had a warrant to collect evidence from Ms. Good's vehicle for a civil rights investigation into ICE's use of force, but FBI Director Kash Patel and other Trump administration officials demanded they drop it. Career prosecutors, duly bound to the rule of law, not the political prerogatives of the White House, resigned in protest. Blocking an investigation into the government's use of force against one of its own citizens is a self-dictatorship, not democracy. Every American should be outraged. Democrats tried to get answers in the aftermath of Ms. Good's shooting. We called on Acting Director Todd Lyons to testify at the committee's hearing 3 weeks ago. Unfortunately, he turned down the committee's invitation. This is part of a pattern of the Trump administration's refusal to comply with regular congressional oversight. Committee Democrats have sent multiple letters to ICE and CBP on critical issues, but most of them, 10, have gone unanswered. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include all 10 of these records into the record, letters into the record. Without objection. ICE has blocked members of Congress from visiting its detention facilities, even after reports of horrific conditions, detainee abuse, and a detainee being murdered in a DHS facility. I was one of those individuals who parted to a lawsuit to try to get ICE to just follow the law that says members of Congress can visit ICE facilities and present themselves at any time. So I understand that it's still being litigated, but I've been given authority to go, and I plan to do it this week just to test ICE's adherence to the law. Mr. Lyons is here today, nearly a month after we invited him. I guess DHS needed time to get his story straight before he came to testify under oath. Fearing more violence from federal law enforcement, Democrats have also called on DHS to rein in immigration agents and their brutal attacks on Americans immediately following Ms. Good's murder. But DHS ignored our pleas. Instead, Greg Vino, who styled himself in Nazi attire and takes joy in deploying tear gas at Americans, continued to roam around Minneapolis with his masked gang, terrorizing people and violating their constitutional rights. And tragically, our worst fears were realized. Just days after the hearing, Mr. Lyons refused to participate in. CBP personnel shot Alex Pretty, and he was face down on Minneapolis' sidewalk, killing him in broad daylight. In the video of the incident, a DHS agent can be seen cheering Mr. Pretty's death. Americans watched the video in horror. Yet once again, Secretary Nome gaslit the public, made up a demonstrably false story about Mr. Preety and blamed the victim for his own death. Mr. Preety was a law-abiding U.S. citizen and a VA nurse who dedicated his career to caring for our veterans. Mr. Chairman, at our last month hearing, I asked for a moment of silence in the memory of Renee Good. Today, with great sadness about another American killed at the hands of DHS, I ask that the committee observe a moment of silence in honor of Alex Preety.
Introducing the only prescription hair regrowth gummy on the market, the Minoxidil Plus Biotin Gummy by Hers. Formulated by dermatologists, this innovative 2-in-1 gummy includes prescription-strength minoxidil, a doctor-trusted ingredient to regrow your hair in just 3 to 6 months, and biotin for healthy hair support, so you can get all the benefits in a convenient once-daily solution. Plus, the tasty green apple flavor will make it your favorite part of an easy hair routine.
Thank you. The slaying of Ms. Good and Mr. Preety by DHS are the most tragic examples of what is wrong with Trump's DHS, but far from the only one. Last fall, a Border Patrol agent shot Miramar Martinez, a U.S. citizen and preschool teacher from Chicago, 5 times. The agent bragged in text messages about shooting her, saying, quote, "I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes." But that in your book, boys. Again, the Trump administration tried to blame Ms. Martinez, the victim, but prosecutors dropped charges against her when it became apparent that the evidence contradicted the Border Patrol's phony account. Unlike Ms. Good's and Mr. Preety's, we can no longer tell their stories. Ms. Martinez has shared her story about what Trump's DHS did to her. I want to play a bit of the video here because people need to see what ICE and CBP are doing to Americans.
So this is the first one I realized. I was like, oh, it's just a pepper pellet, but no. And then I got shot right here. And then I have a wound on the side of my chest right here. And then I got 2 holes in my thigh. And then right here.
Wow.
Right here.
Wow, you're covered in wounds.
Wounds, yeah. And I want people to see like what's going on, like the type of stuff they're doing.
Lord.
What happened to Ms. Martinez, Ms. Good, and Mr. Preety is a scourge on this country and shameful chapter in our nation's history. But tragically, there's more. DHS agents recently used a 5-year-old Ecuadorian boy, Lehman Ramos, as bait to lure his family members outside their home to arrest them. The family had entered the country legally as asylum seekers and were living in Minnesota while awaiting their immigration proceedings. DHS sent the little boy and his father to detention in Texas for over a week. Thankfully, a judge ordered him released, slamming DHS for its, and I quote, incompetently implemented deportation campaign. Incompetently implemented deportation campaign is putting it nicely, especially as it relates to small children. More apt in the Bible, quote from John 11th chapter 35th, referenced at the end of the judge's opinion, Jesus wept. DHS personnel are now forcing their way into private homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. In one recent incident, ICE dragged a U.S. citizen from his home at gunpoint in underwear before realizing they had picked up the wrong person. The person ICE was actually looking for was sitting in jail in Minnesota. The Minnesota Department of Corrections says that ICE had this information all along. Bystander videos from Minneapolis and cities around the country show ICE and CBP personnel behaving like unprofessional goons, cursing at bystanders and mooning people from their hotel rooms. News reports have a Border Patrol agent was found passed out, drunk, and covered in vomit in a vehicle. And ICE personnel apparently stole a child's phone and sold it for cash. It's an embarrassment, and DHS's so-called leadership should be ashamed, if only they had any shame. Secretary Noem, Department of Homeland Security, has the blood of American citizens on its hand, but she takes no responsibility for anything. To the contrary, Secretary Noem was last seen in this committee room hiding behind her family in a desperate attempt to distract from her department's failures and abuses. Then she ran from our questions, leaving early under the guise of needing to attend a meeting that it turns out didn't even exist. Her inexcusable behavior should come as no surprise. She's always been more concerned with photo ops and wardrobe changes than following the law and fulfilling the mission of her department. Since being sworn in, Secretary Noem has enriched herself, abused the power of her office, obstructed congressional oversight, and violated her oath to the Constitution. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem are doing real damage to this country and to the department that was stood up 25 years ago in the wake of 9/11 to protect American citizens from future attacks. Secretary Noem is a liar with no concern for the lives of Americans killed by the department she runs. She must go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Hold up, Alana in Texas just placed the dreamiest protein coffee order. She picked snickerdoodle or
Back, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Y'all get the lights up. We know he gonna impeach. Want a request for impeachment.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. You hear me now?
The microphone right there.
Will you give me a moment to get a bit closer, please? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I say it sincerely. I believe this is a most valuable hearing, and I'm honored that the ranking member would be here with us to accommodate us, as is the case with you. Mr. Alliance, is it true that you have a criminal justice degree, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it also true that you have a master's degree in criminal justice leadership?
Yes, I do.
And would you, as a
Thank
professional
you.
with 2 degrees in criminal justice, indicate to us that if an officer commits murder, that officer should be prosecuted?
Sir, any law enforcement misconduct needs to be investigated and prosecuted.
Investigated and prosecuted. And have you seen the widely published video of the killing of Mr. Alex Preddy?
Yes, sir.
And sir, my assumption is that if I ask you whether this was an injustice, you would say you cannot comment because of an ongoing investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And what is the rationale for not responding to an ongoing investigation?
Sir, I don't want to impede or prejudice the investigation.
No, not this one. Any, as in your profession now, but any investigation. What's the rationale? Not this one. Any.
Same for any investigation, sir. I don't want to.
You would not want.
I don't want to bias or put my finger on the scale of any investigation.
You not. What's the rationale for your not testifying about it? Is my question.
I don't understand your question, sir.
What does the law say? What is the rationale? What harm would it do if you testified?
Because I don't have the full facts of the case yet, sir.
Exactly. That's what I expected you to say. You don't have the full facts. Thank you. And I assume you would agree with this, Mr. Scott. Is this true?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Edlow, you would agree?
I assume so. I'm not a professional in law enforcement.
Well, but you're a professional person with a degree of intellect such that you can comment on whether or not.
Well, I certainly would not comment on any.
Not a specific case. We're talking about now any case. Would you agree that it would cause harm for you to testify before there's an investigation?
Certainly, without having all the facts.
All right. Surely you would agree. Which brings us to Secretary Noem. Secretary Noem accused Mr. Preddy of brandishing a firearm while wishing to inflict harm on the officers. Secretary Noem. Same rules that apply to you apply to Secretary Noem. Accused this gentleman, Mr. Preddy, of brandishing a firearm. Secretary Noem doing this when she did without an investigation. We have to agree the widely published video of the killing of Mr. Alex Preddy.
Yes, sir.
And sir, my assumption is that if I ask you whether this was an injustice, you would say you cannot comment because of an ongoing investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And what is the rationale for not responding to an ongoing investigation?
Sir, I don't want to impede or prejudice the investigation.
No, not this one. Any, as in your profession now, but any investigation. What's the rationale? Not this one. Any.
Same for any investigation, sir. I don't want to.
You would not want.
I don't want to bias or put my finger on the scale of any investigation.
You not. What's the rationale for your not testifying about it? Is my question.
I don't understand your question, sir.
What does the law say? What is the rationale? What harm would it do if you testified?
Because I don't have the full facts of the case yet, sir.
Exactly. That's what I expected you to say. You don't have the full facts. Thank you. And I assume you would agree with this, Mr. Scott. Is this true?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Edlow, you would agree?
I assume so. I'm not a professional in law enforcement.
Well, but you're a professional person with a degree of intellect such that you can comment on whether or not.
Well, I certainly would not comment on any.
Not a specific case. We're talking about now any case. Would you agree that it would cause harm for you to testify before there's an investigation?
Certainly, without having all the facts.
All right. Surely you would agree. Which brings us to Secretary Noem. Secretary Noem accused Mr. Preddy of brandishing a firearm while wishing to inflict harm on the officers. Secretary Noem. Same rules that apply to you apply to Secretary Noem. Accuse this gentleman, Mr. Preddy, of brandishing a firearm. Secretary Noem doing this when she did.
Hey, Miss
without
Parker.
an investigation. We have to agree that there's not
Thank
been
you for the bronze
investigation. I don't
medal.
think I have to ask you that. Not a complete investigation that we know of anyway. She did it right afterwards. Having done this, she is violating this very basic principle that you have called to our attention today. And we have to ask ourselves, why would she go so far as to say brandishing when he did not? The video will clearly show it. And she said wishing to inflict harm. Did not inflict any harm. But the secretary, without an investigation, made these comments. I'll tell you why. The secretary was in a rush to cover up, to make sure that she was protecting the officers without regard for the life.
Miss Parker, drop your link.
And in doing this, she was
Drop
violating
your
not
link, Miss
only
Parker.
this basic moral concept, she was breaking the law. The secretary should be investigated right along with those officers who are out there engaged in this ungodly conduct. She should be investigated. And in my opinion, based upon my observation, secretary should not only be investigated, the secretary should be prosecuted right along with those officers. This man did not brandish. This man was not armed. This man did not attempt to hurt those officers. They should all be prosecuted. And you, persons associated with the Trump
Gentleman's time
said lock her up. I say lock her up.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now
Meet Niles Knirk. He's the owner of...
Hold on. Breaking DH8 and derail one. Okay, let's hear it derail.
I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. MacGyver, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Mr. Lyons, as the senior official lead in ICE enforcement, much of today's scrutiny falls on you, and it should. We have seen repeatedly that Republicans, Trump administration, its DHS, and your agency will do absolutely anything to avoid answering for your actions. When I showed up to inspect Delaney Hall, a private prison that you contract with, ICE tried not to give us an oversight tour. Then, instead of taking accountability for ICE's attempts to keep us from seeing this facility's conditions to know if people's basic rights were being upheld, this administration is doing all they can to try to put me in prison for 17 years. When ICE shot and killed Renee Good, Kristi Noem called her a domestic terrorist. When Alex Preddy, you all tried to tell us he was threatening officers with a gun, but all we saw was a phone. This administration's clear lies fell apart, not because someone had a come to Jesus moment, but because we saw these murders from every angle. You are only here because public outrage has become so unavoidable. You are here, Mr. Lyons, because white people are getting shot in the face and chest when the cameras are rolling.
Hold up. Wait one goddamn minute. Hold up. Did she just say what I think she said? Did she just say? I think my soprano coming back, y'all. Did she just say that we are here because the lighter skin on the scales of the 50 shades of brown are the ones that's getting shot and killed. And had it not been for the lighter skin of the 50 shades of brown, this would have flew over like all the other police murders, unaliving, like the darker skins of the 50 shades of brown. Is that what she's saying, y'all? It went too light. They started shooting and unaliving the pale end of the browns. That brown that's almost turning red. They went too far. And now we got a problem. Is that what she trying to say on the code, y'all? Can I back this up? I gotta hear it with my good ear. So I'm a shh and let's listen. I know that ain't what she said.
When ICE shot and killed Renee Good, Kristi Noem called her a domestic terrorist. When Alex Preddy, you all tried to tell us he was threatening officers with a gun, but all we saw was a phone. This administration's clear lies fell apart, not because someone had a come to Jesus moment, but because we saw these murders from every angle. You are only here because public outrage has become so unavoidable. You are here, Mr. Lyons, because white people are getting shot in the face and chest when the cameras are rolling. Because now my Republican colleagues care about optics. But when Keith Porter Jr., a Black American citizen, a son, a father, and a man loved by many was killed by an off-duty ICE agent on New Year's Eve, there were no hearings. So this is for him today. In my district, Jean Wilson Brutus, a Haitian immigrant, a beloved family man, died within 24 hours of being in ICE custody. He is just one of more than 30 people who have died in ICE custody last year. This is for all of them. Every human being your rogue, out-of-control agency has hurt, hunted down, imprisoned, killed, and continue to hold hostage even after they have agreed to be deported. We know this administration doesn't care about protecting people or sparing lives. We all see so plainly what you are doing, what you have been doing to Black and brown folks, immigrants, people silenced in the shadows, now in broad daylight to people peacefully rejecting your cruel agenda in the streets, which is their right to do. This is the despicable but predictable result of an agency that laughs at oversight, receives billions to deploy lethal force on our neighborhoods, and seems to believe that they are above the law and should be without accountability. This administration believes it can act first, explain later, or hell, never explain at all, as we see here today. You all seem to think you are the highest power who decides which people deserve dignity, protection, due process. But you are wrong. We are here for answers. We are here for accountability, and we are here because people are dying. Let me repeat that. People are dying. And you don't seem to care. So, Mr. Lyons, I've heard my colleagues ask many questions over and over again, and you cannot answer them. So let me ask you some questions that you may be able to answer. Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend.
And y'all talk about me mentioning the fruits of the Spirit. She said, are you a religious man? She should have said, do you believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? What is your plan when you have to stand before judgment? How do you think, baby? I mean, I'm giggling, but that's some serious stuff. Didn't I just not talk about that earlier today? It's between you and God. I said I don't want to get caught slipping and tripping when he comes. I don't want to be caught being deceitful, manipulative, trifling, and conniving. She said, what are you going to do with the blood on your hands that you are not able to wash off? Woo, what? The blood is still on your hands. How do you think that's going to work out for you when you stand before your maker in judgment, Mr. Religious Man? Oh my God. Oh my God. I was not ready for that one. But I'm going to have to rewind it. Don't be saying object. Don't be saying that's not appropriate. Oh, yes, it is. Because unalive and innocent people is not appropriate either. So carry on, my sister. Carry on. Because they said, ain't no judgment. You're right. But you can judge a tree by the bloody fruit that it bears. Baby girl right here saying the fruit that you bear, the fruit that's coming from your tree is full of blood. My. Lord. Lord. I don't know no better way to say it. You cannot be okay with this and say that you are a devout believer in Jesus Christ. There's no way that you can justify this stuff. There's just no way. This is how we got here with me. It was not adding up to the God I serve. It just wasn't adding up.
To answer. Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend.
Chairman?
A gentlelady will suspend. As I said, the issues we're debating here are important to ones that members feel deeply about.
Thank you.
While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. The witnesses are here voluntarily, and I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking those witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the traditions of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking a question. You guys are always talking about religion here in the Bible. I mean, it's okay for me to ask a question, right? But let me continue on. I got your notes.
All right, the gentlelady may
resume. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you don't like it. You don't like it. You don't like it. It's thought provoking. It's piercing. It's piercing. It is absolutely piercing. It should make you grab your heart and say, oh Lord, I went too far. I've made excuses for this mayhem that is not a good representation of you. I played with the devil, and the devil has taken me places that I never thought about going, allowing me to do things I never thought that I would do. So I get it. But the same courtesy and grace you want to bestow upon him, he did not bestow on these other people who did nothing wrong. I am sick and tired of the excuses people make to justify evil. And although it is very thought-provoking, very piercing to the side, it's better than a bullet to the HEAD. It's better than being unalived, because there's still a chance for you on earth. But these people that y'all have wrongfully terminated don't have that choice. So don't be expecting a pity party for somebody who's coming correct. Your tree bears bad fruit. She can't put you in heaven or hell. She asks you what you think about. Where you going? And if you don't want to talk about it, if you don't want to think about it, you don't want to entertain it, then you need to turn and go the other way and ask God to come in and do some reconstructive surgery on your heart. And that's just the bottom line, bruh. Because if she asked me that, I'd have said, I'm going to heaven. Heaven belongs to me. Heaven belongs to me. Yeah, Because I try to make a conscious decision to do right and be right by people. Yeah. If that's how you feel, you need to ask God to reconstruct your heart and mind. Renew the right spirit in me, because my spirit ain't right. Carry on, baby girl. Carry on.
Mr. Lyons, are you aware of that routinely kill American citizens?
While oversight is important, aggressively attacking those witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the traditions of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking a question. You guys are always talking about religion here in the Bible. I mean, it's okay for me to ask a question, right? But let me continue on. I got your note.
All right, the gentlelady may
Thank you so much. Let me get back to my question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate you. How many government agencies, Mr. Lyons, are you aware of that routinely kill American citizens and you still get funding?
Ma'am, I'm not going to entertain that.
Of course you're not. Exactly. Once again, questions that you cannot answer. And that is exactly why, Mr. Chairman, and to this committee, to my colleagues, and to my colleagues across the aisle, this is exactly why we should not be funding this agency. The people are watching you. They are watching you.
With our good eye.
And this is why we need to abolish ICE. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
With our good eye. We watching you with our good eye. We listening with our good ear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lyons, how many ICE agents have?
Oh, we heard him, right? Did we hear him? Yeah. Oh no, that ain't. Mm-mm.
I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, your written testimony today does not make one single mention of Renee Nicole Good or Alex Preddy. Not one. 2 American citizens have been murdered at the hands of your agency, and you have deliberately chosen under oath before Congress to ignore these tragedies. And so today, in my 5 minutes, I look forward to getting the American people some answers and some accountability that I believe they deserve. Mr. Lyons, I have some simple yes or no questions. Do you believe the U.S. Constitution provides due process for everyone in this country?
Yes.
Do you believe American citizens have the right to protest freely without being assaulted or killed by our government?
Yes.
Do you believe there should be an independent investigation when an innocent person is killed by a law enforcement agency in this country?
Yes.
Do you believe your agency has a legal obligation to follow court orders?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Lyons, you have a very strange way of showing it with a federal judge finding that your agency is in violation of 96 orders in 1 month alone. And that's just Minneapolis, Minnesota. This administration and the agencies represented before us have shown a complete and utter disregard for the law and the Constitution. Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, both American citizens, both dead at the hands of federal agents. Alex Preddy was a VA ICU nurse who dedicated his life to healing people, healing veterans. I worked as an occupational therapist for over a decade. In that video that we've all seen, it was Alex Preddy who was doing what healthcare workers do, what nurses do. They help people who are hurting, help people who are in trouble. In this case, helping a fellow peaceful protester who was shoved to the ground right before your agents shot him 10 times. And we're now learning that FBI Director Kash Patel stopped the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota from investigating the death of Ms. Good because of fear that an investigation would contradict President Trump's falsehoods that she violently the country.
Yes.
Do you believe American citizens have the right to protest? And 2 American citizens have been murdered at the hands of your agency, and you have deliberately chosen under oath before Congress to ignore these tragedies. And so today, in my 5 minutes, I look forward to getting the American people some answers and some accountability that I believe they deserve. Mr. Lyons, I have some simple yes or no questions. Do you believe the U.S. Constitution provides due process for everyone in this country?
Yes.
Do you believe American citizens have the right to protest freely without being assaulted or killed by our government?
Yes.
Do you believe there should be an independent investigation when an innocent person is killed by a law enforcement agency in this country?
Yes.
Do you believe your agency has a legal obligation to follow court orders?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Lyons, you have a very strange way of showing it with a federal judge finding that your agency is in violation of 96 orders in 1 month alone. And that's just Minneapolis, Minnesota. This administration and the agencies represented before us have shown a complete and utter disregard for the law and the Constitution. Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, both American citizens, both dead at the hands of federal agents. Alex Preddy was a VA ICU nurse who dedicated his life to healing people, healing veterans. I worked as an occupational therapist for over a decade. In that video that we've all seen, it was Alex Preddy who was doing what healthcare workers do, what nurses do. They help people who are hurting, help people who are in trouble. In this case, helping a fellow peaceful protester who was shoved to the ground right before your agents shot him 10 times. And we're now learning that FBI Director Kash Patel stopped the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota from investigating the death of Ms. Good because of fear that an investigation would contradict President Trump's falsehoods that she violently, willfully, and viciously ran down an agent. 6 federal prosecutors resigned rather than participate in the cover-up. Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, and you, Mr. Lyons, have appointed yourselves judge, jury, and executioner, allowing American citizens to be gunned down in our streets with impunity. We all know the president is a liar. He's sold snake oil his entire life, but he can't tell us and the American people that we did not see with our own eyes what we saw in that video. 2 Americans shot dead in cold blood. The American people aren't stupid like he thinks we are. The fact that our government murders American citizens, lies about it, and then refuses to investigate or seek justice is beyond abhorrent. It's un-American. Mr. Lyons, in America, we shouldn't have secret police. We shouldn't have masked government agents executing citizens in the streets. The Constitution does not give your agency the right to hide their faces while they kill Americans. Will you commit, yes or no, to immediately unmasking every agent conducting immigration enforcement and requiring them to wear standard uniforms with identifiable badges?
No.
Well, that's a sad response. Your answer is completely unacceptable. People who are proud of what they do aren't hiding their identity.
No.
Well, that's a sad response. Your answer is, will you commit, yes or no, to immediately unmasking every agent conducting immigration enforcement and requiring them to wear standard uniforms with identifiable badges?
No.
Well, that's a sad response. Your answer is completely unacceptable. People who are proud of what they do aren't hiding their identity. We're a nation of laws, and you, your boss, Secretary Noem, and Donald Trump are not above the law. The American people are angry, and they're demanding accountability and justice from those giving the orders. Mr. Lyons, yes or no, do you believe that Secretary Noem should resign?
I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Yeah.
So you're going to look the families of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy in the eye and tell them Secretary Noem should keep her job after their loved ones were killed?
Sir, the loss of any life is unacceptable. And my heart, prayers, and thoughts go out to anyone who tragically losing his life, especially a child, since I've suffered personal loss in my life. But I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation.
Well, Mr. Lyons, the American people are watching. Your unwillingness to demand accountability
When
from
they
your own
ask you
leadership
about-
speaks volumes. 2 American citizens
Gentleman's
are dead.
time is expired.
The American people deserve
Gentleman's time
accountability.
is expired. Members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. It is a clear violation of the rules of the House to make statements that might.
Yeah, it's personal. It's standing up for the people. What do you mean? What? You want to be strawberries and shortcakes? What? Okay, y'all, after this one, I'm going to come back later after this one. I want to hear this one. Where is it at? Did I mark it? Oh, Lord, this one seems like this is a good one, too. I feel so. Where did I put it? Where? Hold on, y'all. This is ooh wee, ooh wee. Y'all want pats on the backs and handshakes like y'all done a good damn job. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummy.
Boy, they show on these mood
Every
gummies.
day. Day 1, you take your first gummy at
Mr. Lyons, and she said, will you ask him to no?
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes.
A couple nights ago, I met with a woman who works as a cashier at a grocery store, and I told her I was coming to see you, Mr. Lyons, and she said, will you ask him, and she didn't want to give her name. She was terrified to give her name. But she said, when I get off my shift around midnight and I walk through the parking lot to my car, she said, if somebody rolls up in an unidentified van and gets out wearing all black and their face is covered and they don't have any identification and they ask me to get into the van, how do I know who they are? How does she know, Mr. Lyons? How does she know if they're an ICE agent or bad guys?
Sir, ICE agents have identifiable placards on their uniforms as well as their badges representative. But you won't see ICE agents rolling through the parking lots and just snatching someone up. ICE does intelligence-driven, targeted enforcement operations.
Well, Mr. Homan and others have said that they target individuals based on the color of their skin and the accent that they speak, and that's why people are running through the fields and factories where they work. Director Lyons, last year you said in Phoenix at the Boardr Security Expo that you wanted to see a deportation process that was like, quote, Amazon Prime, but with human beings. Mr. Lyons, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a mom 3 times in the face?
None, sir, but you're also...
It's the square root of 0, that's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but if we're going to go down that route of my comment, I did say that comment. However, that comment was taken out. If you go back and watch the video, I did say that we need to be more efficient when it comes to removing individuals from the United States because ICE doesn't detain punitively. We detain to remove. I don't want to see people in custody. At the end of my statement was, and again, to your point, it was a industry day for AI and efficiencies, but I did say at the end of it, but we deal with human beings, so we can't be like them.
And
that's the key part that you're leaving out.
Well, speaking of human beings, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a nurse 10 times in the back?
None.
How many times has Amazon Prime dragged a woman out of her car by her hair and then dragged her down the street?
None.
How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you that data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than 1?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us if at least, God, I hope at least 1 person has been fired for their conduct since these operations have begun? Are you telling us you can't even say 1 person's been fired?
Sir, I'm not going to talk about personnel actions, but we will get back to you.
But 2 people have been killed so far. Is that right? A nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good. 2 people have been killed so far.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lyons, will you apologize to the family of Renee Good for being called a domestic terrorist by the president and his leadership?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the family in private, but I'm not going to comment on any active investigation.
Is she a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the investigation.
No.
And the president and Secretary Noem are elected officials. That's their right to their comments. But as career law enforcement, we won't speak to any.
Do you agree with their comments?
Sir, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about any ongoing investigation.
Will you apologize to the family of Alex Preddy for also being called a domestic terrorist?
Sir, again, I'm not going to speak to any ongoing investigation.
Mr. Lyons, your staying to lead ICE is a decision.
Sir, I'm sorry.
You're staying on to lead ICE is a decision. And I've read your background. You have a decorated career. You served in the military. You are what I would call otherwise employable. I think most people would agree this is not the only job that you can get. But since you've been on this job, women have been dragged by their hair through our streets. A 6-year-old child battling stage 4 cancer has been deported, and it turns out he was a U.S. citizen. People are running through the fields where they work. People who've gone to the streets as allies have been shot and publicly executed. It's a decision to stay on at this point. And considering your honorable service in the past and the dishonorable acts that those who have worked for you have conducted, and the disgraceful statements that the leadership above you have said, you now have a decision. Will you stand with the kids who you're supposed to protect, or will you side with the killers bringing terror to our streets? Mr. Lyons, will you resign from ICE?
No, sir, I won't.
Why not?
Because, sir, that child that you're showing right there, the men and women of ICE took care of him when his father abandoned him and ran from
Gentleman's
law enforcement.
time has expired.
You never should have gone into
Gentleman's time
custody.
has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Mississippi. The guest for 5 minutes.
I know you're saying to yourself, I can't imagine it. What we're saying to you,
How did his
imagine
dad
it.
abandon him?
Imagine walking 4 miles
Well, yeah,
to your home.
you
and
can
arriving
buy
to find that
some
your home
jackets.
And neighborhood is totally destroyed, and it is winter.
What jackets?
Temperatures are dropping. It's getting colder. There are rainstorms. It's a nightmare. The IRC will never walk
What
away.
jacket, Janet?
That is their promise. And we're
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we stand on the verge
You
of
can
a
buy
second
them
Democrat
jackets with the
shutdown
same.
of the United States
What
Department
jacket,
of Homeland
emblem?
Security just within the last 90 days. The Department of Homeland Security employs 260,000 men and women across 22 different agencies. Those agencies include 63,000 men and women who work for CBP, 60,000 who work for TSA, 22,000 for FEMA, 18,000 who works for USCIS, almost 50,000 civilian and military employees with the United States Coast Guard,
Excuse me.
7,800 Secret Service employees, 2,500 CISA employees, and over 8,000 agents and analysts with the Department of Homeland Security investigation who perform a crucial function to protect and serve this country. This second government shutdown, led by my friends on the Democrat side of the aisle, will leave our country less safe.
Oh, child. How you get on here? How you get on here? Oh, okay. I had my back turned. I was.
Just take my word for it. Let's look.
Child. Your president have more bodies on him than anybody we know. So the streets and stuff being with him out of the White House, we will be and locked up with all his partners. We will be a much better, un-American, be a much better place.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman. 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lyons, what guidance have you given to your agents about asking people walking on the streets of America to show proof of citizenship?
Sir, as I stated earlier, the men and women of ICE, deportation officers, special agents, we conduct targeted intelligence-driven operation. We don't walk around the street asking people about their American citizenship.
Really? So all of those individual American citizens who have been randomly asked are lying. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, if the men and women of ICE are conducting an investigation, whether it be for Title 8 immigration enforcement or Title 18 criminal enforcement, they'll ask someone their nationality.
Right, but that's not targeted because they're asking all sorts of American citizens, including off-duty law enforcement. Now, have you directed at any point your agents under the Supreme Court's racial profiling ruling to only stop non-white people and those who look like immigrants to ask for their citizenship papers?
No, sir, I haven't.
Now, You are aware, of course, and there's numerous well-documented instances of people, American citizens, being asked to show and prove their citizenship. Do you know what other regimes in the 20th century required similar proof of citizenship?
Yes, sir.
What?
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel at the DNC. We just sued President Trump and Doge, and I hope you will support.
Sir, there was various nefarious regimes that did that.
Is Nazi Germany one?
Yes, but
Is the Soviet Union
So
one?
I honestly.
Sir, I'm asking the
right.
questions. Is the Soviet Union one?
Yes, sir, but I totally, this is the wrong type of questioning.
No, I'll tell you what the wrong type
But
of
actually,
thing
sir,
is. Sir, it's my
Museum
reclaiming my time, sir.
If you want to
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
It's not the men and women of ICE that are out there doing it every day. So to say that the men and women of ICE that can
Mr.
stop
Chairman,
us,
I'm reclaiming my time. I would like my
Wrong.
time back, please. Please give me another 15 seconds because he was unnecessarily speaking. You said in your opening statement that references to ICE as the Gestapo or the secret police encourages threats against ICE agents.
100%.
The problem is you have it backwards, sir. People are simply making valid observations about your tactics, which are un-American and outright fascist. So I have a simple suggestion. If you don't want to be called a fascist regime or secret police, then stop acting like one. But people are simply just observing what they are seeing. And that's why people are making those comments. Now, I was a prosecutor for 10 years, prosecuted mob bosses, organized crime, violent criminals, the actual worst of the worst. Not a single criminal law enforcement agent that I worked with wore a mask to conceal their identity. But your department, which is a civil law enforcement agency, is defending the use of masks by your agents because of a so-called rise in threats and assaults against your officer. Now, you said in your opening testimony that assaults against ICE officers are up by more than 1,400%, which is now even more than the 1,300% that your gaslighting spokesperson, Tricia from Ohio, has recently been citing. But here's the problem. There are two separate, very detailed, very thorough investigative reports based on your own data that both conclude that assaults against ICE officers are up about 25%, which is far less, of course, than you assert and far less than you would expect from an agency that has more than doubled its hiring and has an even greater increase in arrests. Now, why is that a problem, Mr. Lyons? It's a problem because the explanation that your agents are wearing masks because of fear of assaults or doxing is outright bogus. You and your untrained, unqualified, unvetted, unidentified agents are intentionally terrorizing our cities and communities all over this country to avoid accountability for their excessive force and their lawless actions. That is why you're wearing masks. So no one can hold you accountable, and you know that the FBI is not going to, because notwithstanding all of the investigations all of you say are going on, the Department of Justice and the FBI has stated they are not investigating those two murders. This is not the America that I know and love. This is not the America my immigrants came to. And it's long past time that you rein in your out-of-control agency and start following the law and the Constitution, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting being in this hearing today, where my Democrat colleagues continue to demonize ICE and Homeland Security. I think history and context are very important here. It's not lost on most of the American public that my Democrat colleagues actually caused this entire crisis with their open border policies that they all voted for, letting in close to 15 million illegal aliens. I also want to go through real quick some numbers of ICE deportations with other presidents who I believe both you, Mr. Scott, and you, Mr. Lyons, have worked for. Under President Clinton, 12 million illegal aliens were deported and removed from this country, some voluntary, some departures. No riots. Under President Bush, 2 million, no riots. Obama, who is often referred to as the deporter-in-chief, 5 million, including returns, no riots. President Trump in his first term, 2 million deported, no riots. President Biden, 4 million, including expulsions, varying by estimates, no riots. President Trump again this year, 625,000, with 2 million voluntary leaving through CBP Home app. Mr. Scott, can you explain why these other presidents that you work for, both Democrat and Republican, have deported far more people than this president and we've seen no riots?
I would say it has a lot to do about rhetoric and misleading the American public about what's really going on and how important border security really is to this nation.
Let's talk also about my Democrat colleagues and something they also supported, and that's these sanctuary cities. I think that's very important, and I don't think a lot of Americans really understand these sanctuary cities. Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons, is it true that you would rather send your officers into a jail to get some of these illegal alien criminals? Is it safer for your agents and also the illegal alien criminal if your officers are able to go into a jail instead of having to go out and find them on the street? Mr. Lyons, I'll start with you.
Yes, sir, it would be. You wouldn't see the amount of law enforcement officers involved in immigration operations.
Right. How about you, Mr. Scott?
I 100% agree with the director, and more, just as importantly, it would allow me to put more agents back on the border to prevent people from getting in here in the first place.
Let's also talk about these riots. Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons, do you guys remember any riots, when for some of these victims that were assaulted and victimized by illegal alien criminals like Nate Baker, Laken Riley, Fletcher Harris, Skylar Provenza, Ivory Smith? I've got a whole list of them. Do you remember any riots from our Democrats or their constituents when any of these American citizens were victimized by illegal alien criminals?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Why do you think that is? Because that's the question that I get asked all the time. Congressman, why do the Democrats care more about illegal alien people than this president and we've seen no riots?
I would say it has a lot to do about rhetoric and misleading the American public about what's really going on and how important border security really is to this nation.
Let's talk also about my Democrat colleagues and something they also supported, and that's these sanctuary cities. I think that's very important, and I don't think a lot of Americans really understand these sanctuary cities. Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons, is it true that you would rather send your officers into a jail to get some of these illegal alien criminals? Is it safer for your agents and also the illegal alien criminal if your officers are able to go into a jail?
You look like you from your roots is from a foreign country. Where are you from, sir? Where's your parents and stuff from? You don't look like you, like your birthright citizenship is the birthright citizenship is not from, and hell, they got aliens for real. I seen somebody look like they was walking with one. I just said that ain't real. Now that's AI, but hell, I don't know. It was military walking with it. extra tall ass big head. I mean, you know. But it's killing me how they're talking about illegal aliens and birthright citizenship. And hell, some of the ones who are grabbing people up out their houses and cars are the same, just like them. Some of these people don't look like that's enforcing these laws like they mama and daddy are not U.S. citizens. They came from a place. Yeah. Trump, that's why Melania in court now and don't want to show her records. Wanting something to be moved to Florida that's in New York under state. She want to move it to Florida under federal. Yeah, because your husband gonna get you deported when it's all said and done.
Mines, I'll start with you.
Yes, sir, it would be. You wouldn't see the amount of law enforcement officers involved in immigration operations.
Right. How about you, Mr. Scott?
I 100% agree with the director, and more, just as importantly, it would allow me to put more agents back on the border to prevent people from getting in here in the first place.
Let's also talk about these riots. Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons, do you guys remember any riots, you know, when,
all of them are legal.
for some of these victims that were assaulted and victimized by illegal alien criminals like Nate Baker, Laken Riley, Fletcher Harris, Skylar Provenza, Ivory Smith? I've got a whole list of them. Do you remember any riots from our Democrats or their constituents when any of these American citizens were victimized by illegal alien criminals?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Why do you think that is? Because that's the question that I get asked all the time. Congressman, why do the Democrats care more about illegal alien criminals than they care about these American citizens, many of them who are young, have their entire lives ahead of them, didn't show up to a protest, right, to obstruct federal law enforcement. They're just going about their daily lives and they get victimized by people who aren't supposed to be here. Why do you think they don't care about American citizens?
I cannot speculate, but when I look at the chaos that it creates and the corrosive nature that it creates, I go beyond the politics of the United States and I look at our nation state adversaries like Iran, Russia, and China and their influence on social media to keep this negative discourse going. And I think this is a
It's
much
coming
bigger
from the
issue than
president.
we're
How can you
actually
say
admitting that it is in
negative
here.
and your
I
whole
want to tie this
your boss
together to something
is
that's very
negative,
pertinent
toxic?
that's going to happen this week here in Congress, where the American people are going to see the bookend of what's going on. We are going to attempt to pass the Save America Act, okay? Which requires documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. It imposes photo ID requirements to vote, and it penalizes officials who do not enforce these requirements. And you won't see most of these folks over here on the other side that are demonizing you guys right now. You will not see them support it. So they let millions
Trump is
and
illegal.
millions of illegal aliens into the country. They set up these sanctuary cities so you can't go enforce these federal laws that are on the books that Congress has passed.
Oh, I wish somebody would
And now
ask him,
they
do you
won't
know
vote
that Trump
to stop these illegals
and his
from voting in our
wife,
elections?
nigga, what
If
is
the
your
American
birthright?
people don't understand what this whole thing is about, it's about one word, and it always has been, and that is power. They want power, and they need these illegals to vote in our elections. That's why they don't care about the fraud
Please.
either, because they need those votes as well. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, y'all, it was something else I wanted to see. Hold on. Today is a good day. They all over the place, ain't it? White House revealed Trump, Minnesota ICE fraud criminal history. The biggest fraud ever perpetrated on America. Hold on, let's see. He does have a birth certificate. He has.
What a strange thing it is to have a hearing about Minnesota that doesn't address what's on the front pages of every newspaper about Minnesota. The violent and unwelcome federal occupation of its largest city by the chairman's political party, an occupation that has already caused the deaths at federal agents' hands of 2 American citizens and left many more injured, and that is roundly criticized by law enforcement leaders, including those in Texas, as unprofessional and dangerous. That may explain why elected officials in Minnesota have something better to do today. No mention today of 100 violations by agents there of federal court orders. No mention of the sacking of the vain little commander of that operation. No mention of the venomous lies told by Secretary Noem about the shooting victims without investigation or sympathy, as their bereaved families grappled with grief at their deaths. I've done law enforcement briefings, and Rule 1 is to tell the truth. What a strange thing it is to have a hearing about fraud in Minnesota that doesn't acknowledge that the wide-ranging investigation and prosecutions of $9 billion worth of fraud in that state began years ago under the Biden administration. No mention of the fact that the current administration drove out the career prosecutor leading those cases when it demanded he investigate the victim of an ICE shooting, not the agent who did the shooting. 14 prosecutors have left the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office in the past month. And what a strange thing it is to have a hearing about fraud that doesn't look at the colossal fraud perpetrated by this administration. Starting with the president's own conviction of 34 felony fraud counts. The dismissal of inspectors general who watch out for fraud. The destruction of the Justice Department components that prevent and prosecute corruption. The self-serving billion-dollar crypto deals that line the pockets of the president and his family.
What?
The pay-to-play presidential pardons that strip fraud victims of their restitution. The disabling of consumer protection offices and regulators that defend the public against fraud. It is a carnival of fraud and self-dealing. On top of all this, the biggest fraud ever perpetrated in America is going on right now, facilitated and accelerated by the Trump administration.
Absolutely.
And implemented through a massive, semi-covert climate denial fraud operation and a twinned, massive, semi-covert, dark money political corruption operation. This fraud costs Americans hundreds of billions of dollars every year. $770 billion annually, according to the International Monetary Fund. $820 billion annually in healthcare costs, from another report. Climate-related disasters cost the United States $115 billion last year. How was this fraud done? This long-running fraud operation began when oil industry scientists reported to their bosses the dangers of fossil fuel pollution, and instead of responsible stewardship, the bosses hid the reports. That was stage 1. Stage 2 moved from hiding to purposefully misleading. A federal court shut down Big Tobacco's fraud operation to mislead the public about the dangers of
Well, I
tobacco.
don't have a problem with the word
That
illegal.
tobacco fraud
I have a
operation
problem when they call them aliens.
was quickly repurposed by Big Oil into its own fraud operation to mislead the public about the dangers of its product. Stage 3 kicked off with Citizens United, which gave the fossil fuel industry the ability to spend unlimited amounts of political money and spend it secretly. This dark money political corruption operation swiftly strangled bipartisanship on climate.
Okay, great. Wait.
Yeah, I don't like when they call them aliens.
Taking a single note. This is
But he do business with them illegal immigrant. I don't know why it kicked out like that. It just kicked all the way out. Y'all still here?
entire meeting.
I'm not sure. Before stage 3, there were multiple bipartisan climate bills in the Senate, and John McCain ran for president on a legitimate
And I was
climate
talking.
platform. All of that
And I watched it go
was
smooth out.
killed by fossil fuel dark money. Now we're in the most dangerous stage where the corruption is so entrenched.
He was on target,
And when
wasn't
oil industry scientists reported to their bosses the dangers of fossil fuel pollution, and instead of responsible stewardship, the bosses hid the reports. That was stage 1. Stage 2 moved from hiding to purposefully misleading. A federal court shut down Big Tobacco's fraud operation to mislead the public about the dangers of
No,
tobacco.
they're not aliens.
That tobacco fraud operation was quickly repurposed by Big Oil into its own fraud operation to mislead the public about the dangers of its product. Stage 3 kicked off with Citizens United, which gave the fossil fuel industry the ability to spend unlimited amounts of political money and spend it secretly. This dark money political corruption operation swiftly strangled bipartisanship on climate. Before stage 3, there were multiple bipartisan climate bills in the Senate, and John McCain ran for president on a legitimate climate platform. All of that was killed by fossil fuel dark money. Now we're in the most dangerous stage where the corruption is so entrenched that the fossil fuel industry can infiltrate and weaponize the federal government as its own industry tool to defeat energy competitors whose product is cleaner, safer, and cheaper. But no Republican dares talk about that problem any longer. Such is the party's dependence on those big fossil fuel donors. President Trump asked the fossil fuel companies for a $1 billion campaign slush fund in 2024, and they expect and got a return on their investment. Quid pro quo. The lies and fraud are legion, but to use just one Rhode Island-based example, senior cabinet officials continually assert that offshore wind is unaffordable when the opposite is true. Anyone reading the contract can see that Revolution Wind will bring 9.9 cent kilowatt hours to an 18 cent kilowatt hour grid. The administration's weaponized attacks, rejected as pretextual, went 0 for 5 in federal court, including before a Trump appointee. Instead of focusing on this massive fraud, or holding the administration accountable for the monumental levels of fraud and corruption in its own ranks, a Texas chairman holds a hearing on fraud in Minnesota, which is neither the biggest issue in Minnesota nor the biggest example of fraud. There's a biblical saying about the mote in another's eye and the beam in your own from the Sermon on the Mount. Why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own? Asked Jesus. I will leave it at that.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the U.S. And IQ of 115 to 145 is considered
It's because
high. And an IQ 145
you a foreigner
is
too.
Senator Kennedy, you're recognized.
Mr. Miller, you're the general counsel of Verizon, is that right?
Of our consumer.
I don't know about Verizon. Yeah, I would, Jimmy. This is why we don't need GOP. Put it to rest. Oh. He said not everybody is. Not everybody is concerned about being in the Epstein file. Boy, they hidden below the belt, huh?
I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman.
She
My
didn't know.
mother, a Guatemalan immigrant and an American, taught me that I have a responsibility to look evil in the eye and to fight it back.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lyon, Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow, you have used your power to perpetrate great evil. And it's about time you answer this committee for the lawlessness that you've empowered and defended in your testimony. Mr. Lyons, I want to start with you. And I want to talk about ICE. Because under your leadership, ICE has shot and killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and Renee Good, violated nearly 100 court orders in January alone. You've used banned chokeholds in more than 40 cases, engaged in warrantless arrests despite of a consent decree, and you used children as bait to put 3,800 children in detention. You created traps for people at immigration court who were following the law and doing it the legal way. And you broke the law by entering into people's homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, let's talk about you, Mr. Scott, and CBP next. Under your leadership, CBP has attempted to execute Marimar Martinez, shooting her 5 times and not releasing the footage that you should release so that we can see the evidence, murdered Alex Preddy, used chemical agents dozens of times in Chicago after a judge ordered you to stop, conducted warrantless surveillance and racial profiling, and acted with total disrespect and disregard for the law while engaging in roving patrols, plate switching, dangerous traffic maneuvers, and observer intimidation. Again, criminals act with that total disregard for the law, and we continue to see it. You would both have us talk about respect for your mission and your agents, but your agencies are unaccountable, paramilitary forces, and I have just as much respect for you as I do for the last white men who put on masks to terrorize communities of color. I have no respect for the inheritors of the Klan Hut and the slave patrol.
Yeah.
Those activities were immoral then and criminal, and so are yours. And that brings me to you, Mr. Edlow.
It is definitely
and
the case.
USCIS. Truly, USCIS is the most disappointing part of this whole panel for me. Mr. Edlow, let me ask you a question. Is USCIS's mission to uphold America's promise as a nation of welcome and possibility with fairness, integrity, and respect for all we serve? Yes or no? Is that the mission?
Congresswoman, the mission is to
Yes
administer
or
the
no?
lawful
Okay,
immigration
so
system.
let me move on. So it is not for the possibility of fairness, integrity, and respect. I get that. I want to tell you about Stephen, my constituent, Mr. Edlow. Stephen is a 14-year-old with autism who is seeking asylum. This child has spent 60 days in detention center after he was detained with his dad at a check-in. Let me ask you this. What kind of agency would strip asylum protections from children, even those with pending asylum claims, and deport minors without due process? You don't have to answer that. It's your agency, Mr. Edlow. You are doing that to Stephen, my constituent, an 8th grader. You have abandoned the mission and allowed USCIS to become a tool in DHS's abusive enforcement apparatus, Mr. Edlow. It is shameful to see what USCIS has become. As I've said before, DHS, ICE, and CBP, they're not really rogue. Congress designed DHS to violate our rights under the pretense of securing our safety. I'm gonna say it loud and clear, and I'm proud to stand by what I say. DHS cannot be reformed. It must be dismantled and something new must take its place.
Shut it down.
Because if we let DHS persist, it will continue to be a weapon that can be pointed at anyone
and
the
break the
government
law.
considers the public enemy. And let me tell you, fascism
will not abide
always
by the law.
requires a public enemy. But the power of the people is stronger than the weapons they would wield against us. So Mr. Lyons, Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow, you have weaponized the government. You have supported a fascist enterprise at the expense of our constitutional rights. You have violated the law. But let me remind you, you will not always be in power. One day, you will be held accountable for your role in this dark moment in America, in our nation's history. I guarantee it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. As I said, the issues we're debating here are important, ones that members feel deeply about. While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum and debate. Witnesses are here today voluntarily, and I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the best traditions of our committee.
But they're
And I now
personally
recognize the
breaking the
gentleman
law.
From Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses. I want to start with the display over my shoulders. And this is something that is not specific only to Oklahoma. This is something that every member of this committee, if you will go to the DHS website, every constituent of every member of Congress, if you're curious of really the dark days, I want you to go to the DHS website and I want you to look at those not far from where you live, moms and dads, the arrest of illegal aliens who were preying on minors.
What about
Just
the president?
Because of a really intentional act by Kate Bryan on my staff to go a couple of weeks ago and look just in eastern Oklahoma, on the right side of me here.
What about the president?
Just in eastern Oklahoma, I represent almost all the entirety of eastern Oklahoma. These are just the individuals, heinous acts, to include those with children. And yet I want to read you in a wider, to my left over here, what is happening in the state of Oklahoma.
Thank you, Craig,
This
for the
person was
medal.
picked up. Angel Nick, sexual exploitation of a minor. Britton Andrew, molestation of a minor. Chan Truding, child fondling.
What about the president?
Luisano Garcia, enticement of a minor.
And most of them are MAGA.
Quintana Lopez, statutory rape. Erasmo Avila, rape and lewd acts with a minor. So for everyone who is in short-term memory, it's the way things operate.
What about the
court of
MAGA
public opinion.
men
Everyone is looking
in Oklahoma
and you're
that's doing it?
forgetting the conversations you were having 2 and 3 years ago. If you had teenage kiddos wanting to go outside of your home and you knew that they were going to go to Dallas, Texas, or some city, and you knew that you had to have a conversation with them with what was happening, the 15 million you knew were in the country illegally, that you had no idea what they would be doing, who would they be preying upon. And moms and dads, don't you feel just a little bit safer if we're going to be that level honest? That's the realization of what the generational opportunity this administration has afforded this country. It's the ability.
I'm more afraid of the lawmen that are in the Epstein files and the president than I am of whoever comes in right now. I'm more afraid of Trump, Jim Jordan, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Andy. I'm more afraid of them. I'm more afraid of the ones y'all protecting. Because they've been getting away with it for umpteen years. And because they have not had to be accountable for it legally, judicially, they've been getting away with it. So I'm more afraid of the, like you said, the administration than I am of the immigrants. Let's be clear.
To feel safe over the madness of opening the border for that 4-year period that allowed 15 million people. You don't know where they came from. You don't know their background. You don't know their history. And this that is occurring right now.
I need for somebody to say,
is
I'm more
designed
afraid
to make
of
sure
Trump
we have law and order
and
in
his
this country.
administration.
If you do not have law and order, you don't have prosperity.
Okay, well, law and order starts at the top.
Second guessing the reactionary moments to the law enforcement who have to respond in real time. The quarterback who's questioned Monday morning because he's facing the 300-pound defensive lineman. It's easy to do that. But law enforcement walks out of their home every day and is faced with life or death questions. And we have to understand they are the ones who are affording us the opportunity for our children to feel safe against these that are in your backyard.
You're manipulating.
It's not just in the north. It's not just in Minneapolis. It's not just in Minnesota. They're in every state in the country. Go to the Department of Homeland Security website and Google your area and look at who's being picked up in your backyard. That's how we recenter this conversation.
Yeah, but you're picking up the wrong people.
Whoa.
Okay, y'all, I'll be back.
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys.
Let me get some juice. I'll be back.
Impossible. Ignorant kid. Code. Interesting. Can it generate?
I want your children protected.
Man, shut up. You lying to me. You lying in our face. You are telling a fib. You don't care nothing about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah, she got him.
That way, and I yield back. Gentleman yields back,
wore
and I
him
now
out.
recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr.
She
Candace,
sure
for
did
5
ambush
minutes of
him.
questions.
She took him
Thank
to
you,
the
Mr.
Lord.
Chairman. And good morning to our witnesses. Commissioner Scott,
She took him to the Lord.
did
She put the blood on
the
him.
ICU nurse, Alex Preddy, deserve to die?
I cannot comment on the ongoing investigation, sir.
And that's just
Do you
your
believe
opinion.
that he deserved to die? Should he be killed by your agents?
I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, sir, before it's concluded and all the facts are available.
Hey, Marie.
Do you agree with CBP Commander Bovino's statement that Alex Preddy was planning to massacre law enforcement agents?
Kindly, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses for joining us today. We live in a country so great that we don't need the anti-Sharia and anti-Muslim legislation
Oh, I
our
don't know
friends are
much about
proposing
that.
today because
I'm trying to find a good one. Where is I can't find a good one. Thank you, Doobie, for the Sunday. I love this guy. I love him.
We believe
He's so
every
straight to the
question about the
point,
past is a spark.
unapologetically. Where's the curse?
And when curiosity strikes, about the everyday life.
The Epstein files new release shows that not only did Howard Lutnick lie to American people,
Oh yeah, this is a quick
he went
one.
into
Dang it.
business with Jeffrey Epstein. He visited Epstein Island. And Howard Lutnick did this knowing how evil Epstein was. Lutnick also lied to American people. And really the real reason he should resign, he's just like one of the most politically stupidest cabinet members I've ever seen. He knew this stuff was in the Epstein files. And yet he goes and gives an interview where he makes up these lies knowing it's going to come back and hurt him. So he just got to resign for all those reasons.
Okay, let's go out on my board.
2005, after purchasing a townhouse in New York City from Epstein, Lutnick said that he was invited.
He purchased.
Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was on Capitol Hill today, where he was a witness during a Senate hearing. He was grilled on a number of topics, but most notably, he was grilled about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein because his name appears repeatedly within the Epstein files. Now, previously, Howard Lutnick had stated that he had only one interaction with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005
when I
after
saw
purchasing
that one
a townhouse
time, blew
in New
me
York
away.
City from Epstein. Lutnick said that he was invited by Epstein to take a tour of Epstein's house. Lutnick said he saw a massage table in Epstein's house and was so grossed out at Epstein that he had no interactions ever again. Now, in the Epstein files, we know that there are at least 8 meaningful interactions that seem to be referenced between Lutnick and Epstein after 2005, including a trip in 2012 where Lutnick and another family brought their children to Epstein's Island in December of 2012, and shortly thereafter, Lutnick entered into a business transaction where he was essentially business partners with Epstein on a deal. So, Lutnick had a lot of explaining to do, and to me, his explanations were terrible during this Senate hearing, and he needs to resign immediately. Let me show you what went down when Howard Lutnick arrived at the United States Senate, and you'll see reporters asking him questions before he gave that testimony. Here, play this clip.
People about your interactions with Epstein? Did you have any financial involvement with Jeffrey Epstein? Why did you keep contact with Jeffrey Epstein after he pled guilty to sex crimes? What do you say to the Democrats calling on for you to resign? Mr. Epstein, people of your level in the British government have been forced to resign. Will you resign? Why did you keep contact with Jeffrey Epstein after he pled guilty?
I look forward to testifying today.
Did you mischaracterize your relationship with him? Why did you say you found him gross but still kept in contact with him? What do you say to those who are calling for you to resign now?
Are you willing to speak to Congress about this? I'm going to speak to Congress right now.
You expect to be asked about Epstein?
How did he think that was gonna go? Did he forget? No, I forgot. They never thought the files was gonna come out.
Now let's go into the testimony given by Howard Lutnick. Democratic Senator Van Hollen asked Lutnick, so did you in fact make that visit to Epstein Island in December of 2012, even though you previously stated you had no contact with Epstein since one interaction in 2005? Play this clip.
Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you in fact make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children with my nannies and my wife all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's
More cross-examination here from Democratic Senator Van Hollen. Why did the Epstein files show you coordinating meetings with Epstein? Here, play this clip.
Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe that you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein after the 2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different record of interaction. Why did the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York.
Y'all, they coming out. It's saying that the pictures that y'all been having, that they were saying. Let me take a swig of my water. Oh Lord. They said they just got leaked. No shit, that's a lie. What did they call it? Let me see. I can't even think now. What is it called? Where does it say? The photos are released by the House Oversight Committee. The House Oversight Committee just released these. Now we done been seeing them. So that just shows y'all how ahead of the game the tea sippers are. Hell, that was maybe a month and a half ago when this one came out, right? This one came out about 2 weeks ago. This shows y'all how far ahead y'all be before everybody else. So all the people who came in here trying to tell me that this was AI, this was not real, although it had been verified, authenticated. Hear ye. The keywords that was entered in was Epstein estate photos, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, House Oversight Committee, Jeffrey Epstein, new political figures, fact checking, all of that. Here we go. Oh, they in trouble. Shout out to the tea sippers. Y'all been way ahead of the world. If they are just now seeing this. Hello. Okay, let's finish though. I gotta go. I gotta eat. Ooh wee.
2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different record of interaction. Why did the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person. Okay?
Secretary Lutnick.
And more questions from Democratic Senator Van Hollen here. There's reference in the Epstein files to exchanging nannies with Jeffrey Epstein. What do you know about this nanny exchange, Howard Lutnick? Here, play this clip.
Questions I have before we close. One is just to follow up on one of your responses with respect to the Epstein files, specifically the visit you and your family took to Epstein's private island in 2012. And I think you also said you went on his yacht. Is that right? Or both? No.
No.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
At that time, I think you mentioned that you were accompanied by your wife and kids and nannies. My question is, do you know whether the nanny that you had on that trip was the same nanny that Jeffrey Epstein expressed interest in meeting?
No, I have no idea about that whole thing. I mean, I don't recall it having anything to do with me, and I don't know that.
It's just, this guy was a convicted sex offender, and obviously not a great place for kids and nannies. Was Ghislaine Maxwell on the island at that time?
No.
If you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump responded, says...
And then Senator Van Hollen asks Lutnick, so when you visited the Epstein Island, did you see anything inappropriate when you brought your children to the island where sex trafficking of children was taking place with a child sex trafficker? Here, play this clip.
The fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
The only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted.
Thank you, Ms. Tom. Thank you.
Soliciting prostitution of a minor.
Divine.
And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right.
And then you have Howard Lutnick here responding to additional questioning, saying, to the best of my memory, I met him just one time and there was like 3 other interactions. He is a liar and he needs to go immediately. Watch this as he answers more questions. Play this clip.
Last, a closing comment, if I might, Mr. Secretary. Senator Van Hollen asked about your engagements with your former neighbor, Mr. Epstein. I was encouraged to see your declaration that in 2005 you concluded he was a disgusting man with whom you should have no contact. I wish many others reached that conclusion upon meeting him. But it troubles me that you took your family to lunch on his island, that you had appointments with him. Please disclose everything. Put this to rest, because this is an issue of grave concern to my constituents. President Trump ran on releasing the Epstein files. You said casually, well, I looked at my name and how it appeared in them, as does everyone. No, everyone isn't worried about their names being in the Epstein files. I know he was your neighbor. That was a coincidence. But please disclose everything that's relevant here so that we have a chance to work together and move on.
To the best of my memory, I met him when he moved next door to me, and I met him 2 other times in 14 years, none within 6 years of that first meeting, and then a year and a half later, and none thereafter. And in the presence of my wife, and as Senator Van Hollen said, under no circumstances is there a single word that I've done anything remotely wrong in any possible regard. I did not have anything you could call a relationship, anything you could call an acquaintance. I literally met him 3 times over 14 years with widespread in between. That's all I can remember. That's all there is in the documents. I didn't look through the documents with any fear whatsoever, because I know, and my wife knows, that I have done absolutely nothing wrong in any possible regard.
Well, thank you for answering our questions today.
Then you had Senator Merkley read out a timeline of Lutnick's relationship with Epstein. Let's play this clip right here.
The reason people are bothered is because last year you said you'd cut off all contact, but there are 8 incidences of interaction in the files after 2005. In 2009, you wanted to speak with Epstein. You asked for his phone number. In 2011, there was the appointment for drinks. In 2012, you were planning a trip to the private island with your family. That sounds like somebody you know well enough to call up and say, let's get our families together, or let's visit each other. In 2013, the exchange of information about an article relating to intellectual property and gambling, topics that you have an interest in. You both signed up for an investment. It's not clear if you had conversations about that same investment, but you were neighbors. You made the same investment, maybe not. And then in 15, Mr. Paulson, in 2017, Mr. John Paulson wrote to Epstein saying, hey, why don't you contribute to this event? You're a close friend of the Lutnicks, and it's honoring Lutnick. Again, that may not have been you personally involved in that, but I know from many events, when people are raising money, they say, who all do you know that might be contribute if I'm honored? And one supplies a list. And so I guess collectively, it suggests that when you said you cut off all contact in 2005, that was probably not a full and complete.
Now, again, just to remind you what Howard Lutnick had previously said, this is when he sat down with the New York Post last year. A reporter by the name of Miranda Devine asked him, well, it's interesting that Epstein was your neighbor in 2005. So what were your interactions with him like? This is what Lutnick has been publicly saying before his testimony today about Epstein. Watch this interview with the New York Post so you can see what a liar this guy is. And he lies about everything and about the most horrific things. Play this clip.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right, so we are in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, that's it. It was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant, on like a Saturday, says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. So my wife and I go next door. We walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right, to the next house for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
right? So it's in New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, "Do you want a tour?" He said, "Great, interesting. It's a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got. Well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide, and so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room, and then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room. Yeah. And he opens the door, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room, and candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, "Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage?" And he says, "Every day." And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, "And the right kind of massage." Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, "I'm sorry, we have to go." And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
If you want to surprise everyone in 2026, we start on Monday, February 9th. Tai Chi, made for beginners over 50.
On February 9th, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners. Build strength and lose belly fat.
And then here's what Lutnick said about Epstein as well. That, look, the guy's gross. He's a gross person. That's why I didn't want to be around him. So Miranda Devine from the New York Post asks, so then how come people like Bill Gates and all these other people wanted to be around him? Here, play this clip.
I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. He's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it?
He must resign.
They participate. Right. That's what his MO was,
I mean, it made no sense for him to ever even come out. I'm glad he did, but he just had to get in. I wonder why.
Blackmailed people. That's how he had money.
Oh, wow.
So what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume way back when, they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender. How could he get 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors and stuff? It must have been a trade. So my assumption, I have no knowledge, but my assumption is there was a trade for the videos because there were people on those videos.
And have you talked to Donald Trump about this and shared your theory?
No, I mean, he knows the story.
Right.
But my story, that, I was the one that done with the guy. He knows that story, but that's it.
And now I'll just share with you how Lutnick basically, sucks up to Donald Trump, because this is just the most pathetic regime right now of individuals covering up child sex trafficking. So here's what Lutnick says when he gives his media appearances on state regime media. He'll go on state regime media, Fox, and he'll be asked, so what's the atmosphere like in the room when you're with Donald Trump? And Lutnick says, you feel the power. You feel the power of the man. Play this clip.
I mean, we see video of you sitting across from your Chinese counterparts. I know there's a lot of respect at the table, but are you kind of kicking these guys a little bit? Maybe just a little bit? I mean, what's the atmosphere in that room?
Well, look, the atmosphere in the room is that you feel the power of your man. The president's power, the guy on your side of the table, he's washing all over you. So when he is strong and making the points, you feel good and we're up. So our president is really the strongest, most confident able to deliver for the American people, and that's why it's so much fun to be on our side of the table. Now, President Xi holds his own, and there's a guy who just doesn't smile much. He is a strong character, and that's the president likes to say, this is a strong character. But I tell you what, the president of the United States holds his own, more than holds his own. He holds the room. He is the most important leader in the world, and we felt it everywhere we went, in Japan, in Korea, and then with President Xi. It is fantastic to have Donald Trump be our president, the way he brings respect and he brings the power of our economy everywhere in the world so he can deliver jobs to the American people.
And here's just another example where he's like, and Donald Trump wears me out. He's so strong, he wears me out. Here, play this clip.
And did he let you sleep on the ride home on Air Force One?
I slept for an hour. I did. I slept for 1 hour. He is the strongest human being that I know. I mean, he can wear me out, and I tell you, I've got plenty of energy, and he just works and works and works. It is a pleasure to be.
Well, go get some sleep, Secretary. I think you guys did a great job over there, and this fight with China continues. It's a battle. Thank you.
There you have it, folks. That's what went down on Capitol. I'll show you one more clip. How about I show you? There was other questions about other topics. This was a question from Republican Senator Kennedy from Louisiana, just so you can see a question on another topic that went down as well. Here, play this clip.
Mr. Secretary, the Census Bureau is under your jurisdiction, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And the Census Bureau is in charge of defining what it means to be poor or in poverty in America. Is that correct?
I think it does economic analysis for America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look, because it does.
Okay.
If you know, this isn't a quiz, if you know, what's the percentage of Americans who live at or below the poverty level?
I don't know the percentage.
Okay. It's around 11%. It's been constant.
There you have it,
Okay,
folks.
y'all,
Let me know
I'll
what
be
you
back
think. Hit
later.
Subscribe. Let's get to 6
Like,
million.
share, subscribe, join the membership. It's been one of them days. A lot of tea is out.